that you or around your ball Earth that you believe is, but it's not a ball, Scott. We know that rail's flat for fucking miles across a flat, relatively flat topography.
You'll find me a rail that's flat.
To you though,
Relatively flat.
it's a ball, so it's curving down away from you, but it's not curving. It's a straight line, bro.
Well, you're
straight as a curve.
Find one that's flat. Challenge accepted. Adelaide to fucking Darwin.
Well, now go prove it's flat.
You get on a plane and fly over here and have a fucking look. I live here, you simple cunt. And I spent 15 years working on the rail, welding the bastards together. Need a bag of dicks.
I'll turn into a toad.
I believe you. And I'm sure you made it pretty damn level. And I'm sure you recited that thing, and you reset your level every few yards, probably every 20, 30 yards, right? And you set a new level line from your old level line, and that level was slowly curving every time you moved.
Nope. Flat as a fucking die, mate, the whole way.
And to back Matrix's point with that, my wife, her father, and she worked for her father for years as well, but her father was an actual surveyor. And yet, no, that's not what happens at all.
Sure it is.
Nope.
They throw a horizontal, they go out to a certain distance and reset their devices, and they project the next horizontal, and they walk over them, they reset their devices, and they walk over the next one, they reset their devices, and every time they reset, they have a slightly different vertical.
I think I've finally begun to understand what this channel's about. It's about anti-education.
Or in some of their cases, lack thereof.
Yeah. Says the people who have no education.
Every day it's like a different survey, right? Or whatever. Like you just said.
Yeah.
That's really, really funny. That was funny as hell to me. Sorry, my
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, Cindy. Sorry, again, the lag, mate. Sorry.
Now I can actually speak like a human, but that was hilarious as fuck to me. So, well said.
Welcome to modern education, which is probably spelled with EDUCAYS.
Properly, sir. I'm a very smart person, but yeah, I hear you. Put my retainers back in. Bye bye.
Yep, and those people with this modern education have built or have designed and engineered every building you've ever been in, every airplane you've ever been on, every car you've ever driven in.
They're not supposed to collapse.
It's not intimidating at all, but yes, I'm aware.
That's what this modern education has given you all.
Honey, I'm aware. It's supposed to be intimidating or something. Like I saw the plans about 500 years ago, right after the Protestant Reformation, like in the Marxism training and stuff. What am I supposed to be intimidated by that? You don't need to get all overwhelming and try to raise the blood pressure, Scott. Just saying. Yes, and we know this. What else?
I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, we know it. Yeah, that's not flat Earth related either.
I'm just pointing out.
Not only that,
modern education.
Not only that. The Romans built shit to last. There's a bridge that was built in 96 BC.
No offense, but let's just stay on topic and
The Romans
How many buildings have collapsed on your head recently?
And
modern education.
The shape of the earth and the garbage that they, propagandize us with from
You're
childhood.
the one who brought up education,
Right,
and
nothing?
this other guy
Okay,
brought up you and this other person brought up education.
I did not.
I threw it back at you.
Okay,
Get
Scott.
over it.
All right, sir.
All right.
How was your meatloaf tonight? I hope it was wonderful. Let's talk about flat Earth now and globe Earth or something.
Fun, you get
I'm staying on target.
Giving you everything.
So fuck you all. Anyway, not really. Not you, skinny vet. Anyway, not any of you guys really. But I'm trying to stay on topic. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Sydney. I wasn't trying to talk over you. The last point that I'll make with you, Scott, regarding that,
I was the one trying to stay on topic. Okay, let's go. Let's move on.
Oh my god,
you're good,
Scott. So I basically agree with you, but I just want to bring up a different advantage point than what we've been talking about because we're getting really microscopic. So you know how you can fly from, let's say, Alaska to Russia, right? Going through the Pacific.
That was in the details.
Okay, sorry. Explain why you could fly to Russia, through the Pacific, or you could go a different way, going through the Atlantic and hitting it from the left side. Wouldn't that conclude a
Because
globe?
of air.
Because
Wouldn't
air
that
so how am I getting to Russia from both sides if I'm leaving from the same spot?
Oh yeah, that would. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, the heading you set would definitely prove a globe.
Do you have any idea
If
how
you
much
got there.
engineering goes into making the airplane? Of course, if there's different air currents, then it could completely destroy an airplane's path. 90% of it is done by computers. It's not even done by the pilot.
And
I'll just say what I'm trying to say is a lot dumber than that. I'm saying, can you go right and can you go left and meet in the middle? Like, can I leave Alaska from the west side and get to the same point in Russia as I could from leaving from the east side and get to
No,
Russia?
you can't, because you're flying through a bunch of air that has all different currents and different.
So wouldn't I
Any
just
one
be
of them
going?
could accidentally like crash the plane.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, if I was looking down the entire time, would I not be going in a circle? Because what you're saying is the air currents would move the plane, which means I would have to follow the same route.
Or they would break one of the wings off, or like suck someone out of the window or something. Jesus, dude. Study physics.
So, John, if you want to play for a while, be more than happy to step aside, and I'm sure everybody else would love it if I stepped aside. So,
Honestly,
you're
I'm
up,
just
man.
trying to change it from the minute detail of a quarter of an inch on a railroad to something that's a little more macroscopic.
Yeah, that would also cause a train to derail, and then like God knows
Yeah,
how
I'm
many.
not arguing with you about the train, man. It sounds like you
No,
have
I think you should definitely. That's a good one. I try that sometimes, and they shut me down. But run with it. See what you got. It's a good point.
I guess the same.
Working on the railroad all the long days.
Like, all right. So could you, let's say you were in Mexico, right? If I was to fly from Mexico to Canada, going just north, could I also fly to Mexico, from Mexico to Canada, going south? Or would it take me in a circle?
Go north and then go back south again? Yeah, you can do that.
So would that not be a globe?
No, that would just be going from point A to point B back to point A.
Let me re-explain. So you're going from Mexico to Canada, going straight up, going north. And if you're just going to go down into the Pacific and past the Pacific without going through the US, without going through any other continent, could you not just go south where it would lead you back? If you were to go through Antarctica, where they say it is, and go through Antarctica to the top, the north side of Canada.
See what you mean. Circumnavigate south to north.
So you're saying it would be a circle? You're just taking a bigger circle almost.
I don't think you can do that. If you're talking about north-south or south-north circumnavigation, going over Antarctica and coming back to the North Pole, no.
Okay. Do you have more on that? Or is it we're just saying no?
Yeah, who's done it?
You know, that's a good question. I think in terms of going over Antarctica, I don't know who's flown over Antarctica. But it was kind of the same point I brought up when I was talking about east to west, but I think it's a little easier to explain going north to south.
Yeah, if those are circles relative to a central position, the North Pole, then that's not such a problem. But south to north, yeah, I can't see how that's going to happen on a flat plane.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of a better way, or like another country that would make more sense here. I'm trying to think of like Africa going west towards the US. and going all the way around until you hit the east side of Africa again.
Well, you got to remember, east and west are circles in the globe world too.
Right.
That's all they are. Circles relative to a central point, the North Pole. Well, they have a South Pole too.
Yeah. I will say it's a little more fun when Scott was doing it, just because I think he was pissing some more people off.
Yeah, that gets the room going.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. There'll be someone any minute now to call us idiots or whatever, so that should pop things off.
I don't know. There's enough people that believe it that it could be real to me.
Hey, so the ground we walk on is flat, so hence the Earth must be flat.
Like the literal Earth, the dirt, it is flat in the spot that you walk on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Does anyone have a counter argument to that?
Say what you said again, please.
No, sir. You stand undefeated.
So you're saying you don't have a counter argument to that?
Well, I guess I could just bring up a hill.
Yeah, but once you get on top of the hill, it's flat, right?
Maybe.
Oh, there's no maybe. The ground is still flat, though.
Are you saying that elevation doesn't exist?
Still.
The fucking ground is not round, right?
Are you saying that elevation isn't real?
Am I saying that hills don't exist?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Hills exist, but they're flat. The ground is flat that you walk on them. How would you walk on them if they weren't flat?
Would you say the angle of a tent is
You
flat?
put a
And
fucking ball under you.
If I was walking up the side of a tent, would it be flat for the point that I'm at? Even though I'm at a
If you
clear
put a
angle.
ball under you, a basketball, would you be able to walk on it? No.
No, but if I'm climbing up the side of a mountain on my hands and my knees, am I still
Oh,
flat?
but the mountain is flat though, right?
From the perspective, possibly.
No, not really.
Maybe from your personal perspective, but if I'm in a group of 5 people and let's say I get pushed into a tent, right, and it's at an angle, maybe it's flat to me, but the perspective of everybody else is it would not be flat. I think that's what you're trying to say. Maybe from your personal perspective, it would feel flat, from your center of gravity or whatever, but I don't think it would be flat.
I think this guy's just pulling your chain.
Yeah, me too. All right, Heretic, I have a question for you then. This is completely random.
I'll try.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make this sound as not stupid as possible. So apologies. Let's say, I'm from California. We have quite a bit of earthquakes on the coastline, and there's something called the Ring of Fire. I'm not sure if you know.
Are you a glober?
Me?
Yeah.
You didn't need to interrupt to ask that. Just let him make his.
Yeah, no, I do. I believe in the globe. Yeah, until I'm proved otherwise, I do. My question would for you to be, and this is for anybody, with an earthquake, with the amount of earthquakes that happen on the West Coast and the split that the plates are having, wouldn't it, like, where would it end if there's no globe? Like, wouldn't California just fall off the Earth, or does it just go on forever?
No. I have a mess going on here at the moment. I'm still listening to you, but I won't be able to respond.
Okay, if you have a telescope and you look through it, You could see straight. You don't see curvature.
But where would the left side go? So let's say you have California and then you have the Pacific, and there's an earthquake in the middle that splits the two.
Okay.
Are you telling me that it just goes away forever?
The coat? What do you mean? The ocean?
I'm talking about a split. I'm talking about an earthquake. When the tectonic plates shift, they both move.
Okay, there's flat plates under the earth and there's an earthquake. The earthquake spreads out. What's your point?
So see, like I said, I'm trying not to make I sound really dumb right now. I might be. But would it not just fall off? I mean, you're saying I'm asking if
Are you
think it
talking
goes on forever?
fall off what? Fall off of what?
I guess I'm confused. If
I
maybe I just
I
don't
think you need to rethink and reformulate your point.
I guess I'm trying to understand from your perspective. You think it's a plane that
I'm
goes
trying to
on.
understand your perspective.
Okay, I believe in the globe. I guess what I don't understand from the other side is, does the plane that you guys think is flat, does it go on forever or does it stop?
I can't know that. I don't think forever makes any sense, personally.
Well, no, it's not infinite, right? Land is finite.
Okay, so I guess I'll go back to what I was saying. Let's say when there's an earthquake and it splits point A and point B. At
What do
what
you mean?
point?
What's point
Land
A?
splits. Are you talking about the ocean floor splitting or something like
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Oh,
What does that even that? And how does that prove that the fucking Earth is a globe?
I guess what
well,
I'm trying to ask is,
if
at
the
what
ocean floor split and there was available volume for that water to move into, then it would do that.
Okay, but it's still flat. The ocean's. What is your point?
if it was flat, wouldn't point A just slowly get pushed off? Or would it?
I don't really know exactly what you're envisioning
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I'll probably stop asking it then.
Okay, I think I understand what you're trying to say. There's an earthquake, and then you have tectonic plates that shift, and then you're saying that one of them would just eventually shift all the way off the Earth, but they don't shift that much when there's an earthquake.
Well,
This
off the.
this is
I mean,
all theoretical.
yeah. So are we kind of like supposing that the Earth is like a shape of some sort in like outer space?
Yeah, that's like what we were saying is it's finite. It can't go on forever. If it
Yeah.
keeps
Take the outer
happening
space
enough,
part.
would
Take,
it just
take the outer space part out of the equation.
well, if you took it out of the equation, where would the end be?
Well, there's another side to the Earth, though, right?
Isn't that what the globe is?
There's two sides to every
So,
coin.
so are you saying that the Earth would just
Huh?
flip over? I'm confused with you. Are
I'm
you
saying
saying
there's another
No,
it'll
like
side
stop?
of
okay,
the
so we're
Earth.
not telling you that the Earth is a disk or a shape in space, right? Space is part of the ball story. This idea that there's this huge expanse between all these different celestial bodies,
Right.
right? Which is a near perfect vacuum. That's all part of the globe story. That's all gone for us.
Okay. So
So what
the
we're saying that the world must be enclosed and contained to have gas pressure, that gravity can't contain air, that there must be a physical enclosure of some kind. So it's a whole different you know worldview.
gotcha. Because he was talking about a coin. So I guess I'm trying to figure out if you're talking about a top and a bottom, like similar to a coin.
Yeah, because then you'd be thinking about a space, or sorry, like an object, a disk, basically embedded in a broader space. And we're not saying that. We're just saying that the surface of it is relatively flat. It's not curving with the sort of convexity that a ball should have, right?
Right.
So it can't be that. But that's not a shape claim in and of itself. We don't know what the overall shape of the place is. We just know if the surface isn't curving like that, then it can't be this globe that they say it is in space. And there's some other points about why it can't really be space, like the gas pressure thing.
Right. So you still believe in the atmosphere, just not the way it's explained.
Of course, there's air, right? So it's the interpretation of the stuff. Like, it's not like we're going outside and saying, there's no stars out there, there's no moon, no sun. We all see the same things. We just don't interpret it the way that Globers, right?
Sorry, someone else was talking. I was going to let her speak.
No, well, they were interrupting.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we just don't have the interpretation that they do. We all see the same things, but they say that that's a giant ball, however many billions or whatever, or tens of light years away. Yeah, we're not saying that.
What do you people think about reptilians?
At this point, I'm pretty much just going to mute you. That's what I think of them.
No, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just...
Okay, nobody cares.
Okay.
Well, space is a thing that has to be made up to go along with the ball lore because they have to have huge distances between everything. They have to have a huge distance between the Earth and the Sun because they have to have parallel light. Do you know that bit?
Kind of. You want to
What happens
elaborate?
if you have a strong enough telescope and look through it? Would you just see another continent?
No, because there's air between you and it, thousands of miles of it. But the Eratosthenes.
I'm saying if you have a strong enough telescope.
Yeah, no, you're not going to be able to look through air, which eventually will become opaque over the distance.
So does that mean the Earth is flat or isn't flat? Because I thought you would be able to see the other continent.
That doesn't mean anything about the shape of the Earth in itself. It just means that you can't look through thousands of miles of dense air.
So I guess my question now
take thousands of miles, let's say from...
I guess I'm not really...
Maybe you can see Russia from Alaska, Sarah Palin. Okay, so go ahead.
So that means that the world is flat, right?
Whoa. I guess I'm not really a firm believer or advocate for either round Earth or flat Earth. It's like, I think that we just don't really know what's happening around us. But there are some things that I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and it piques my interest. Like, I think reptilians are super controversial, but I think that...
What are you talking about?
You think the government are the birds? Is that what you're saying?
Reptilians exist. God. People get really mad at me when I say stuff like that. And I don't know why, but flat earthers are the people that get the maddest about it, though. It's always flat earthers that get the maddest about it.
Because the rail, and it's like a goofy thing that people associate us with to
But it's interesting, though, because if you think about it, why would you say that about what I'm saying, but then not say it about what you're saying? You know what I mean? It's too, like, it's too hypocritical.
I'll explain. Show me a reptilian.
Give me an example. Who's a reptilian?
Yeah, just provide me one example of a reptilian, and okay, fine. They're reptilians.
Oh, are we saying reptilians don't exist?
I'm saying that I have no evidence that they do.
Just up to your interpretation. It's whatever you know.
Okay, well, I can show you a flat body of water. That's no problem. The physics of water would seem to preclude the claim that the Earth is a globe. I can't show anybody a reptilian, and I've never seen one, so I'm categorizing that as folklore for now.
So, for what we think of as lizards per se, what would you? Are they just not reptiles, or
what, like iguanas and Komodo dragons and shit? Oh, they're reptiles. When somebody says reptilian, I think they're talking about like a humanoid reptile thing.
reptilian and reptile? Is that not the same context?
Here's the thing, though. I'm not opposed to the idea of the world being, of the Earth being flat. You know what I mean? But it's just like, if we're on a flat plane of existence, how is the concept of dimensions for flat earthers something that just is foreign? It can't ever exist. And I think that's the one thing that I would disagree, is that if flat
It's irrelevant to the whole conversation.
Would have to exist.
No, it doesn't say anything about that either way.
No, because here's the thing, though. I'm an animator, okay? So in my life, I've just looked at things where it's like, oh, if I can create these 2D models, but then it's like a 2D image that it can put on a 3D scale, and it's like you can move it, you know what I mean? So it's just like it's super weird how you can build things in computer programs, and it's just okay, well, you know, there's other, you know, what about the fourth or fifth or like sixth
There's
dimension?
other dimensions that you can project things into. You can't even fathom anything beyond 3 anyway, so what's the point?
You're right, what is the point? But it is an interesting idea, or just something to ponder, or just like question, you know.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I just don't think it has a lot to do with the particular discussion going on here.
Well, do you think dimensions exist in flat Earth?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Concept?
I don't think that they're arguing that.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with it. It doesn't preclude there being other so-called dimensions or any stuff like that. Could be. It's just pretty much irrelevant to the subject.
So how do you guys define flat Earth?
So that would be like a horizontal topographical plane. It's a pretty shitty definition.
I just have a question on that. Would you say that the flat Earth community is split between 1, not believing in the shape of the globe, and 2, believing that it's just a flat surface? So 1 doesn't know the shape and is trying to decide the shape, and 1 believes it's a completely flat plane. I'm asking. I genuinely don't know.
I think it's just like there's people that think the Earth's round. There's people that think that the Earth's hollow. There's people that think the Earth is flat. It's just people always create their own indoctrinated, persuaded biases to give them a sense of security and comfort.
Yeah. I don't know why you're
believing what they. Sorry.
It's all right, but
everyone.
Well, first of all, flat, round, these aren't shapes. So flat would be a surface property. We're not claiming a shape. We're just, like I've already told you, if the surface isn't measuring with the convexity that the globe would have, then how can it possibly be that? That's mainly what we're trying to say.
Okay. I'm just more of a concept-oriented type of person. So can you explain this to me in a different way?
If no curve, then no globe.
Well, yeah, I get that part. I get that's what you guys believe in. But I'm just saying, like, it's interesting though, because it's just like you see these little symbolic things where it's like, oh, you know, it's like, why does NASA say T minus? You know what I mean? Like, because when you add a T
For entertainment.
in NASA, it spells Satan. You know what I mean? Just like stuff like that that's super weird about it. But then it's like, how so is NASA just like all these people that go to space, like they go to school to like be engineers and stuff like that and test their capabilities in these different ways, and then they just like get told all of these secrets, and then they're just like, oh, okay, now you're just gonna work in a bunch of 3D programs and create all of these fake images, even though you have this.
Nah,
like,
I think you're making too many assumptions. I don't think
I mean?
I don't think that the like generic NASA employee has to be as much in on things as you're kind of laying out here. Like I think that they could probably believe that, you know, for example, Robert Simmons. Have you heard of him?
No, but just explain it.
Well, he made like the blue marble image. Came out in 2012.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Right. Like I don't think he was I don't think that he thought he was scamming the public or anything. Because his story was that, okay, yeah, no, it is a Photoshop. It's a composite image, but that's because we're just taking a bunch of lower altitude shots of the Earth's surface, stitching them together, and then trying to represent what the whole thing looks like.
Make it into one big image.
Yeah, but he probably actually believes that it is a ball, though. It's just like practically we can't get like one single shot of it, so we have to do it this way. So I think that you're assuming too much. I think that you're assuming. Hold on, I think that you're assuming too much to sort of claim that like all these people at NASA have to be in on it, sort of thing.
Okay, so what about the interpretation that all of these people are so divided amongst their own categories and division and like departments that they aren't able to communicate with each other, and you know,
I don't really know what you're talking about.
I guess.
What, compartmentalization? That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, so it's like the flow of information and being able to like, oh, well, these people work on this and making sure that, oh, these people take the images
Right.
and these
I get it.
people like,
Yeah.
put it all together. But it's like if these people get, but the question that I'm having, if they're building rockets to go into space, is that the people that get the engineering degrees and people that work at Tesla and all of these big culture brands that, because it's like, you know what I mean? Space
Okay,
is so
well, most of them are just engineers building a rocket. Ask yourself, who actually goes to space and who of them actually has to know anything about sending anything to space? How many people is that?
Quite a bit.
Who? Because for the most part, it's just somebody building a device or a rocket or whatever. They don't have to know shit about where it's going.
So are you saying that all the teams or the supposed teams that they have is for entertainment purposes?
And propaganda.
I guess I'm just more curious to.
Yeah,
I guess
but
I'm less here to
people,
argue.
all
I'm
these
more curious to
people
learn what you guys
that like
believe.
go
Yeah.
to like be, but all of these people like go to be like physicists or astronomers or just like I don't know. All of these people, there's like, because I'm looking it up right now, and it says that there's over 16 jobs that are related in this category. So it's just interesting that it's just like if all these people are going to go get degrees and then work in this occupation, why? You know, it's like, do they learn that this is all a lie? And
No.
then,
No, I
or
don't
do
have
you
to know
think they
anything
all
about
are
the
just
true
blinded
nature
by
of
the fact that they
of
think
the
that the Earth
world.
is really round?
I
But then
do
if
not
all
have
of
to.
these
Okay, go ahead.
people
Sorry.
that, you know what I mean? But if like, if all of these people that are building rockets and getting ready to say 3, 2, 1, blast off, like whatever, I'm just saying that it's not gonna make sense.
Well, probably most of them actually believe the lore, believe the story about what they're doing. Probably only a few would actually have to be in the know, per se. And like I said already, you don't have to know the true nature of the world or know it's not a ball or whatever to build a rocket.
Yeah, and look, to back Heretic up with that too, mate. Nice to meet you. I'm Skinny. You know, I don't think that the people that built the Challenger knew what was going to happen, being that it was televised and blew up a fucking school teacher in 1984 or 85 or whenever it was. I don't think they maliciously built this friggin' rocket knowing it was going to kill astronauts and kill that teacher either. It was, you know, it's not a question of everyone having to be in on it because it's compartmentalized, yeah.
Yeah, I get that they create that, but it's just something that it's interesting though because it's like, okay, let's say that they're staging this whole
You
entire.
need to know the shape of the world to build a rocket.
No, that doesn't matter. I'm just saying
Of
that.
course. There you go. There's your
Yeah,
answer.
but it's like, let's say that they're gonna go and launch this rocket and stage this whole entire televised like introduction to space and to the culture of space and to the, you know, like watching shows with holograms and all of these different like and teleporting and all of these different types of concepts that we have with like futuristic or, you know, utopian worlds. And then we like mix it with real life. It's so weird. Anyways, but it's just that's just with culture. Sorry, but that has nothing to do with technology, but it does at the same time. And
Yeah. So I welcome to Flat Earth then, mate, because we only work off what we can actually prove and what is provable via the scientific method. Everything else is speculation, and that's one thing globers have an issue with because they want answers for absolutely everything. We don't have answers for everything. We work off what we can observe, what can be proven via the scientific method. Everything else is I don't know. We can speculate, but I don't know.
Well, if you go by what you observe, you can't verify this globe that you're sent. That's the problem.
Yep.
Water seeks a level horizontal surface at rest. You can't detect or feel any motion. You don't experience the Earth spinning around or orbiting or doing any of these motions, barreling through a vacuum, what have you. There's no mechanism known to man that you can actually use to contain gas besides a physical container.
Yeah, and long-range shots don't factor in Coriolis, whether that's a rifle or whether that's mortars or artillery. So
when you get claims of somebody saying that they factored it in, it's like 1 3/4 inches over 1,000 yards. Would that even actually make a practical difference?
I'm just saying that the
what would be the uncertainty of the shot at that distance?
I'm just saying that the whole entire point of this is like all the people that engineered and built the rockets and like got them all prepared to like, and all the people that shot the videos and like edited the videos and got them all put
Most
together.
of them are cheerleaders.
Like,
you built the rocket.
Are those people that understand this lie and this fabrication?
No, I've already told you.
People that like
some of them probably
for an
indoctrination. Perhaps some of them know. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly who or to like what extent their knowledge is or whatever. But like the person who built a rocket, you got to understand that most people are globers. They already believe this, right? So they have no problem believing that that rocket that they build is going into space, like they were told it was going to, right? Like they think that they're watching it do when they see it on TV. Most people are already like predispositioned to believe in all this stuff. So I don't think they're in on
like the viewpoint, and like if you were to interpret it from the perspective of the person in the occupation, the person in the job, you know what I mean? The person that's like, working on the rockets and they're like, making them and then like sending them off to space, or the people that are editing the footage and the videos of all of this content and then sending it to the public for them to interpret it. You know what I mean?
They do what they're told. I know where you're coming from, but they do what they're told, and this is what Heretic's been trying to explain to you, mate. Like, we don't know who, we don't know how many, but we do know that there is things that we can prove and things that we can't prove, and anything else is speculation.
And whoever is lying or whoever is just gullible and going along, the thing is that we can't.
What do you, as a flat Earth, like as
go ahead.
a flat Earth community, what do you guys think about secret societies?
What does that have to do with flat Earth?
You just took a left turn, dude.
Nothing to do with flat Earth, but it does have to do with like.
You're almost calling them a cult at that point.
I think that the globe came out of a secret society, so I guess that's your cult.
Well, do you think to some extent any form of information is a collective cult that all, dogmatically advocate for something?
Hey, so right. Well, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. So right. When it comes to secret societies and the occult and all of that, we all have different beliefs about that. There's people here that are Christian. There's people here that are not. They're agnostic, etc. There's people that believe in Freemasonry. There's people that don't. But that does not have anything really to do with the flat. It's again what we can observe, what is provable via the scientific method. Anything else is just speculation. Is there some globalist conspiracy and all that kind of stuff? Personally, I do believe there is. However, that is not anything to do with flat Earth. And to bring that up outside of Speculation Sunday, where we can talk about all kinds of these kind of things, is probably not that beneficial to the conversation.
Yeah, on Sunday I'll go out on a limb and say, Buzz Aldrin probably had to know he didn't go to the moon. That's one person who's probably in the know.
But it's interesting though because it's like.
But I'll do that on Sunday.
It's interesting.
We try to like maintain an empirical standard.
It's like, it's the weekdays. You know what I mean? It's the weekdays. You know what I mean? The weekdays of the weekdays.
So you know why we don't go into speculation on any day but Sunday? Do you know why?
Why?
Because people come in here with preconceived notions and preconceived mathematical assumptions and all that kind of stuff. Like Scott Mackey's a very good example of that. So we stick to what we can actually prove. Otherwise, because the claim is already that we're some kind of cult, that we refuse to acknowledge reason, that we refuse to acknowledge science, and this, that, and the other. So we stick to what we can actually prove, what is verifiable. Everything else is left for Speculation Sunday, so people can, like yourself and like the rest of us, get into things like secret societies that might be behind this, and yada yada yada, and you can venture into different dimensions, and you can venture into a cult, and you can venture into globalist conspiracy and all that kind of stuff. But that is only for that day. That is not for the rest of it, because people already have a preconceived notion that us here are some kind of cult and that we can't prove anything that we talk about. So that's why. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to shoot you down here, okay? I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. If that's what you got off me, I do apologize. I can be pretty direct.
Yeah. So anyway, the physics of water do not comport with this idea that the Earth's a ball. Let's just put it simply.
I miss Scott.
Yeah, those were the days.
Those were the minutes.
Yeah, he's going ape shit in the chat at me at the moment. I'm going to empty my colostomy bag, and then I'll come back and I'll answer him. Sorry, did that gross people out? I am sorry about that. That did. Some of us do actually have colostomy bags.
Do we still have John here? Any more
Yes.
questions, John?
It's I don't know. I just don't get why people come in. I mean, I get why people like to argue. I'm sure it's fun, but
yeah, it's fun.
I guess I just don't still just trying to understand. I guess the perspective, because obviously everybody has it a little different. Of course, it's not all the
Usually
same.
down to something like water. Ultimately,
Yeah,
it's flat and level at rest, not curved at rest. You see, and it doesn't matter the scale. Of course, you're probably thinking, okay, you take a glass of water, it's not a big enough scale to actually see any curve. Well, we don't see it no matter what scale you take it out to. So, where's this ball?
yeah. No, I can understand where you get that from.
You can try to measure the curvature drop with lasers. You don't get any. You can do a long range sort of sight test. You should see a geometric horizon at a certain distance based on that curve. The horizon's way further than that. There's just no indication that it is a globe from your standpoint on the ground.
I just, from my experience working construction and doing survey, it's hard for me to take that in when I've had to be explained. They're like, yeah, it's not right anymore. There's like the curvature of the earth just makes it all fucked up. And it's like, okay, makes sense, I guess it doesn't.
Testing.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, you stopped being able to hear me a minute ago. It's my phone's fault, though. What situation do you have to account for curve in at work?
So in my example, I was working for Caltrans, that's Transportation California for the state. We were making a lab, and we were shooting our points from the map blank. Like we were completely blind because they had fucked up their coordinate system. So there was different mounds, and every time that there was a different mound of dirt or just a different point from our given point, as far as I know, there's given points on the map, and you have to pull different distances to measure things out. But every time we get to an unknown point, we have to account for the different elevations and the different. It's all from sea level at the point.
I see.
Yeah, but it's generally something that the machine is going to do for you most of the time.
Well, sea level, which is referenced as a horizontal baseline, right?
Well, it's more of just a given point. We use it as 0. If you're looking on like a graph, it'd be 0, 0. But I guess there's no middle point of the ocean that I know of, so I'm just calling it x of 0.
Okay.
So maybe, yeah. I mean, I guess that is one way.
Well, initially, at least, when you're
Right.
measuring your elevations, they're referenced to horizontal, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
can take them from there and start to project them onto an ellipsoid or, globe model or whatever. But
Yeah, but in terms of what we're actually looking for, yeah, you're right. It would be on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, all they're doing is just taking elevations and the angles to them, and that change is just going to represent this idea of understanding of like that rise over run. And there is tolerances because of refraction, which is an optical phenomenon that will mess up your shots when you're looking down, especially if you're going a little bit too far, as opposed to doing something within 250 to 300 yards, which is like more typical for accurate measurements, to where you don't have to worry about that as much. But if you talk to any surveyor that doesn't even think about like the shape of the earth or the curvature or anything like that, like they never do that. They never have to account for a curve. And it's funny because there's even surveyors that they even come in here and say, well, because it's so big and locally everything's flat, so we don't even count for curvature. It's because it's all local, it's all flat. And it's funny. It's like, yeah, that's because it's not curving anywhere.
So if you had, from my guess, they're getting their coordinate points from what, a satellite, right? Or they're pinging off something to get a direct point on the ground.
Yeah, the datum point. Yeah.
Yes. So what you're saying is if they were to take it from two different satellites, it would be the same number, right? And that's why there's no curvature.
No, when they're doing it, when they're doing it from these datum points, if it's already built in the system, like for instance, there is a model of which it's been kind of like mapped out. But when you guys have problems, as a lot of surveyors do, is because the reality is not matching the model. Again, because it's a model, it's saying it's curving away from you. But when you take measurements and transfer benchmark lines, and you know that that's a straight horizontal, flat line that you're shooting, then it's not going to technically measure up with or accurately measure up with this system that already has like you said, the machine does it itself because there's an algorithm that will create that curve, if you will. But the reality is, if you're doing it just hand in hand, like pen and paper, writing it down, you're just going to have like refraction to worry about, and the distance of what you're shooting. Not only that, but if there is a change of topography, like while you're shooting down a road, or like if you're a Caltrans, you're probably shooting on freeways and stuff. But you're going to have change of elevation, and what you're really calculating for is just that, because you're trying to keep that benchmark. So like, let's say when you guys go out there and you're like, okay, we're 540 feet above sea level, that's our zero, right? That's the Z.
Yeah.
So then everything's going to be based off upon that, and you're going to build horizontally, correct?
Yes. Or vertically in our case. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because then and then as you're transferring those lines, you're keeping everything like it's perpendicular. You have verticals and you have horizontals, and everything's creating 90s. That's why when you set up your level, you're creating a 90, right? Because that's how you're going to get your baseline. That's how you're going to get math that you can actually work with and calculate. And that's why we say like it's measured flat, because everything you're measuring aside from all the deviations, like because of variables such as refraction or like topography changes, but that's all worked in. And also tolerances because of calibration of equipment. Like you even can include that, like, okay, let's say I want to add a at a certain tolerance error bar because of the equipment that may have not been calibrated for a while. So you could also calculate that in there too. You don't usually have to, but it can be done.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you're just transferring lines, straight lines, and I don't know why globers don't get this.
Yeah. I just, I wish I knew more. I do have part of an engineering degree. Not there yet. Definitely makes me question.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing though too. Even in the manuals, they're telling you, oh, got to account for curvature of the Earth. But like I said, retired surveyors that don't even care about science or the curve Earth or the ball, or they don't care. They're going to tell you, no, we never had to account for curvature of the Earth, and they tell you exactly what they had to account for, and that's it. Just elevation changes, and that's it, and angles. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing about it's curving because of the Earth. But globers insist it. And then you have surveyors that are globe bias, and then they come in here, oh, they have to account for the curvature. Then what they use is all those variables and tolerances and everything. Then they account those things as curvature, but it's false. That because if you can do it the other way without curvature, and you're just doing it by the way you're supposed to do it, then that negates curvature. But they come in with the bias, so they use it as it's a false equivalence.
Yeah. I guess it makes sense.
That's why it's fun talking to those guys, because they get shut down all the time.
Someone's asking if you're a surveyor.
No, I was an iron worker. I got injured though, so I haven't been to work for a little bit. But as an iron worker, we took a whole in the apprenticeship years ago. One of our classes is all about surveying equipment, because it's part of construction. You have to understand the equipment, how to do it, set it up. You get graded to pass the class. You have to set up a theodolite, shoot an elevation, and then you have to break it down as well. And then you have to pass that class just to even be an iron worker. So me knowing how it's done, and when you're on the job sites, you're always talking to surveyors, and you're always chilling with them and chatting, chopping up with them, and I could have these conversations with these guys. So no, I'm not a surveyor, but my profession in my career, we did work with that equipment, and we did shoot elevations, and we did transfer benchmarks. And a lot of guys, globers, they'll try to discredit me, like, oh, you're just a grunt iron worker, you never did anything, you built buildings and you don't have to account for curvature. Like, no, bro, like the biggest thing we built was 2.5 miles long, bro, like an LAX for the people mover. That's the latest thing. Like, so don't come at me with your bullshit. Just saying.
No, I was working as a PE, as an intern.
Oh, cool. What project? You said Caltrans. You're in California?
Yeah, so Livermore. There was a material testing lab in Hayward.
Okay.
It's like soil, cement, steel, mostly rebar, but they do some steel too.
Yeah.
But I guess it was the one in Hayward is super old, so they opened one in San Francisco right under the freeway, and it went down so fast, and that it basically got inhabited by homeless people, and it was so dangerous for them to use that they shut it down. And now they're making one in Livermore because there's no fucking crime there.
Yeah.
It's pretty, dude. I love it. But I live in the Sac area. But
okay.
Yeah, Livermore is definitely different.
Well, in your journey of, in your career, I'm pretty sure you're going to learn more and more about it, but it sounds like you're level-headed and logical. You're going to realize that it has nothing to do with curvature Earth, bro. You're just dealing with elevation change. That's it.
Right, dude. I'm gonna be honest, the most I've learned was there's this guy that was doing soil tests for us, and he said the best job is to become like a tester. He literally told me his day, like 4 of the 5 days of his work week are going to job sites with this nuclear tester to test the compactness of the dirt.
Yeah.
All he does is grabs a piece of rebar, pounds it in the dirt for like 30 seconds, puts his little machine over it, pounds it twice, and presses a button. He gets paid like 150 grand a year.
Yeah, there's some really good jobs out there.
Look, dude, he told me, he's like, I make so much money. He's like, I moved my family out here. He's like, all the jobs are within 20 minutes of my house. Like, I could go home and eat lunch. Like, I got free insurance. Like,
nice.
dude,
Yeah.
it's cake.
Good. It's good to get a career in trades.
Yeah. The way it worked for me ended up working out pretty good. I got my minor in mechanical engineering, and they told me that even if I switched majors, that I could still be a project engineer for them.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck it.
That's a sweet position too. Project PEs are fucking sweet positions, man. You chill.
Yeah. Well, I switched to MIS just because I wanted to learn more of the business side, because I do want to have my own company at some point one day. But
Smart.
I'm still gonna be a PE coming out of college with my business degree.
Nice. Like, you're set up, man.
Oh yeah,
you're good.
I'm happy. Super fortunate.
And you sound young too, so you got a long career ahead of you.
Yeah, no, I'm only 21. I got ways to go.
Nice. Yeah, if you hang around these servers, man, you're gonna hear a lot of bullshit, bro. A lot of people.
Dude, I've been in this server for a long time.
Yeah.
I still converse sometimes. It's like to listen. I'm watching Scott Mackey fucking give this guy a mouthful. It's fun to watch the Aussie.
Oh yeah, he's it, bro.
Skinny and Scott.
He works behind a computer screen. Scott works behind a computer screen and tries to tell us what we do on the job sites. It's funny, bro.
Oh, is he a PM?
No, he designs software or something like that. He's a computer guy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's behind a computer screen. He's trying to tell us, because of his indoctrination, he tries to bring it over here and say, no, this is how we do it. You don't fucking do shit, bro. You never fucking transfer the line in your life. You probably transfer the line in your computer. That was it.
Yeah, I just told him. I said to him, look, I even defended him to fucking other people saying he's a fucking douchebag, this, that, and the other. But he spent today fucking lying to me, telling me there's no fucking volume, this, that, and the other. Well, he's trying to use a fake test to prove gas pressure without a container. And so that's where I just went, man. You lower the snake shit, and you're a piece of shit, and you're a lying piece of shit. So fuck off, and I don't want to hear from you again. I'm happy to talk to anybody. I am happy to talk to anybody that disagrees with me on anything. I always have been. But if people are going to fucking lie to me, and this is a father of fucking 3 kids we're talking about here, I hope he didn't fucking pass that on to his kids, man. I teach my kids to be open-minded, and I teach them not to be disingenuous, even by obfuscating, just to win an argument. And yeah, so not taking it personal, but you know, if this is what this guy is, he's not worth the fucking time of day. He's a piece of shit, and I'm done dealing with him. Matthew's all right, but this guy can go fuck himself.
Given I never lied to you, I never heard of that stupid volume claim before heretics said it. Whether you believe it or not is completely irrelevant.
Dude, the QE.
Who the fuck knows how much volume is in the Earth?
You're a fucking liar. You fucking obfuscate. Go fuck yourself, man. Seriously, go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, Scott. Nobody does, but the model.
Nobody does what?
They could predict the volume of the entirety of all. We can't. If you can't measure something, if you can't get to an area and measure it, and then if you don't know the height of the sky and all these things accurately, you just have a model that's saying this is what is. Well, in that sense, you could create whatever you want. But in reality, if you measured it, yeah, you can find a volume of something. Yeah, you do it every day, but it's measurable. It's hands-on.
How do you measure the volume of something?
You take its. Let's say how you gonna do the volume of water in a bucket? How you gonna do that, Scott?
You know how much the bucket holds.
Okay, and then you know how high the bucket is. You know how wide it is. You know the circumference of the bucket.
Wide it is. You know how much the bucket holds. End of measurement.
Okay, based on its height and circumference.
It says right there on the bucket, 5 gallons.
Right, and that's based because it's you can put your hands on it. It's measurable. It's a physical thing that you can take.
It says it on the bucket.
Right, because you know the height of the bucket and the circumference of it. So
No, you
it's
don't.
going to hold
You never measure the height of the circumference. You just looked at the thing. It says 5 gallons on the bucket. You're good.
But the people who made it, they did it, okay? And if they made the bucket wider, then it would hold more. Would you disagree with that?
Correct, but they didn't measure it, right? They built it. They didn't just throw a bucket together and then say, "Oh, this bucket has this 5 gallons. Let's put 5 gallons on it."
If you put into a computer,
so who measures volume?
If you put into a computer, I want to create a bucket that holds 10 gallons. The computer will know. Okay, well then what's the height of it? If you put a certain height, it's gonna know the circumference it has to be. If you put a lower height, it's gonna understand that you're gonna have to have a wider circumference. Do you understand that? It's simple.
I don't even think we need computers for that.
You're right. You can do it on a piece of paper because people used to work before computers even existed. You're right.
Oh, yeah, I know.
The fact is, you can do it with your hand. What things have you
measured volumes for? You say you measure volumes every day. For what?
What do you mean? I didn't say you.
When have you ever measured a volume?
When have I measured a volume?
You said you measure them every day.
When you put water in a cup.
When you yeah, let's say you're gonna take a 8 ounce.
You're just reading off the cup, right? The cup says 1 cup.
Yeah, and that's been made for you, and it's in the construction of that bottle or that cup or that bucket. It's built into it, bro. It's specifically made to hold a certain amount. Would you disagree with that? Let's say you're gonna pour concrete. Let's say you're gonna pour concrete. You know the length and width and depth, and you're gonna have a certain volume based upon that. Are you not going to?
Yes.
There you go. So you're like, okay, I need so many, fucking cubic feet of this to fucking make this particular volume of it, right? It's the same shit. It's all math at that point, right? But when you want to say we know the volume of all the Earth,
no, we can't use math apparently.
Oh, come on, bro.
Unless it's no harder than multiplication, I guess. But other than that, you ever want to get a calculus or trigonometry, that's just that's just whiteboarding.
That's why one of our courses in ironworking is you're using trig. Yeah, that's one of our classes, by the way. You use trigonometry. So fuck off.
Okay. Well, I was just berated yesterday I think it was, for always going to the whiteboard because I talked about the math. And they said you can't use math because math doesn't represent reality unless you're trying to find volumes, I guess.
Well, for certain things, like for instance, when you're trying to say that we know the curvature of the Earth because of math, but that is
that's what we do.
Assumed radius, assumed depth.
No, it's not assumed. It's the conclusion. It's the conclusion of the numbers that we read off our instruments. Not me, of course. I've never done this.
What instruments went to the center of the Earth and measured it?
Nobody. You don't need to do that.
You tell me.
You don't need to do that to measure the circumference.
Yeah, not in your world, because you just mathematically created a model.
There you go. Yes,
that's the whole point.
See, now you're back to saying mathematics don't work anymore, aren't you? Unless you're just measuring
in that aspect.
In that aspect, and then as soon as it doesn't do what you want to do, yeah.
If you're assuming a radius,
no, we're not assuming a radius. We're concluding a radius.
It's assumption. You know
We
it.
are concluding a radius.
From what?
It's an assumed radius.
The radius to get a radius. It's all presumed.
Presumed.
For instance, a basketball, you don't have to assume the radius because you know how big the basketball is. physically. You could hold it in your hands. You could fucking, even if the ball was really, really big, you could still measure that. You can't put a fucking measuring tape around the earth, bro, to make your ball.
I know.
You have
We do
to
it other
assume
ways
it.
because we're smart.
Yeah, you assume.
We
You
do it other
assume.
ways because we're smart. And we can do math.
Man,
Assume.
I mean, the globies hypothetically can just like walk around the Earth, right, and measure it that way.
Well, other people put satellites that go around it.
How they did it.
We're good with that. Well, we're satisfied
Apparently,
with the
they
satellites
could
we
just
put
take
up there.
shadows.
No, but
Well,
like, if you want like a tangible way of measuring it, you can just walk where you can walk. Where you can't walk, you just take a boat. And
no, but then they tell us, or you tell us, I don't know if you're a glober or flat earther, but then they
I'm
say
agnostic.
you can't. Yeah, but then you say, what do you do about water currents? They might have blown you off. How do you know how far you've gone?
Well, you have a compass,
blah,
no?
blah, blah. And then they didn't. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't tell you how far you've gone.
Sure, but like, you can still.
And then if we say,
some sort of
what about
rudimentary orientation, you can whatever, right?
And then if they say, what about celestial navigation? Then they say, well, that can work on a flat Earth too, even though they can never provide the mathematics for it. They just somehow magically 1 degree of zenith angle just magically translates to 69 miles or 60 nautical miles. And so, yeah, no matter what we do, the math's never good enough for them.
No, I'm not saying it's like. Potentially, the globies can have a rudimentary idea of how, like, whatever the radius of the Earth is, right? Even if you're blown off course, you still make some measurements, right? They're not exactly precise, but case in point, you're approximating the actual measurement, right? The actual number.
I can come really damn close, I think.
No, I'm saying you're just using your legs, a boat, and maybe a compass, map, whatever the fuck.
Uh-huh. But then they're going to say, did you do it? And I say, no. And they say, shut up then.
That's what I said, potential.
Yeah. Well, I know, they don't do potential.
I mean,
either you've done it or you can't talk, apparently. But I talk anyways. And I keep saying other people have done it, and they laugh at me for saying other people have done it.
Hey, Mackie.
Because I can't trust other people, apparently.
Mackie, why are you whining, guy?
No, I'm just talking with this Voidberg guy. I mean,
I know, but why are you fucking complaining like a little bitch, Mackie?
I'm showing him the
talking
ropes.
shit about other people, Mackie.
I'm showing him the ropes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
The ropes. Okay. You don't need to show nobody no fucking ropes. You fucking you.
Oh, you know I'm right.
No, you're wrong. You're always fucking wrong.
Everything. You know everything I just
you're
said.
You're the worst
right.
of the world.
That's
No,
exactly how it happens here.
No. Fuck's that? What the fuck, man? Hey, Mackie. Jokes about him, okay?
Are you sleepy or drunk?
Anyways, you go ahead, Voidberg. Talk to them. I've had more than enough time.
This is not a us versus them mentality. Like, I'm just saying.
You were being dishonest then, Scott. There's plenty of people that talk about things that they haven't done, and maybe you've been held to that standard by a couple of people. Not everyone. Don't stereotype us.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Every fucking Aussie's a flat earther. That was a joke. Travis, yeah. Oh, he deafened himself. Damn. Close.
Crazy.
What I do find interesting, though, is that you guys think that, people like me come in here to argue with you and that there's some kind of battle going on. And if there is, I can assure you it's one way. I
Sure, tell him you have a day job, Scott.
Yeah.
Man.
But there's nobody out there trying to fool you guys. It's just not. We don't. Those people don't exist. Anyway.
I'm not someone who necessarily thinks that they are either. Not in that sense. Not in the sense of they're trying to fool you about the shape of the Earth. They want you to think it's a globe, like because they know it's flat. No, I don't. I don't necessarily buy into that shit.
So, do you, just genuinely, Chris, do you have any sense of why people like me are wrong? What do you think is wrong with what I'm seeing?
What you're seeing? What do you mean? What you're seeing?
Well, whatever. Why? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I was trying to leave it open-ended as possible. Why do you think I'm wrong? What did I do wrong?
Interpreting things wrong. Some things that you mentioned to me, I can't say that you interpret everything wrong.
So, do you think it was just a mistake on my part?
Yeah. I don't even know, man, that anybody can actually see something being obstructed bottom up at like even 3 miles. I mean, you would need something very, very huge, to very large to look like, unless you want to claim that, that's what you're seeing with the sun and the moon, But like as far as boats and things, man, can you even see that far?
Sure, I have.
I don't think. Well, I can't. I don't think I can see that far.
Do you guys
I
have
think
any?
I'd see 8 inches at a mile. Like fucking hell, man.
8
You can
inches.
see that something's being obstructed from view, like 8 inches. The bottom of a boat's being obstructed 8 inches. Plus the fact that it's already in the water at 1 mile, then you must have some fucking good eyesight.
Oh no, I would never make that claim. I'm talking when I see half a boat, not just 8 inches of it. I mean,
Boat?
yeah,
How
20,
far
30
has it got
feet
to
of
be
it.
away for you to even see that? I mean,
I never really
man,
tried to figure that out. All I know is I've seen them down San Pedro Harbor, off of San Francisco. We got some major shipping ports.
Talking about like a shipping container?
Yeah, those container ships. Yeah, those container ships that come in from China and Japan. And all over Asia, and yeah, you can see those things from a long freaking ways away.
Okay.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but
Yeah.
didn't the theory of gravity come from how the Earth is round? Does that not have a lot to do with gravity?
I don't know the history.
I'm not Isaac Newton.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, it's got to do something with it.
I mean, yeah, in physics class that I had, they just said, G, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Throw it into your calculations.
Right.
We didn't talk about whether it was Einsteinian or Newtonian. Something, that's a distinction I've only heard since I started coming to flat Earth places. I mean, when I was doing engineering for the 2.5 years before I dropped out and then changed majors, we just made the numbers work. Which I'm sure is similar to what you're doing if you're an engineering major.
Yeah. Yep. A little bit. Switch to something a little easier. It sucks that nobody else is like saying anything. I want to hear more perspectives on this. Not necessarily the water theory, but just in general. I mean.
And when I first started talking with flat earthers 3.5, 4 years ago, I'm not sure how long it is. It's been a while though. I've been trying ever since to try to get them to tell me what they think about things. Like, I was asking about, how do you see a horizon? What do you make of the boats going over? And can't get them. They don't want answers.
Picture of the black swan, and he goes and cries, "Back to the closet, boy."
Yeah. 6 arc minutes of refraction. See, that's how you answer a question. See?
Refraction. Yeah.
6 arc minutes.
Yeah.
6 arc minutes.
How's it go? Oh, the horizon's behind the back oil rig, you dumbass. Where's it supposed to be? Come on, Scott, you can do it. Where's it supposed to be?
I just did. 6 arc minutes of refraction would explain it entirely.
Refraction. So the horizon's not refracted. So try again. Where's the horizon? In front, in the middle, or behind?
The horizon?
I'm trying to make it easy for you because you're not comprehending simplicity. In front, in the middle, or behind. Pick one.
The horizon changes its position relative to the oil platforms depending on the refraction.
And what's causing said refraction?
Atmospheric density changes.
So how come the horizon's not affected by it?
It is.
Look at the image again, Scott.
It is.
Eyes, come on. You might need to go and get your glasses fixed. I know you're old. It's just part of life. Have a look at the image again. Where's the horizon, Scott?
It appears to be behind the last platform.
It appears to be behind the back one. Well, fuck me dead. Where's it supposed to be, Scott?
It's supposed to be where it is.
Where's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be exactly where it is.
Come on, be a big boy now. Stop being disingenuous. Where's it supposed to be?
Geometrically, it's in front.
Oh, well, there you go. Black Swan
but we never see
There's no buts.
geometry.
Game over.
We never see it.
That's it.
We never see the thing that you claim is blocking the boats, right?
No, you never see geometry. You always see apparent.
See, ladies and gentlemen, he will cough up if you annoy him enough.
Supposed to be blocking view.
But
you never see the thing that's supposed to be blocking your view, right?
No. Sometimes we do.
You always see refraction. So you see boats go over refraction.
Yes. And the boats themselves, and the boats themselves are refracted. Everything's refracted.
Boats go over refraction.
Do you think you ever see anything not refracted? Ever?
You think that's your hand in front of your face? No, it isn't.
do you think it's completely not refracted?
Well, you do when you talk about stars.
No, no. When I talk about stars, I say straight enough, don't I?
Hey, Matrix, mate, when you laugh, man, that just gives me a belly laugh, dude. I fucking love your laugh, dude.
I just love it when these crayon munchers get chopped. It's so funny.
So you're telling me that the horizon appears further than 9.4 miles, but it's actually at 1.2?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because we know the size of the Earth through many measurements.
All right, take it away again.
And we can very easily calculate where that rise actually is, and when it's not there, we explain it in this case by 6 arc minutes of refraction.
6 now. I thought it was 2, like a couple of weeks ago. 1.
Oh, not by me. Somebody else might have said 2. Maybe I overguessed. Maybe it is 2. I should check my math again.
Back to the chalkboard.
But I'm just thinking, if it's 10 miles away, that's 1/6 of a degree. Is it 10 arc minutes? Does that make sense?
Can you explain what an arc minute is? I've never heard anything measured in a term of arc minutes before.
It's a 60th of a degree. And an arc second is a 60th of an arc minute.
Of what?
Were you the surveyor? The surveyor just say that?
Oh, no. This is something I learned in school 40-something years ago.
No, I mean the guy that asked.
I'm not a surveyor. It was APOC that was the one that was talking about it too.
Are you saying that that's a measurement, Scott, to the horizon, an angle?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh. What were you saying about the angle then?
I'm saying that if the light's refracting about 6 arc minutes, we would see exactly what we see.
So that's not a measurement to the horizon.
No one would do that. That'd be silly to measure the distance to the horizon from a beach.
It's impossible, isn't it? Measuring the distance to the horizon.
I don't know why anybody would want to. I mean, what could you possibly gain from knowing that?
Isn't that what you just said before, though? Measurement to the horizon. Said it moved.
The elevation moved, yes.
The tide goes up and down.
No, there wasn't the tide.
Well, what moved then? The elevation of the horizon.
It was the photons that were bouncing off the water behind the geometric horizon and creeping over the top of the geometric horizon and hitting our eyes. Well, not our eyes, whoever's taking that camera, whoever's taking that picture.
You got to walk around with a bucket hanging in front of you, mate, to catch all that shit that dribbles out. Fair dinkum.
Yeah, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong.
So what was the angular measurement that you were taking then?
Oh, I didn't take any.
Well, what was it? What was it for?
Well, I just did a rough, napkin.
Is that a measurement of how much the light moves?
It would be, it's a rough back of the napkin or on the napkin calculation of how much refraction it would take for something.
Would that be
10
from
miles
and
away.
to something? Like from what it was, like, because an angular measurement is an angle from one point to another.
It is? No way.
Right. So what's the what you measuring when you're talking about that angle?
The angle.
Is that like where the light starts off and where it ends? Like
Yes.
what exactly? Explain.
Yeah, and it's an assumption about the path it took to get there.
The light that hits your eye.
Yes, and it's assumption.
That's only one, isn't it? Like, how can you have 2 different points?
I don't have 2 different points.
You must have for measuring an angle. From one point to another point. That's 2 different points. The measurement is the angle that you're talking about. So, what is it, the angle, the measurement of?
I have no idea what you even try to do when you come here. You just like to hear yourself talk, don't you?
Well, I just like to get a bit of clarity.
You, Scott.
Well,
talking about an angular measurement of something to do with the horizon. So what is the angle from and to?
I was not talking about that.
Scott's met his match.
Yep.
Come on, clarify it for these guys.
Some crazy person comes in
don't
and
know.
asks stupid questions.
They're way far behind you, Scott. Let's start at the beginning.
I had a mother-in-law who was institutionally schizophrenic, so I've run into much worse than Bev. Much worse.
Is it hereditary, that disease?
Mother-in-law? It would be hard for me to get it from my mother-in-law. But no, it does tend to skip generations. We were worried about my daughter.
Yeah, I was raised in a house with a schizophrenic sister and 2 bipolar parents, and I'm not speaking to you here, Scott. I'm speaking to the other guys. And I'll tell you what, it was a wild fucking ride.
Yeah, it sucks.
And yes, it is hereditary.
I guess that was a pretty general statement. I apologize. I was kind of aiming at Scott.
I know.
Sorry, I had a guy get up me in the chat yesterday for using the word retarded. And he's talking about, some relative of his that has a mental disability, and it's like, dude, that's not what retarded actually means. Look it up. Like, you know, when you use a fire extinguisher, what's in that? It's a fire retardant. It means to underdevelop the fire. It means to reduce the fire. It means underdeveloped.
Delay it.
It's not a pejorative.
It's a Latin root word, ritardo in Italian, because I'm Italian. Right? It means to slow down, not to make underdevelopments of fire, just to slow down the fire. I studied Latin in high school, Latin and Greek.
Yeah. No, that's a fair call, Voidberg. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I was saying, like, in some ways, I'm underdeveloped, man. Like, yeah, I think the word penis is funny. I think farts are funny, and I'm pretty immature in some ways. So I am actually retarded.
To each their own, you know.
Skinny,
So
do you
I had to
think
go away for a
Americans
bit.
sound retarded? Oh, I'm sorry.
What was that,
We
sorry?
can go back. That was a dumb question. We could probably just go back to what we were talking about.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt at all. I just got back after feeding my dogs. So, yeah, sorry about that. Please continue. Sorry.
No, you're good. It wasn't that serious, bro. I was just going to ask if you think Americans sound retarded.
Oh, do Americans sound retarded? No. Look, I don't. I don't get, like, I was raised to hate Americans. It was a Vietnam era thing, and, you know, both my parents came off the back of that. And I don't get it because the Americans that I actually trained with and I deployed with were really cool. Most of them were from Texas, Appalachia, and Kentucky. And yeah, I haven't met any of them from any of those places that I don't like. So I don't think Americans are retarded. I don't think Americans are stupid necessarily. I really actually like the way that you know, the Marines that actually look after each other and make sure they all got home safe and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I got a lot of good shit to say about Americans, to be honest.
Wow, I love that. Maybe a first. For me, at least.
So Yamu just asked in the chat, do you like Australia following the Americans in the war? Well, look, without going into a full history lesson, and it's not anything to do with Flat Earth, Yamu, but basically we have always trained as auxiliaries to support the protector that we have. It was the UK at first, and then it was America from about the middle of World War II. So do I support it? We kind of have to. So I guess you could say in a roundabout way, yeah, I do. Even if those wars are bullshit. So back on topic.
Isn't that what we're all here to talk about things that we don't know for certain?
No, we're here to talk about Flat Earth, which is what we can prove and what we can't prove.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's just hard to stay on topic when it's the same three people for like 2 hours.
Well, bring up a point then. Like,
I don't have more points. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to listen.
All right, let's open a can of worms. Given the previous conversation, gas without containment. Anyone? Floor is open. Even to you, Scott.
I've been thinking about this actually. And if the Earth, if the atmosphere is contained, right, whatever the fuck you call it, like the layers of gas are contained within a container, like the only side of the container you can never interact with is the ground, because like the other sides are like, how do you like, you cannot touch the side that is above you or the sides that are like around you in any way, right? If you imagine the Earth in a cube and the bottom is the planes of the Earth, right, the flat Earth, then the other sides of the container have to be visible in there at some point, right? But how do I interact with them? I have no idea.
Okay. Look, I scientifically and mathematically, I probably can't answer your question well, but I'll have a stab of it if I'll have a stab at that if the more experienced people are happy for me to do so.
No, I mean, this is a question for everybody. Just anybody who can, I can accept that gas has pressure in the container, but what are the if there's a possibility to interact with the other sides of the container, not only the ground side, which is the bottom side of the container, which is the Earth.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So I was opening the floor to T-Dub or Matrix or Subdued or Heretic or AJ or Alpha. But if they're happy for me to answer your question, I will. But they could answer it a lot better than me because I'm still new to this.
But even the globies would say that the container is the gas does exist in the container. The container is gravity, right? Even the globies would admit that.
That's not exactly true. They don't say it's a container. They say gravity just happens to pull helium.
Yeah, it acts like one, right? That's
it
acts like one.
Gases still escape into the outer space in the globe Earth. No, because of gravity. They're just saying that it's they don't even say it's a container, and anyone who does is lacking knowledge. In a globe Earth, you would probably be more likely to say something like gravity plus, air pressure. I don't know, something like that would help, or anything like that. So, it's not exactly a container.
But air pressure.
Some air and oxygen escapes. Why not all of it? I just explained why. I don't know how else to that. That was what globe earthers say. Yeah. I believe in globe Earth, but I don't have a fervent belief, so I'm not going to defend it.
I think they say that the centrifugal force and gravity, because pressure is not a force that will keep a gas in a certain downwards vector according to their model, right? Pressure
is not on what type of pressure it is.
Pressure isn't a force at all.
Pressure isn't a force at all. Yeah, that's the point. Centrifugal and gravity. Gravity would be the forces that
gas pressure
contain
is defined as the force that the gas particles are applying to the walls of the container. That's what
but pressure itself is not a force. The gas particles have force, obviously, but
pressure is the force that the gas particles are exerting.
Hang on one second. I know how to explain this. So gas is similar to a liquid in that it conforms to the container that it's in. If you put water and oil in a container, that water and the oil won't mix because they have different densities. The different densities are like the different pressures that you would experience.
Oil is lighter
than water,
container.
Right? So in this case, no, oil is heavier than oil. Wait, yeah, you're right.
Vegetable oil in a glass with some water, the vegetable oil will be on top.
The water would be on the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, the water would be on
top. We're talking about liquids now.
Well, yeah, because gas is a liquid.
Exactly what happens.
Gases act like liquids.
No, they don't.
They do. They have very similar. Hold on. They have very similar properties to liquids. They are not exactly liquids.
They can be described as fluids.
Fluid dynamics encompasses, which is a physics thing. Encompasses gases to everything.
No, sorry, it's just that this is brought up in the chat earlier today. So, gas without a container was supposedly proven with 2 containers with mercury in it, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So gas without containment, and you guys are claiming so that somehow gravity pulls down towards the center of the Earth and contains the heavier gases, which is why we can breathe, and it gets thinner when we get up. But these gases are contained by gas, and then there's a vacuum on the outside of it that is ever expanding. So what contains the atmosphere and keeps us alive? I guess you could ask.
Nothing specifically.
The globies are claiming something.
Like I said, there are still gases that escape.
So if you want to restrict an amount of gas, right, to a limited area, you're going to need a container, right?
By the way, does gas have mass?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Helium, for example, is lighter than oxygen.
So
okay.
Can you at all restrict the area for a certain amount of gas to occupy without physical containment?
Yeah, in a way. There are like different ways that can happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is there a demonstration of it? Can you demonstrate that?
Like a planet like Saturn would be a good demonstration.
No. Something we can do, something you can do, something that I could replicate.
You're saying like a scientific demonstration?
Well, I don't know if it'd be scientific, but yeah.
Well, can you compress gas?
Yeah, you can compress gas.
Show me an instance where you can restrict the area in which
I would have to look that up. I'm not informed on that.
Without a container. Right. Okay. Cool.
Well, what is it like? I think they do this for plasma, but plasma is not gas, right? Where they contain plasma within magnet.
Sorry, Voidberg. I've got a little bit of a lag here in North Queensland where I'm in Australia, and I'm hard at hearing. Sorry. Just so Voidberg, and sorry, the other guy's name I didn't catch it, but I'll catch it when I scroll up. So we work off of what is actually provable via the scientific method and via natural laws, and the natural laws with gas are very, very clear as to what happens. So when gas is not contained, it goes in all directions until it bounces off other gas particles. It is very, very simple. It is very easily scientifically proven. And the globe model, for want of a better word, they don't really have a model, but the globe model is, okay, we've got this spinning ball with water on it, etc., 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 and it's contained by gases. And then there's a vacuum outside that gas that contains said gas, and that's how we all don't friggin' die. And according to the gas laws, this is pretty much impossible. This is not pretty much impossible. It is impossible. And so we stick to what we can actually prove.
And so how do the gas laws explain pressure gradients then?
Say again?
How do the gas laws explain pressure gradients?
Weight of the gas, right? That's what I asked previously.
I'm asking how he thinks it does. I know how I know it does.
How do gas laws explain pressure gradients regarding gas at altitude, whatever altitude it is?
Everywhere you go on Earth, there will be a pressure gradient.
Well, look, at this stage, I don't actually know enough about that. I would expect that probably temperature or something would happen. Jedi would be better to answer this. Heretic, I don't claim to know everything, and this is what I'm saying. We don't claim to actually know everything, and I am actually very confident that with the pressure gradients that you're talking about, this is not provable, or fucking you don't actually know for sure either. It's probably just something that has been conjectured into the quote-unquote science surrounding the heliocentric model.
Ooh,
but if anyone else here is jump in.
Yeah, we measure it everywhere we go.
There's something.
You can't go anywhere on the Earth where you can't measure a pressure gradient. It's measurable
in meteorology. We would measure air pressure, and there are pressure systems all throughout the world. And that's a good example of how you would be able to tell like a pressure without a container. There is air pressure everywhere.
Yeah, that would be the thing that's in contention. So that's what's raised.
No. So what I'm trying to say is, like, for example, a hurricane would have a lower air pressure, and it's provable because of how we are able to measure like air
We do.
pressure.
We have
With
dynamic system.
I forget what it's called, but it's like Bernoulli something or other. I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's a something.
It's the dynamic pressure within an already existing pressurized system. So you've already would require an area of pressure to begin with, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, yes, for Earth, yes.
So even to my dumbass. So even to my dumbass, without knowing a lot of maths and science, etc., and this is what I was trying to get through to Scott in the chat earlier today. For this pressure to exist, whether it's low pressure, high pressure, etc., you bring up pressure gradients, yeah, fine. But you would, according to the gas laws, actually have to have contained gas to have a PSI. Because again, if you're talking different size tires, it doesn't matter if it's a bike tire, if it's a truck tire, if it's a car tire. 32 psi equals 32 psi, which is measuring the pressure against the inside of the walls of the container. Gas without a container disperses. It's I can't remember the exact word. Right, entropy. Right, it goes in all directions. So
how do you
that's where
define
we're coming
container?
from. That's provable.
That's incorrect.
Entropy is like, I think, when all matter tries to reach
no, I'm not entropy.
the lowest energy state, right?
Like the word container, how is it defined in this context?
Okay, so what we work off of is we're on a topographical plane. No curvature has been measured. No rotation has been measured. You can't have gas without containment. So there is some kind of containment above us that keeps us alive.
You guys
we don't.
I'm asking the definition of container, though, not like how we are contained.
The definition of a container is something that contains the gas. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, yeah?
Hang on. You can't use the word in the definition.
So you put something inside of a container and it contains it. As to the actual dictionary definition, I don't have it on hand right now. I can look it up if you like.
I'm not asking for. I'm just asking how you're using the word container. Like, what's the working definition within your belief?
A vessel within which something can be stored or transported, basically.
Okay, a vessel within which something can be stored or transported. Would you agree with that?
It's not an agree or a disagree. It's again, gas has to be contained within something that's thicker than gas. Yeah,
it does not.
I don't think you're following. I'm trying to get a working definition that we can both agree on and work off of.
Examples of containers
so you're asking
like cups, fish tanks, gas tanks.
Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm asking him if he would agree with that definition. I'm asking him what he's. I'm asking him what he's saying a container is. Like what the definition of a container is before we continue.
Yeah, okay, so you're asking to define terms, you're asking for it. So, for example, again, like T-Dub was saying, if you want gas for your barbecue, you go and get a propane tank. You have fuel that is both liquid and produces gas inside your car. That's a fuel tank. It's something that is physical that contains the gas. Would be, and it doesn't really matter what my definition is. It matters what the definition.
What he said. It's just a vessel that can be used to store and or transport a material.
Yeah, I think that's basically. Let me look it up. Hang on, let me look up the dictionary definition.
I'm only asking
why do we have to go into dictionary definitions?
Because we don't. I'm asking it because we could be using two different definitions of container. I don't know his definition.
Okay, can we try with like any entity, like the most general statement about container is any entity that can house matter in it, right?
Right, an object for holding or transporting.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, so there you go. I pretty much got it.
Now,
right.
any entity that can house matter in it.
Yeah, so a
regardless
planet
if that
with an
entity itself
atmosphere
is,
would
regardless if that
follow.
entity itself is like physical, metaphysical, or whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I can agree with that. A planet with gravity and an atmosphere would qualify for that.
Sure, but now you have to like provide the mechanism for that, right?
I'm just saying that it would qualify. I don't like.
It can be, but you have to provide the mechanism for it, right?
Okay, what would you say the mechanism for like a flat Earth would be then?
I'm not. Hold on. What I'm asking you is, if you consider a planet a container, right? What are the properties of that planet that makes it a container? Like any entity that can still matter, like in the sense of like atmosphere, how does that work, right?
Yeah, so it would just be the
We're not
fact that
talking about
it's
matter as in the raw bulk material of the planet, right? Or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. So there's an empty space above, like the Earth, the crust, and there's an empty space between that and the like outer atmosphere. The outer atmosphere is consistently leaking, but the gravity keeps most of that.
Except for the fact that it's got air inside it. It's a container for the air inside it. It's not a fucking container for
Yeah,
anything
you're
on the
right.
fucking outside, man.
Well, but if it's leaking, is it a container?
If it's it's still like if I poke a hole in a balloon that has water in it, it would still be a container. It's just leaking.
It's just a bad container.
How do you know it's leaking?
You don't say
How do you know
like a leaking. You don't say like a leaking tire is not a container anymore. It's still a container. It's just not good.
Okay, so it's a bad container.
How do you know it's leaking?
I would assume you would just observe the leak.
So space is apparently a vacuum. Space is apparently a vacuum that has nothing in it. So how do you know?
That's also not true.
This atmosphere is leaking?
Space doesn't have nothing in it. That's also not true.
Can we not debate?
Guys. What's the point? What's the point in debating space when we can't prove it from this perspective? And what's the point in using the Earth and gravity as a container when we can't prove that either? What we're asking for is demonstrations.
We can't prove anything else.
But we can replicate a pressure gradient within containment. Can you demonstrate a pressure gradient that doesn't have containment? Can you demonstrate?
So I see what you're saying now. No, the size of which we would have to get like an example would be something like Earth or Mars or Pluto or Saturn. Those
Look,
sizes
you don't
would
even
work.
have to go there. You don't even have to go there. You have computer simulations, right? You can create.
I don't know if I would trust
simulation
computer simulations.
Why not? Given the correct parameters,
those can be manipulated. They can be inaccurate. They would just I'd rather reality.
Right.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, but
Right,
we
so
have a
you're
law of
supposed to be on
science.
one, right? So you're supposed to be on one, right? You're supposed to be on one of those big giant masses that you're talking about. Oh, I'd need to have one of the, right? You're supposed to be on it. So just get a fucking vacuum chamber, insert a bit of gas in it, and show the gas not expanding into its available volume, right? That it's exposed to due to gravity. You're not going to.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do that because it's not at the size that we are
because it
talking
doesn't
about.
fucking work like that.
We're talking about sizes like Earth, Mars, Saturn,
You're
Jupiter.
on it. You're on it. So get a vacuum chamber, right? And just
want us to vacuum chamber the Earth?
Right, on Earth. No, you're on Earth. So the vacuum chamber's on Earth. So you have all your claimed. So you have. So listen. So you have all your claimed gravitational field pulling down on the container, right, on the chamber, plus put a little bit of gas in there. Your gravity should be pulling that gas down, preventing it from expanding into that vacuum, just as you're claiming it's happening out there
again
in the sky.
Yeah,
it doesn't do that, does it? It doesn't do that.
We're not
No, it
talking
doesn't,
about
T-Dub. And
that
hold on a
sizes.
second, Evan. Just a second, mate. Just a second. 1 second. Okay. So T-Dub is one of the senior guys here. We got Heretic, who's one of the senior guys here. We got Alpha Veritas is one of the senior guys here. So look, when T-Dub, Alpha, Heretic is talking, please Do not talk over them, okay? They're one of the senior guys here. Go ahead, Devin.
I will accept that. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we need to look at the scale of a planet. We can't do the experiment in like a ball the size of a basketball or the ball the size of a soccer ball, or even a ball the size of, I don't know, the Empire State Building. But we can do it on the size of an Earth if we had the materials. We can't.
Well,
but we do
I'm
have
pretty sure
something
you can
called
do it on the
buoyancy.
sides of the moon, right?
Hold on. So we do have buoyancy. Buoyancy is a principle that relies on pressure within the atmosphere. The reason that buoyancy works is because there's more pressure the further down you go in the atmosphere. The air pressure is higher the lower you go, and so anything like a balloon, for example, is going to rise.
Mm-hmm.
If there wasn't a pressure differential, the balloon would not rise.
You can't have that without containment, though.
But
That's
hold
the
on.
point.
So according to globy models, like the moon has enough mass, right, to generate gravitational pull, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to your
everything
models.
does.
But please, I beg you.
I was agreeing with you.
I was continuously listening without interrupting you. Please give me that.
I was agreeing with you. It's called an affirmation. That's all it was.
Sure, okay. So the moon has 1/3, according to globy models, of Earth's gravity, right? Do you think that the moon can sustain 1/3 of the mass of the atmosphere according to the globies?
I would assume, given my fairly lack of knowledge, I would assume that the size of the moon and the amount of gravity would make it not a third. It would be exponentially smaller because of how much smaller it is than the Earth.
What's stopping globies now to dump a whole bunch of atmosphere on the moon and see what happens?
Where do we get the atmosphere to cover the moon?
Let's say you have 10 starships and you dump a whole bunch of gas on the moon. Do you think that gas would remain in the moon and permeate the moon's gravitational pull?
It would act in accordance to what we would expect, which, like I said,
which will be leaking to.
Yes, which I would assume, since it's a third of the mass, or whatever you said, it's going to be.
There's still a gravitational pull. There should still be some retention of atmosphere, right? But it will leak. All of it will leak.
There will be a little bit of retention.
Sorry, I apologize. I did the same
not
thing you
enough
did.
to withstand the solar winds.
There would be a little bit of retention, but it wouldn't be near as much as the Earth, first of all. And second of all, yes, the solar winds would also blow some away.
Okay. Are the solar winds blowing our atmosphere away?
Not. The magnetosphere makes it very difficult for the solar winds to blow it away. But yes, they do affect it a little bit.
Okay, why do we have magnetosphere then?
Our core is spinning. It's made of metal and it's spinning. That's literally the only reason.
Okay. So the spinning nickel iron core generates magnetic fields around the Earth, which protects the Earth from the solar winds, which will blow the atmosphere away regardless of the gravity of the Earth, right? So that's what I'm trying to say here. If in the globy model, sorry, English is my fourth
You're
language.
Good.
In the globy models, we will also not have an atmosphere if we didn't have a magnetosphere, right? Because
I think the magnetosphere.
So the container here is a magnetosphere, right?
There's multiple things assisting. Yes, a magnetosphere would be one thing.
Interesting. Okay.
If I may, Voidberg, don't apologise for your English, mate. Your English is brilliant.
I agree.
Thank
you. Your English is fine.
I appreciate it. But I mean, couldn't that be the case? I apologize. Couldn't that be the case? In the sense that there's a clear, defined agreement when it comes to electromagnetism. I think flat Earth people and globe Earth people both agree electromagnetism is a force in the universe.
I don't know. I don't take like any.
Well,
I don't
want to imprint like my opinions on people here, but most of my conversations, I have like the one common thing I've noticed between flat Earth people and globe Earth people is that electromagnetism exists as a force in the universe.
I will accept that as a claim. Yeah, I would probably say they'd be likely to accept that too.
Why couldn't flat Earth people say, yeah, it's electromagnetism? Why do we have to go to gravity?
Like I said, that's one thing that's assisting in like containing. It's not.
Okay, how
it's
much
not
is
the
it
container?
Is it 90%?
I mean, I don't know the percentage. I just it's like if you put I don't know a glass around a balloon, and that glass was still light enough to. I don't know. I mean.
Sure.
It's something that's like a permeable glass that's still protecting. It's hard to explain because the magnetosphere doesn't physically contain, but it protects. There's no like quote physical container because of the gravity. The gravity is what's needed to like hold it all together.
Yeah, but magnetosphere is a physical containment. We can see magnetic fields in a sense.
What I'm saying is that the magnetosphere is not physically assisting. It's protecting the atmosphere from being blown away, but it's not.
Would be a
it's like a windbreaker, right? Essentially.
Sure. But it will be a container in a sense because it contains the atmosphere around the Earth and does not allow the solar winds to blow the atmosphere away, right?
It surrounds the atmosphere. I don't know if it contains it.
Physical container? So it's something for the gas particles to exert a force on?
I mean, electromagnetism is a force which we all agree exists, and it,
I'll be the first to admit, I don't know.
Safeguards the air from escaping the surface of the world because the air is, or I can see like, because I know atmosphere is kind of like a loaded word, but let's say the air we exist within, we permeate within, is safeguarded by electromagnetism. Electromagnetism? No, I mean, matter is like electrically, like either neutral or positive or negatively charged. But in this case, right, that's a container, right? There you go. That can exist in flat Earth.
I will be the first to tell you, I don't think I'm qualified to tell you whether it's like a container in the way that you're saying. I do know like the basics of how the magnetosphere works.
Any entity that can house matter within it. In this case, electromagnetic fields.
I understand. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know. I don't need a claim. I'm telling you I don't know. That's flat out. Like,
T-Dub was trying to say something. T-Dub was trying to say something. Go ahead, T-Dub.
I'm talking about the mainstream narrative that we're given. Claim that there's gas pressure surrounding spherical Earth, which is spinning and orbiting around the sun, moving through the universe, right? No physical barrier to stop it from expanding out into the ever-expanding volume of outer space. It's not the electromagnetism is not the claim, is it?
I mean, they don't make it as a claim. I'm like trying to.
I'm telling like the only claim
into this position.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, what I was saying is that like there you go. I can use electromagnetism, which is an agreed upon force by all sides in this conversation that exists. It's a tangible thing. We can detect it. It influences our reality, right? I can see that on the flat Earth, it is possible to use electromagnetism as a container. There you go. Situation solved. Electromagnetism? Yeah, of course I can demonstrate.
How would electromagnetism
containing gas?
Well,
how would electromagnetism? Oh, jeez.
Sorry. Go on.
I already. Well, I said I don't know if that's how it works. I want to let you know.
Electromagnetism
but
is.
how would electromagnetism be generated in a flat Earth?
I don't know, but it is possible to exist a container, which is electromagnetism for the air, without using gravity, right?
Sure.
You're gonna need a
I mean,
demonstration
if
of that.
electromagnetism is the container, then sure, yeah.
I don't know that that's possible. You're gonna have to show me that.
No, I'm
Making
saying
a
is that,
claim about that.
T-Dub, I'm just simply saying is that gravity doesn't have to come into play. That's all I'm saying.
But it does, because that's the thing that we're being told to believe.
Yeah, they say that.
Outer
I agree.
space, right? That the cosmic vacuum of outer space is a place, a medium to which people can go, right? Beyond a point beyond where the atmosphere, quote unquote, fails to expand, stops, and doesn't do what entropy dictates it should do by expanding into the available volume. And that is not claimed to be due to electromagnetism.
I know.
If
I know
you're going
they
to
don't
claim
claim
that, we're going to ask for whatever you're going to say, right? Beyond physical containment, the only way that we're able to demonstrate in nature and in reality and replicate gas pressure, right, is with physical containment. So whatever you're going to claim is, if you're going to claim there's an outer space, right, doesn't matter if you're going to claim it's gravity stopping, the gas, or electromagnetism, or some sort of even ether. You want to claim it's ether, whatever it is that you're going to want to claim that is preventing the gas from expanding into your ever expanding outer space vacuum. You're going to ask for a demonstration of that in practicality.
No, I agree. I don't disagree. But I think it's much easier to show that a claim about electromagnetism being used to contain gas than gravity. I think the globies are having horrible problems with demonstrating gravity.
No, we're not.
Incorrect. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Electromagnetism cannot contain gas. We can use electromagnetism to accelerate gas molecules, but it cannot actually create a container to achieve gas pressure.
Well, the globies just told me, is that apparently the only reason why our atmosphere is not blown away by solar winds is because of electromagnetism. So I said, if that's the case, then there you go. Electromagnetism is the force. And we all agree to that force. So that's a common ground. Yeah.
No, we did not all agree to that force, and it's not a common ground.
We don't
Yeah,
agree
that doesn't make sense. The electromagnetism stops it.
Hell no.
Scott,
The
we don't agree that
electromagnetism stops it being
exists?
stripped away.
Didn't
It
say
stops
that.
it being stripped away, but it's
That's
accelerated
what
towards
was
the Earth.
being agreed upon, Scott. We agreed that
Hey,
electromagnetism exists.
how about everyone just stop talking over each other for a second? Sorry. Scott, I think you already had the opportunity to contribute, mate. So how about this? Just shut the fuck up and let the conversation continue. I'm out.
I'll speak when I feel like it, until until someone with a mods tells me to shut up. Unless they gave you
Fair
mods
enough.
while I wasn't
Guys,
looking.
continue. Guys, continue.
Yeah. Please, Scott, speak when nobody's talking, and don't speak over other people. Thank you. I really try to do this too. So, the problem with the Glober's electromagnetic field of the world, magnetic field actually, is that it requires energy input, because the thing that generates the magnetic field of the globe is a molten iron nickel core, which is spinning, and the spin of that molten metal is actually generating the magnetic field. The problem with that is this metal, when you spin it in its molten state, it tends to solidify much faster because it's generating that magnetic field. So generating that magnetic field is energy consuming, and there is no energy input into this system to keep it in that molten state.
Sorry, why does it consume energy outside of just a normal flow of entropy?
Well, this is something we use in metal industry. We centrifuge molten steel or iron to make big steel pipes, metal pipes. And by centrifugating them, the molten steel solidifies in couple of seconds instead of hours.
That's true if you're spinning steel onto the edge of something, like if you're trying to push it outwards, yeah, but the molten core is under immense pressure, so it can't spin outwards. It's being held together. So that analogy doesn't fit. So why would you need energy in? What energy is being consumed?
So the molten core is fixed inside the globe. It doesn't spin, it doesn't rotate with it. Then
so
if
I
it's
didn't say
not,
that,
yeah,
and
if
our model
it's
doesn't
not
say that.
rotating, how does it generate the magnetic field?
Well, because it's like a solid, well, not a solid, but a molten ball rotating. It's not being spun outwards, which is what a centrifuge does. So the reason that it cools when you spin like molten metal in a centrifuge is that the molten metal is being spun away from the heat source, which is the rest of the molten metal, and that heat is dispersed very quickly. But because it's being held together, like it's very densely packed, the gravitational crush in that area is incredibly huge. Then that molten steel is keeping all of that energy within itself. It's very well insulated, as well as the friction creating more energy as the motion causes energy. Because if you rub your hands together or you rub anything else together, it generates friction. Friction generates heat.
No, this has nothing to do with the friction. Yeah. So
maybe not in your metalworks when you're spinning metal inside a centrifuge, but in the core on our model, it does have to do with at least some friction. And the heat of the core, even though it is extremely slowly dissipating, isn't dissipating fast enough to cool down because it's well insulated and it's held together through gravity, which is the thing that keeps the atmosphere moving towards the Earth, even if the magnetic field generated by this spinning dynamo is the thing that stops the solar winds from stripping the atmosphere away. So you actually have two different things that are stopping the atmosphere from going off into space.
you're struggling to defend. Now, you start your story on a fallacious premise and then you carry on. I don't like to interrupt you, but your whole story about it is fallacious.
And what fallacy is
Well,
that? What's
you
the
didn't
logical
hear what I
thing?
said. You didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, so
Or
you made an analogy
understood.
between spinning metal outwards and the dynamo of the Earth, which is crushed inwards because of the gravity of the mass. So I don't see how
Well,
they're analogous. So to say that I am saying that your analogy isn't analogous, that's not a fallacy. That's something that I've demonstrated by saying that the properties of the analogy and the properties of the reality the analogy is tied to are different properties.
I got two questions. I haven't been in the chat for a bit. I've been out getting dog food. I don't know if I can bring up my questions or you guys in the middle of a talk.
okay, go ahead, ask.
So how does density and buoyancy explain gravity when
on which model?
Shit,
You
I
have to
don't know, bro.
specify. Are you
I
saying
don't know,
globe?
dude. I
Globe
just
density and buoyancy is just in the globe model. At least what the globists would say, this density and buoyancy are just another
It's not
aspect
a
of
flat
gravity.
earther, so obviously it's the globe model.
in the globe.
Then gravity.
Look, I only just
courtesy, Yamu. That was nice etiquette there, man. Just wanted to say thanks for that, and I've got to jump out, so I'll talk to you guys later. Enjoy.
T-Dub, be great.
Yeah.
See you later, T-Dub.
So I guess my question is on the globe model. No, flat Earth model. Density and
In the
buoyancy.
world, yeah.
Density and buoyancy in the geocentric flat Earth model is supposed to account for the lack of gravity.
So I'm guessing you are more interested to know how density and buoyancy function and work in the absence of gravity theory.
Yeah, because
Correct.
I brought this up with my friend, and he said density and buoyancy relate to gravity, but
I
in the
know,
flat Earth
I
model,
know.
Okay.
I know. In the official narrative given, which was given to all of us and vast majority of the flat earthers of us, we were globers before. 98% of us.
Yeah.
Except a few lucky ones which were born
homeschool or something.
Yeah. So now I'll give you the answer.
Okay.
In this density and buoyancy based on gravity theory, gravity causes heavier elements to fall, conglomerate to the ground, and lighter elements will be on the top. And we can see this also in the density tower, for example, with different density liquids. Yeah.
Okay.
How they are forming layers according to their density. Now, the problem is they apply this to gases also. They are showing us how sulfur hexafluoride can be poured inside an open tank, and you can have a tiny aluminum foil boat floating as if it were on a liquid. But with time, that gas will not stay there in the tank. It will vent out into the air. So it's just a very short period of time that this can be observed when you do this test. Now, the problem with this theory is that we have things which are 7 times lighter than the air.
Okay.
And they were supposed to float, rise up in the air, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like helium.
helium is one of them, but helium rises up in the air. Now there is aerogel is the lightest solid in the world discovered, and it doesn't rise in the air. When you hold it in your hand, in your palm, it will stay in your palm, and if you turn your palm, it will fall down to the ground.
Okay.
But it is 7 times lighter than the air. So,
why is that?
Well, the reason why it's falling is because the behavior of matter according to the state which is in. We have 4 states of matter known. solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
Okay.
And no matter what element we have in nature, whenever it's in a plasma state, all plasma is rising up in the air. So we could actually make a hot air balloon even with mercury gas, hot mercury gas, which is a heavy metal, so much heavier than the air. But if you add enough thermal energy to it, it will have the energy to lift you in the sky. So it's more of a relation based on the energy state in which an element is. And now when you increase in altitude from the ground, you, for every meter, there is, I don't know, 100 electron volts potential increase.
You're taking it too far now. You could have easily have
Yeah.
just said that density equals the
Well,
mass divided by its volume. So it's not a force.
yeah,
No one claims it to be a force.
yeah.
Okay. So
So
density.
the energy state is very important. Matter, elements of nature, will show a certain behavior according to the energy that they have.
Yep.
And they don't tend to keep that energy. Energy is being transferred from molecule to molecule, and solids, liquids, it flows through all of them. Everything that is matter will actually conduct better or worse energy. But there is no physical element which is a perfect energy insulator, like thermal insulator.
Mm.
Even aerogel, we can use it as a very good thermal shield, but it still has a coefficient of thermal conduction.
Okay.
So energy does flow through it.
Yeah. What about like those? Another question. What about those triangles? What are they called? Pyramid. Like the. Might have to Google it. Those. I'll just Google what are those metal Faraday cages. Faraday cages. The Faraday cages. One argument that globers bring up is that if you put something in a Faraday cage, or you have a Faraday cage, because the background, the like ether background or whatever, is supposed to be electrostatic, that when you block all that out with the Faraday cage, it should float, right? But it still has density. That's the counter argument. It's still like
You will never.
solid.
You will always have a gradient within a vacuum or a Faraday cage. You will still
Right.
have that natural. It's naturally part of the Earth. So even in a vacuum, you will not be able to get rid of a density gradient or a temperature gradient.
Yes, pressure gradient, that is the antecedent. Actually, the gas pressure is the antecedent of gas pressure gradient. So whenever you have a closed container or isolated container with gas pressure inside, there will also be gas pressure gradient between the top of the container and the bottom. So at the top.
Hey, thanks, Get. I didn't actually understand what that meant before, and I said I didn't know, so I really appreciate you explaining that. I'll look into it. I really appreciate it, Get. Thank you.
Welcome.
So like, the Faraday cage. So there's still a gradient, like it's still some electromagnetic field in it and outside of it, sort of.
The electric and magnetic field, is present in a Faraday cage.
Contained within it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you said an isolated.
They do isolate you from electromagnetic interference. So, electromagnetic waves or radio transmissions do not propagate through it.
Okay, thanks. Gotta go.
A simple example is like a microwave. You know, the mesh that's in front of the door, the space in between that door panel is just to essentially stop the microwaves.
So it holds those microwaves inside that chamber. Correct. Yeah.
But still, don't put your face in front of it. It's probably not a good idea.
Yes, because 90% of it is protected, kept inside those microwaves, but a small amount of them, they pass through.
Yeah, just get your Bluetooth headset and just walk past it. You'll find it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where his line of questioning came from. Maybe he thought that flat earthers thought that density was a force or something. Interesting line of questions, though.
Curious
it's normally an excuse.
Explain it, to have an explanation, because this is the only version that they were given. Gravity causes density and buoyancy, and if you take gravity away, then these things cannot be real. But still, when we go out, we see them, that they are happening. So I find their question quite pertinent.
Yeah, but come on, they've all been told and they're all aware that it's a pseudo force, it's an effect, and they should have enough about them to sort of follow that line of questioning and not ask silly questions. You know what I mean? I just find it a little bit playing dumb.
If anything, we see its effects, but we know its vectors down for everybody, but just, it's just down. Same like thermodynamically.
Yeah, but it's
higher rises. There's like some kind of law, and the polarity of up and down are like the fundamentals of nature, basically.
Right, but you know full well, Turquoise Dragon, that you don't have a force, you don't have an energy input, a push, or any mechanism to isolate and identify gravity. Gravity is an effect, basically, and we just describe the downward force, the downward vector, as gravity. You could call it other things.
Yeah.
You guys decide to call it gravity.
The cause is all speculation, kind of. They're even changing them theories by every 50 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's not Newtonian. No, it's on a scale you kind of measure it, basically. They're always up in the air about it.
I think the confusion is people think that gravity is a force, an actual thing, and attribute it to the cause of the downward bias. It's not until you dive into it a bit deeper you realize they still don't know the cause of the downward bias. They call it gravity, but it's just a label. We still don't know the cause.
Newton didn't really give a cause for it. It was just measuring the effect and how much of the affects it, and messing with different. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, sorry, Turquoise. I wasn't trying to talk over you, mate. I saw. Yeah, again, there's a bit of the lag and shit here. Sorry, mate.
I get it, bro.
No, I was just saying, which is why I'm actually really enjoying this conversation between you, Turquoise, and Roots, because I'm learning something here. So I'm really, really happy. To hear it. Sorry, that's all I was trying to say.
Well, you're down under, man. You're upside down. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm upside down too. Australia.
Newton didn't knew
in the future.
One thing Newton was not aware of, he didn't knew that the study of matter at low energy states changes behavior, and even this gravity, density, and buoyancy is being shown to be defiled. I mean, because once we achieve, for example, superfluid liquid helium in a container, the pressure inside this medium is constant. So no matter how deep you dive in it, the pressure is constant. If you had an ocean of it and you dive like 10 kilometers deep, the pressure will remain the same as at the top. And this is the only medium which is known as frictionless. So this fluid can actually flow in two opposite directions in the same time without experiencing any drag. So it's very contradictory to Newtonian laws of motion and the gravity theory, Newtonian or Einsteinian.
So yeah, superfluids are a mad one.
Both of them.
It's different states of things, and it's all about the medium that it's in. To be honest, that's where all this density and buoyancy thing come from. It's all relative in a way to its surroundings.
It also seems to be relative to the direction of travel as well, because there's some practical demonstrations. You put a bottle in free fall with a bubble in it, and the buoyancy and density forces become nullified. There is no buoyancy and density in respect to a bubble in a bottle in free fall. So you've got to ask yourself, this downward bias, we are really, really struggling to identify the push or the energy input. It's a downward bias. It's not a force. It's not a force, guys, and there's no one here who can say that it is, that the downward bias is a force. It's a relationship with the world that we're in.
What you said before about the pushing against a wall thing, it must be pushing back equally. It's almost like they say the forces of the Earth is pushing up equal to you. That's why you're stationary. Essentially, it's
What's
like...
up, you freaks?
Carry on.
Yeah, exactly. You can't identify whether there's a force being pushed down or whether the realm is being pushed up. We can't differentiate that. So you cannot claim we have a force. You cannot claim little g is the same thing as bending space-time or mass attracting mass. You can't do that without saying, okay, that's our belief, but we don't know. We can't prove it. You have to say that.
All Newton came up with was that once there's no movement, there's an equal force acting upon it, and that's all you need. Like a force. I'm going to say force, right? Because we can still call it that. There's equal and opposite force, and that's why there's no movement. But when there's movement, there's always a bias in the force until it reaches equilibrium.
Exactly. So buoyancy and density are nothing more than they just sort out the
Interesting, but have you considered the Earth is just round and you should give
they
up
just sort
on
out
trying to fix that?
Yeah, the Earth is just round, guys. It's not
buoyancy and density just sort out the layer that we have equilibrium. As soon as you're out of your where you should be in density, you will literally be sitting in potential energy, ready to drop. Yeah, potential energy down, not something is pulling you down. You are in a potential energy state by being out of equilibrium. Does that make sense? So it's the force is coming from being out of equilibrium.
Another aspect of that would be like the equator, quite literally, and the sun and the celestials, kind of the ecliptic, anyways, based upon the equator of the Earth, right? So sun and moon and everything oscillate between the tropics and the equator, and back and forth and back and forth.
Well, I think that's actually due to a force, but I speculate slightly different.
I was trying to broaden the subject, but yeah, it's equivalent. So it reaches equilibrium, right, at the equator.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we don't know what's in the center. We don't know where, if there is the energy source of the realm in the center, and that's obviously going to impact it. So we probably do have forces, maybe electrostatic, maybe electromagnetic forces, but that has nothing to do with what we were talking about, although it could have something to do with the reasoning why we have a downward bias, i.e. you've all heard Witzig's explanation that the ground is a negative charge and there's there's a potential energy that rises as you go through the gradient. So you've got the perfect system here. If electrostatics is the cause, there's a very good explanation for that. The realm is one big electrostatic system, but that's just speculation.
Just for anyone that is listening in here, for those of you who know who AJ is, he's looking in periodically, but he's out having a bit of fun tonight, but he's really enjoying the conversation. So since it got more peaceful and people stopped talking over each other, so I just wanted to add that one in. I know I'm the new guy. I'm not trying to overstep, but yeah, he's enjoying it, and I am too, for what it's worth.
Time to look after them alpacas for me. They were great last night.
AJ's always out and about, man. He's a busy guy, isn't he?
I was so jealous of that sun, man. It looked like he was on the sun, to be honest.
Big shout out to AJ out in the outback, traveling.
No, he's a good guy. I know him in real life, unlike a lot of you guys. I think probably all of you guys, and he's even fucking better in real life. But anyway, yeah, I was just saying I'm learning a lot, and thank you guys for getting it back to respectful. And I'm learning a lot, so thank you.
No, Skinny Vet, mate.
Really
glad. I just wanted to say, Skinny Vet, really glad to have you, mate. Obviously, but you feels like you've been around for ages, mate, and you're doing a good job of keeping everybody, respectful and stuff. So keep it up, mate.
I'm going to say I'm turning a new leaf, almost, and my job here is to keep the peace and keep progress. So it's my piece said now.
Come off it, Turquoise.
No, mate, sorry, Rude. So I was just saying, sorry, man. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I thought Turquoise was finished speaking. I didn't realize you were speaking. Sorry, man. I was just saying, yeah, I appreciate what you said, man. But no, I haven't been around for very long. I don't know the ins and outs of the science and mathematics and stuff like that yet. I am learning. Maybe with the keeping the peace thing, might come from when I was in the army, but I don't know. I don't know. But it's really nice to be here. You're a bunch of awesome people, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm learning a lot.
Mate, really glad to have you, mate. And this place can get a little bit, what's the word, out in the weeds. Like some of these conversations are very semantical. It doesn't need to be this complex. At the end of the day, there's three claims: curvature, motion, and space. These are the only three things that need to be addressed. We don't need to talk about angles all day. We don't need to talk about diverging zenith angles on a bloody chart. We just need to keep it to what we can experience in reality. So you got to watch it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. That's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over. Oh, fuck! I keep talking over people. I'm not trying to do that. I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Yeah.
Just a question.
Tell you what,
Skinny, what's your internet connection? I'm just curious. What are you getting down there?
Mate, it's pretty shit. So you know how you have that upside down triangle with the curved, the curve on the top. It's at half now. So when I think people are done speaking, or when people start speaking, and I think there's no one speaking, by the time I actually when I press the button and everything like that. So yeah, that's actually the issue because. Mate, I would not dream of speaking over here, over people that have been here longer than me on the flat Earth side, especially. But yeah, it seems to happen. So yeah, I do apologize for that. It's not deliberate. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm ex-army, so I respect rank. So yeah.
You are good,
Appreciate that,
brother.
man.
You are absolutely good, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you around, mate. Because there's so many people messing around, not taking it serious. So yeah, brilliant to have you on board, mate. Really happy. Go ahead, Turquoise. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It was just a general question. Nothing to do with what's going on there with you lag and whatever. Just a curious question of Australia. What internet are you getting that?
Short version is shit, mate. No.
Right. Yeah, I'm kind of get that.
So Turquoise, quick question for Turquoise. Where's your GF6 badge gone, mate? What was all
I
that? Was
don't
that
answer
just
questions, mate. I don't answer questions. I don't make any claims.
I'm glad it's gone though, mate. You're better than that in my eyes.
A new leaf, and I can, if I'm needed, I can help steel man both sides, But for now, I'm keeping the peace and here to learn,
You're good, mate. Just wanted to know.
So for the Globers, whether you like it or not, this world is made using a liquid called water of life, and that is not the waters we have in our oceans and rivers.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm just
I
going to
heard that
mute John. He's sleeping.
I
I think.
heard that before, and I was going to question it, but good night, John.
I get big. It's really nice to talk to you, buddy. What accent is that? I'm normally good at picking accents. What accent is that?
Well, the accent, I don't know what accent I have, but I'm Romanian.
No wonder I love you, man. No wonder I like you, man. I've got Eastern European in my blood too, and I was in the army with a lot of them. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Bless you, brother.
Yeah, bless you too, man.
Australia is a very nice land, so different than ours. And you guys do have.
It can be all right. Sorry, I was just going to say it can be all right, but again, I wasn't trying to cut in, man. Shit, internet. Yeah, it can be all right, but there's a lot of fucking idiots here too, which completely ruin everything. So there is that.
Well, this is the world. Everybody can agree that this world is not good. It's bad. Therefore, people's minds and it will be broken by the evil that's in the world. Evil practices, evil beliefs, doctrines, indoctrination, techniques, methods, which the teachers of primary school or college or university, they are learning these indoctrination techniques. So they apply them when they practice their teacher job. Therefore, people will actually learn to blindly believe. People will learn to be fanatics, to believe without questioning.
100% agreed, mate. 100% agreed. I'll also add, I find it very interesting, the intellectual arrogance in the age that we live in, and even the last couple of centuries. And it's like these medieval peasants, peasants were stupid, whatever. If in medieval times these peasants were subjected to what we've been subjected to, some really bad shit would have happened, and the people doing it to them would have got burnt out. We've lost our nuts, and we've lost our ability to actually think for ourselves. But yeah, to your point, I guess I'm saying in a different way. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
I agree as well. I think that if it wasn't for DoorDash, PlayStations, just the general internet, I think flat Earth would have blown up by now. But I actually think it's general laziness. People cannot be asked to go and tackle subjects and dive into important stuff. So yeah, I think this is a very important point. Half of it's cognitive dissonance, and half of it's just plain laziness.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you see, they live as if the government was their mother, their caring mother. So when the government takes care of your lifestyle, yeah, secures your job, gives you a good pay, you afford everything to go to the supermarket, to live a certain life without worries and comfortable, then yeah, any speech against the government will be not easily accepted into this individual's mind because it threatens his own comfort. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. 100%. At the same time, to your point, it would help a hell of a lot. And I 100% agree with what you're saying, but it would help a hell of a lot if people would just, we all here, every single one of us here, we escaped our indoctrination. If we can do it, supposedly anyone can do it, but we're not really seeing that, are we? Most people are still in the matrix. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't see it because it's about the numbers and the predictions that have already been made. Actually, prophecy, because God speaking to us the future, that's a prophecy, and it said the world is divided in 3/3. 1/3 is of the heaven and 2/3 of the evil system of this world. So of course they have the bigger numbers because human mind is very easy to deceive and
Yes.
conquer.
Yes. Yeah, people always blame the government. In reality, people always blame the government, but in reality, it's it's most people being fucking brainless dipshits. To be perfectly honest, in my view, like I'm I'm an ex grunt turned rent a cop turned farmhand turned recycling supervisor. If I can figure this shit out, anyone can really. But I agree with Roots, and I agree with you. Like most people are just too stupid, too lazy, and too comfortable. Yeah.
Me when I think of these things because from a godly perspective, I see it something like this. Life is breath, the breath of God. Every living human being is a breath of God Himself. And when we lie to someone, that lie is killing that person quicker or slower, you know. But it's definitely gonna harm him, his life. And that's like taking God's breath away. And this is why God cannot, I mean, when someone comes to me and strangles my neck, yeah, so I can't breathe to kill me, I could never forget that face of that man. Never. Anyone who will try, you know.
Been there. I've been there.
Yeah.
Physically, I've been there.
Yeah, me too.
I grew
Me
up in the
too.
school of hard
Yes.
knocks, mate.
Yeah. It happens to vast majority of us. Yeah. At some point in life.
Yeah, but the good news, Get Bigger, is this is nothing new, and this is always an end cycle collapse thing. So I think that personally, this is my own belief. This is speculation, I guess. So I can't prove this, but I think with the collapse that's coming throughout the Western world and a lot of the world, actually, and actually, it's really, really close to the end. People are going to be forced to wake up, including with this subject that this server is actually about. And I can't wait.
Yeah. Back in the days, we were having many people, ordinary people coming from everyday life. They heard for the first time of this new paradigm, new kind of view of the world. They actually agreed with us that, guys, I didn't know you're so much into science, into real science, and not tooth fairies and things that we can never achieve. And it felt like we were actually saving their mind, their soul. We broke through that hard shell of doctrine in their mind, And it felt like those people were set free now, And yeah, for
Yep.
me, this is a rewarding thing. It's like, hey, I helped God breathe normally, by saving
Yeah.
someone.
Yep. Definitely. I'm hearing what you're saying, and look, AJ will back me up on this when he's finished going out and playing darts and stuff like that. But for what it's worth, you guys, I don't like. I'm ex-infantry. I do not like human beings at all. I don't have a very high opinion of humanity whatsoever. But I have not met an FE person in here that I don't like yet, and here on the other server, and you guys are fucking awesome. So take that for what it's worth. I don't like human beings, but I haven't met anyone that I don't like in here. So take that for what it's worth from this fucked in the head veteran.
Yes,
So yeah, take that for
cool.
what it's worth.
I thank God for your kind words.
I'm not trying to be kind, mate. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was AJ that got me onto to flat Earth. It was suggested to me a hell of a lot earlier, but yeah, he got me onto it, and yeah, in here, like I get truth, and in the other server, I get truth, and I get a bunch of really, really awesome people that deal in truth, and I'm all about that, man. I'm all about history, true history, not actual fake history. I'm into true history, true philosophy, true economics, etc. And now I'm learning true science and true maths. So I'm a very happy man. Not trying to make this about me, but I'm just saying what you guys have actually provided for me with this. I am really, really honored, and I thank all of you, every single one of you.
Also for your presence here and all the good words you say about us. It's all thanks to God who created this world, and He created a perfect world.
Yes, he created the perfect world, and I came back to Christ in 2018. AJ had a lot to do with that, and that's where I became a flat earther. And yeah, so God bless you, and God bless everyone in here.
Hey, while it's a bit quiet, mate. Oh, go ahead, Beget. I was going to say after Get Beget, tell us a bit about what convinced you, and maybe some of the challenges you had with mental gymnastics with the globe. It's always good to hear those stories.
Well, it was around 2012, 2013. But I've seen the flat earth movement in early 2010, something like that, popping up videos on YouTube, and I was already into many so-called conspiracy theories because I was an ex-hacker, so I used to be aware with any information that was new on the internet. So videos about flat Earth. I thought into my mind, oh no, this can't be real. I mean, this is crazy. This must be this kind of people that believe in UFOs, aliens, and stuff.
Yeah. So so what would happen there? I think is that this with FE, this is not your first sacred cow to be slaughtered. What I mean by that is a very closely held belief that you were indoctrinated into. This is not the one. This is not the first one that has been slaughtered for you. Yeah.
So, for example, in 2001, 9/11, in that same day at night, so I saw on TV the event going on, and at night I was in a internet cafe with friends and joined in a chat room where Microsoft teachers and engineers were actually giving these online classes, courses. I had a friend who was studying, and those guys were telling us and show us how actually Microsoft knew about this event that's going to happen. And I even saw the flight number being, I mean, the Microsoft teacher actually showed me the flight number of the airplane when you uh, convert it into windings. It was showing an airplane, two A4 pages like documents, but the image of depicting those documents, they look exactly like two buildings, and then a skull and bone head and stuff like that. So, and the six-pointed star. So, yeah, I mean, wow, this is too much of a coincidence. It cannot be a coincidence. So, Oh yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm hearing you with that, and I'm not sure if Heretic or Alpha or any of them were here. They'd like this line that we got into, but I'm hearing you, man, and I was awakened from the same event that you were. I woke up to it early in the morning. I'm not going to say anything on it because, again, I keep bringing up shit that's going to get the trolls are going to get this server banned. But yeah, my first sacred cow was that one. Like you.
So I saw conspiracy theories which they were not actually conspiracy theories because there was so much evidence against that. And then I saw conspiracy theories which were actually being pushed by the military complex, by CIA. And
yes,
like these religions with UFO, alien and stuff. This is the CIA religion being pushed onto us.
Yes.
And mainstream media also, they want us to believe aliens and stuff. So I was clearly making distinction between reality and tooth fairy in those times. But when I saw flat Earth,
Yeah. No, definitely, and I'm hearing you with that one. And look, yeah, I'm hearing you. I need some new conspiracy theories because I'm fucking running out of them, to be perfectly honest. Because within 6 months they all come true. You know, like
yeah. So when I heard flat Earth, it was the term was so profound, loud in my mind. You know, like it made a huge bang. You know, and I said, "Oh no way! This must be something pushed by the military complex." But when I watched Eric Dubé's 200 proofs for flat Earth, I I started like questioning. Hey, this guy is showing something interesting. There are things which I know they are true because that's how I experienced them. He's spot on, you know. But then I tried to join YouTube live streams where flat earthers were, and in those chats they were discussing, arguing, and stuff. It was very hard to get to an understanding there to gain information, but I tried and I saw a few of them arguing over right angle triangles, you know, like projected on a sphere, or when you walk on a sphere in a straight line, then you take a 90-degree turn and then another 90-degree turn. You reach into the same point spot you left, and that will make a triangle with 390 degrees angles, you know, which is like geometrically impossible. And I was telling them, guys, you don't understand geometry on a sphere. You cannot have right angle triangles. And I thought that they are claiming that this is real, and if it was a globe, then this should happen, you know. But in reality, it cannot happen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. Like
Yeah.
I remember, you know, for me, already the sacred cows were slaughtered. I'm hearing you. To back up your point, what you're saying. Yeah, for me, so it was 2015. You know, already what we've already talked about before with a single digit number and a double digit number. So that was debunked for me. And then one of my best mates, who was an atheist at the time, he's not an atheist anymore. I've never been atheist anyway, but anyway, so he brought up the moon landings, and he brought up, dude, I think the Earth is flat. And I actually spent an hour and a half telling him what a fucking idiot he was. Fucking this shit's already been proven. What the fuck are you talking about? One of my best friends, mind
It
you,
was
one of my best
outrageous.
friends.
Yeah.
I went into a drunken diatribe for like an hour and a half, telling him what an absolute fucking piece of shit and what a fucking idiot he was. And then thanks to AJ and his wife and a couple of other people, I returned to Christ in 2018. I read Genesis again for the first time in years, and it's very clear what the Earth is. And I'm like, right, that's what it was for me. But then I did nothing with it until recently when Adrian said, "Hey, I'm on these Discord servers, and you can learn some shit." And he'd already started teaching me some shit about this, and so I'm just like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?" I'm not working anyway at the moment, so yeah, I'll get on them, and I've learned a lot, and I'm very grateful and very thankful. But that was my journey, was 2015 at the start. But and I apologized obviously to. He's still one of my best mates. I apologized to him after and said, "Yeah, I was wrong to do that to you." Um, screaming at you, calling you a fucking idiot, all that kind of shit. But yeah, AJ got me onto
Hey,
this, and I'm very thankful.
I tell you what, it's very nice when a friend of yours gets so upset on you on a new idea that you tell him, you present to him, and with time he starts swearing you, making you in all sorts. But then with time he discovers that you were right, you told him truth, and then he comes back to you and he apologizes, and that's a
No,
great feeling.
sorry,
I mean, it's
sorry,
worth it.
sorry to cut. Sorry to cut you off, mate. I was saying, I was on the opposite side. This guy
Yeah,
presented to me flat Earth, and
yeah.
I spent an hour and a half abusing him, and then telling him he's a fucking idiot. And then I had to eat humble pie, in 2018, and I'm like, you know what? You were right. Uh,
But I'm
yeah.
pretty sure
So
he was very
I was
happy to hear you apologizing.
Yeah, probably. He's gone back on the fence now. He's not completely on our side, but he's not global either. He's on the fence. But so it's now me trying to tell him, dude, you were right. Fucking come back to our side, yeah.
Well, some of them they have to stay away because of their jobs, or circles of people they um, spin with, and
Well, the one for him, I was speaking to him last week about this. The one for him, he flies from Australia to South America very regularly. So, and that's a common one brought up by the Globers, which I'm slowly learning how to argue that one. And if you can run me through that again, that'd be fucking awesome, man. But yeah, that's the one thing that is kind of fuck. It might be a globe, it might be flat. I don't know. So that's the one that's got him on the fence, which is the flight from Sydney to Santiago.
I see. Yeah, well, when you go into an airplane, no real means that you can tell the speed which the airplane is flying with. And that route from Sydney to Santiago is a very new route, and it wasn't possible before because the range flight of airplanes back in the days, that was a very dangerous route because it is very long, and in case of an emergency, anything, there's nowhere you can land, and you have to take a large detour. And when you put these numbers, you will see that, hey, according to how much fuel an airplane can carry, it cannot reach, in case of an emergency, to the closest airport, because the distance, like if it happens in the middle of the way, yeah, so you have to travel pretty much the same distance to reach the first airport, or even further. So
Yeah, gotcha.
this is why,
Yeah, gotcha.
yeah. But now with newer engine technology developments, improved efficiency of the jet engines, yeah, these kind of flights become safer. And companies now, they start flying on this route, but because it takes a certain amount of time. Well, on those new routes, these airplanes, they can fly at much faster speeds. And the faster speed, actually with jet engines, they are more efficient.
Well, not just that as well. Like the size of the planes means that there's much bigger wings, and that's where the fuel is stored, is in the wings. Any aeroplane, so you got more fuel to play with. That much I know from my military experience.
It's regular commercial airplanes, they fly between 450 to 657, 800 kilometers an hour. Here in Europe, over USA, over Australia. And these are speeds which pilots have a reaction time, decision. They have to communicate with the ground, yeah, to give them the new course, flight, everything. And flying at low speeds gives them this time to actually organize all these takeoffs, landings. Sometimes airplanes, they must fly around the airport until they get the permission to land. Because
Yeah, you're right. You know, I actually have a story with that. So when I came back from East Timor,
yeah,
which that was an island that used to be owned by Indonesia, all of the island, but East Timor is now an independent country. It's below Papua New Guinea. It's part of the Indonesian archipelago. Anyway, we had bad floods around Townsville at that time, where we were flying back to. We circled that airport 3 times, and the pilot actually came over. It's full of soldiers. We're all flying back from Timor. Our families are waiting for us. We all want to land. You can see how much flooding and shit's on the ground, and they're like, the weather's too bad to land. We might have to fly up to Cairns. And then after the third circling of Townsville Airport, the pilot informs us that unless they give clearance to land, there is absolutely no way that they're going to be able to land this 747 anywhere, and we're going to have to ditch into the sea. So we all, being the soldiers that we are, and we've been away for 9.5 months from our families and everything like that. We're up there, like there's guys banging on the door to the cockpit
make
going, you're gonna fucking land this fucking plane. You're gonna fucking land it here. Fucking come on, mate. Rah, rah. They ended up landing it. It was a bit of a rough landing. It aeroplaned on some of the water on the runway, but we landed safely. But yeah, point being, to back up your point, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I think a lot of information must be verified in regards to these new routes, flight routes, especially these very long. Those are routes which are not so often circulated. So planes, pilots can fly with higher speeds because there is less traffic.
Yes, and bigger fuel capacity. Bigger fuel capacity with bigger wings and bigger planes. Yeah.
Yeah. And on land, when you fly on land, there's always a chance to hit birds. And it's one thing to hit a bird with 500 kilometers an hour or at 1000. It's a huge difference.
Yes. Yes, 100% with that, for sure.
Yeah, so if they manage to get this kind of data, for example, the data from the black box of an airplane which flies from Sydney to Santiago, and verify, because that's where you will see the speed recorded which the airplane is flying. And then you will know also the real distance.
Yeah, well, Timbo, who's here in the chat, his wife has done that flight a couple of times as well, and my mate has done that flight a couple of times, and he's like, so he's just like, I'm on the fence because the distances are known on the globe, but they're not known on a flat Earth map, and it's like, well, there's really no flat Earth model, and there's really no globe model either. You just know the flight times, you know where you start from, you know where you're going, and you can navigate to there, but it doesn't support either. But yeah, I'm hoping to get him on here, mate. I'm working on getting him on here. He recently had a health scare that was pretty bad, but I think he's going to really enjoy it on these servers. And the guy that originally introduced me to Flat Earth, I think, is going to come back because he's a very open-minded guy, and he's really cool as well. And yeah, I think it's going to be good.
I might know him.
Well, AJ knows him. So I got him a job when I was working for AJ. I got him a job, but he didn't do so well in security. But no, he's a fucking absolute top bloke, and my family love him. I fucking love him. He's my brother, and but yeah, he's got a very open mind. He will listen to anything, even no matter how much he disagrees with it. He will listen to it. So, but he's not in disagreement. He's just on the fence. That's all.
For me, the things which strengthen my it's not belief, adhesion to flat Earth.
Yes, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. You're right. It's not a belief. Belief is, belief is you don't have anything to back up what you're saying.
Yeah. So it helped. It helped me understanding and finding new things, and even confirm this biblical creation and even the inner workings of nature. About 4 or 5 years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, we had a quantum physicist visiting 24/7, and that guy was fresh from the school. He was PhD in quantum mechanics, an expert, fresh expert. So he knew by the book the science. And talking to many, listening to him talking with many flat earthers, I heard him many times, like whenever a flat earther were right, talking about refraction, about geometry, about, these are basic things of knowledge for him. And he always said, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to contradict you. I'm not going to say refraction is this other thing or that, So, and he was honest and said, yeah, I thought these people, the flat earthers, are cuckoo, but when I come here, I find you guys like, expert stuff, and like, you really know what science is. When he said he's having a lot of issues with people when he starts discussing about science, because they don't know what science is, so he
Yes.
cannot have a conversation, the scientific conversation. And yeah, so I asked him because I had curiosities about this liquid helium, superfluid liquid helium, low states of energy in nature, the behavior of matter.
Yeah, the sphere side, this sphere tard, space monkey fucking ball-tard bullshit, as QE calls it, and yeah, no, I'm hearing you, man. I am definitely hearing you, and yeah, this is the issue as well, like the indoctrination, but also these people like they come in here. Scott's a great example. Look, one thing I respect about Matthew Lyons, at least, he tells you straight up, is when you ask him, is that an assumption or is that proven? And he'll say straight up, that's an assumption. And I feel bad because the first week that I was on these servers, he brought up, or someone else brought up, Coriolis effect regarding sniping, sniper shots, long range shots, and I got into him, like I fucking absolutely fucking got into him so hard. Fucking calling him
Well,
everything
you
under the
got
sun.
into, because I really understand you. If you come from the military side, yeah, you deal with these things directly.
Yeah, but I mean, I did apologise to him a bit later because Timbo brought him on. What we're talking about with the Sydney to Santiago flight. So Matthew popped up in the other server, and then Timbo said, "All right, we got Matthew here." So ask Matthew what you asked us, because I was being a newbie. I'm asking for clarification about that, why they used that and how to argue against it. Anyway, so fucking Matthew jumped on, and in the end, he just said, "Yeah, it's assumption. It's assumption." And it's just like, oh shit, I'm sorry I got into you, Matthew. You're actually really honest. Unlike this Scott Mackey guy, he's actually really honest. So I got respect for that guy.
Yeah, well, Matthew, this is, for him, it's a job, to teach. He's getting paid for.
How isn't he on our side? That's what I don't get. I get why Scott Mackey is not on our side. I don't get why Matthew Lone isn't. I don't get that.
He's a uni lecturer, mate. He's his whole career, everything. He's a mainstream person.
Yeah. So
he's got a lot to lose.
Exactly.
But I do
Solid
agree
point.
with you. He's one of the more tolerable anti-flat earthers because he's actually honest, and I can respect honesty. So yeah, I agree with everything you said there.
Oh yeah, I really appreciate that, mate. That's why I actually got up Scott earlier, because that motherfucker was disingenuous the whole time during that conversation on the chat earlier. He fucking knew, the supposed volume of gas on the Earth, and he was saying, "Oh, there's no volume, so therefore, blah blah blah." And that's where I just go, "I'm not talking to you anymore, man. Fuck you." So I'm sorry if it made us look bad. I really am, but I have no tolerance whatsoever for liars. I have tolerance all day for people who believe what they're saying, even if they are lies. But people that actually actively lie, I have no fucking tolerance for whatsoever.
Yes, a person can lie because he believes something to be true, and then he will propagate that belief, his personal belief. And that's not a bad liar, because he's doing it unaware. But a person which is intentionally lying, yeah, those I hate.
Yeah, it tends to come with ego. I've noticed those with a lot of ego tend not to question themselves. And I get it. With confidence comes self-assurity. So it's like a double-edged sword, confidence, isn't it? And if you're wrong, good luck figuring that shit out with your high confidence.
Yeah, but that's the thing, buddy. None of us here. Sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry. Fuck. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying. But none of us here lie. We don't lie, and that's what really pissed me off earlier with Scott.
Well, I have to go get ready for work. It was nice talking to you guys. Be great until next time. Catch you later. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah, see you later, mate.
Thank you. God bless, mate, and thank you so much. You have a great day at work, eh?
You too, brother. Bless you. Bye bye.
Yeah, no, Roots. Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't like fucking liars, mate. Fucking don't piss in my pocket and tell me it's raining. Everyone was telling me this Scott Mackey guy's a fucking piece of shit, and I gave him the time of day, and he lied to me for nearly an hour straight, and I don't. Yeah, for me, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, unfortunately, mate, there's more than just Scott out here doing that interlocutor crap, where they play semantics and they're not really here for truth. And I think that's why I like, because he's actually like a fan of knowledge and a fan of learning. So it's like, at least admit, like Matthew does, that here the Globers are learning. We are helping them learn. We are helping them push things to the next level. And Scott's the kind of guy to not give us that credit, where Matthew's the kind of guy to give us that credit and say, I love flat earthers, and I think they really push the boundaries, and these are some intelligent people, where someone like Scott will just turn around and say they're all fucking idiots, although he learnt most of what he knows from us. How ironic, eh?
Yeah, it's ironic. Obviously, I wouldn't even have a problem if it was just he thought we were all idiots and all that kind of shit, and he's coming in here to actually argue. But I think you missed a chat earlier today, which is perfectly fine. But he was trying to prove gas without a container with basically a saucepan with an upturned test tube with liquid mercury, proving gas without a container. And then he in the voice chat he was saying to me, "Oh, you don't know. You need to know the volume to know the gas pressure. Blah 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 blah. So there's no gas pressure. I win, you lose. Fuck you." And then it turns out he knew the fucking gas pressure all along. Throughout the Earth on the globe model, as they call it.
He knows that.
And that's where I
He's
just
always
went,
known
go
that.
fuck.
Yeah. He's had this conversation a million times, so you're completely right. He knew full well the PSI of the atmosphere, but for him, he takes a personal victory over you. It's like a personal thing for him, his personal victories, whereas not really. He's taken his eye off the ball here, and he's not really getting any victories for the globe. And I think this is like a regular thing with a lot of anti-flat earthers. They get so into the personal vendetta that they forget they're not actually helping the globe anymore. Do you know what I mean? They're just playing semantics.
Yep.
which isn't a
No,
win
I
for
know
the
what you
globe.
mean. I know what you mean, and like I have owned him 3 days in a row. I have owned him in argument, even though I don't know a lot about this shit. And but yeah, I draw the line at fucking lying, mate. Like if they believe what they're saying, fine. But to actually obfuscate and lie, that's the line for me. Just to win an argument, that's the fucking line. Yeah, he can go get fucked. I'm not wasting any more time on him at all.
Yeah. A lot of people spend too much time on Discord and forget the purpose of why they're here.
Yeah, I got you, mate. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to mute for a little bit, but I will be back shortly. But it's really nice to meet you, man. It's nice to meet all of you. You guys are fucking awesome. It's really nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You too, buddy. See you in a bit. Did we have anyone who wanted to jump in, or any globers wanted to ask any questions? All right, so we don't get dead here. Let's see if I can provoke a glober. So, my problem personally with the globe is that they've never proven a radius. And the radius is the basis of all of their model. So, with never been able to prove the radius, that means that the whole model is based on an assumption. And that's my biggest gripe with the globe, that they have no way to actually confirm and prove the size of the Earth. And I think that's massive. And I think it's the same with curvature. If you want to know why flat earthers are flat earthers, it's because you have no curvature. You have no way to prove drop over distance. When you use your instruments, they're all done over a flat plane. And this has to be established. A flat plane needs to be established in any type of surveying, any type of measurement. It's always a flat plane. So this is my problem with the globe. We've never proven the radius. We've never proven curvature, and all measurement on the Earth is flat. I mean, these are powerful points here. I don't understand why a glober denies them. So another interesting one. The reason why I don't like globe, there is absolutely no way to experience motion, and I'm talking on or off the globe. So they say that the globe, everything is relative, so you cannot feel motion. Fair enough. But what about when we leave the Earth? What about when we're taking photos of the Earth and videos of the Earth? Why are we not seeing the spin? There is no way to detect motion on or off the Earth. So to assume To have no radius and to also assume them be able to detect it. We're talking about a conspiracy here. And when the black swan came out, the black swan was a verification that the horizon is not a physical location. I mean, this was the end of the globe at 2015, that the horizon is not a physical location and that there are multiple, none of them are geometrical. Another reason why I don't like the globe is we have no real pictures. You know, we have a lot of photoshopped images. We see photoshopped boxes behind the blue marble. We see the sizes of continents inconsistent. I mean, it's supposed to be an oblate spheroid, and every picture I've seen is a perfect sphere. We don't have any pictures of the Earth. Hi, John. Well, I'll just continue until I provoke a glober. So if you Google bubbles in space, you're going to come across some interesting video of what looks like bubbles floating out of the side of hatches, out of some of the spacesuits. What looks like rising air bubbles coming out of either the equipment or the spacesuit. So you've got to ask yourself, how can you have bubbles in space in the vacuum of space? Never been addressed.
So you didn't say there were bubbles. You said it looked like bubbles.
Oh, yeah. Lots of footage of what looks like bubbles in space coming out of, you know, the suit or the hatches. How can that be explained? What are they if they're not bubbles?
Yeah, what you think are bubbles.
Well, what else would they be in space?
Artifact of the lens of the camera. That's one of the many explanations. Like glare or reflection.
Maybe, okay, let's put it down to every single one of them is glare, but what about those, you know, we've got a footage, we've got a launch with something that looks like a running around on the deck of the space rocket. You know, there is definitely faked footage of some of these launches.
Yeah, that's another looks like. So it could be something that's just not secured properly that moves around, or it could again just be a weird, like a weird video artifact. So this is a problem with all of these examples. Is every single one you've said so far has been it looks like, which is just opinion based. So
oh yeah, yeah. This is definitely my monologue.
It says we can't go to space or couldn't go to the moon. That is logic based.
Yeah, this is, like I said, dogs, this is just my monologue to try and provoke a glober. These are the reasons why I don't like space. So I've given you no radius, no proof of the radius or curvature. Yeah, I've given you no experience of motion on or off the Earth. Yeah, and now I've given you no pictures of Earth, and now I've given you bubbles in space. So this is my little personal list. why I don't like the globe model. You can address any of them, but I mean, I can keep going and give you some more if I like. I've got a very long list of why and why I think it's ridiculous to believe in it.
For my parts, dogs are gods. It's really nice to talk to you and meet you. I'm still meeting everyone here, and I thought you might have been on the other side for a while. So it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Dogs is
Nice to meet you too, buddy. Actually,
Dogs is a
I think
glober.
you use the word proof. Use the word proof. When you say no proof of radius, you mean no measurement of radius?
Yeah, the radius has never been confirmed since so-called Eratosthenes.
Still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It has been confirmed. People have replicated Eratosthenes' experiments, and there's been other ways of confirming.
Yeah, but the Eratosthenes observation, so-called observation, will also work on a flat plane. We can work out the sphericity of a table with a lamp if we wanted to. There's no way to prove curvature, my friend.
So Eratosthenes only works for 2 points. If you replicate that experiment enough times in enough places, then it no longer works for a flat Earth, no matter what height you put the sun at. So to say that Eratosthenes didn't measure the radius of the Earth, which he calculated pretty well, but that it can't be used, a similar experiment can't be used to prove the radius of the Earth, it doesn't hold water. It's not true. It can be used and it has been used.
No, we have absolutely no way to verify these numbers. You know, we make an assumption based on the light, but we have had no way to verify. And actually, it does work on a flat Earth, mate. So, you know, it's kind of one of them relative arguments. It works with the sun local. It works with the sun at the perfect distance it's been given, and you won't be able to know the difference. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
No, so only the Eratosthenes experiment, the historical one, does that. If you replicate it with enough places in enough different locations, then it does not work on a flat Earth. The geometry doesn't work.
Yeah, so you say, but at the end of the day, it's the Eratosthenes experiment that has been used, and that experiment can be replicated and works on a flat Earth. Hasn't been updated. There's any anti-flat earthers claiming that it doesn't work on a flat Earth when physically it does, Eratosthenes. So yeah, I just think that is not enough to verify the radius when the radius has been debunked by the black swan. So this is, you know, see this the circular thing that you've got going on there.
Eratosthenes has been updated, has been replicated multiple times with different locations, some of which will remove the problem Eratosthenes has of having to just guess where the sun was and guess it was very far away with parallel rays. Not only that, but we have measured the parallel rays and we have ways of knowing where the sun is, how far away it is, because of the constant of light. So everything that you say is like a circular argument or like is a problem with this Eratosthenes thing and that it could work on the flat Earth is making the assumption that the sun is close when we know and we have confirmed it's far away, making the assumption that it's only ever that one historical observation when it's been used, that same type of observation has been used again and again and again at different points. Like MC Tuna, I think, did it on camera. Like you can see video of him replicating it. I can find school resources telling kids how to do it in like New Zealand or in Sydney, Australia. Like it. Saying that because Eratosthenes can work on a flat Earth doesn't mean that the principle or everything else around it can work on a flat Earth. Or that it's been confirmed to be a local sun.
How do you know it's far away?
Radar measurement is one way, and then there's parallax measurements are another way, and then we've just sent a probe a really long way to get to at least the very boundary of the sun's sort of like atmosphere.
How did the ancient Greeks know it was far away?
They don't need to. So Eratosthenes assumed that it was far away, but
Right.
we've confirmed that it is far away. So we've confirmed the prediction he made that the sun is far away.
Also, why are you assuming parallel rays what we experience, my friend?
Because parallel rays is what we have experienced, what we measure.
No, that's not what we experience. We definitely don't experience parallel rays. We experience corpuscular rays, just like local light sources.
That's your claim, but it's not true, just like your claim that the sun is local can't be true. So I'm sorry, but we've measured these things.
No, it actually is
you
true. You don't experience parallel rays. You don't experience parallel rays. Sorry, they diverge, and so Eratosthenes is a bunch of fucking bullshit, and it was not taught in school until the early 1980s. If it was true for 2,000 years, why wait so long?
What do you mean? We've been doing Eratosthenes experiments for a very long time.
Really? Is there any contemporaneous documentation that can prove that?
Yeah, MC Toon has a collection of lots of sun angle measurements, and that's all Eratosthenes did was sun angle measurements, from people from all the way from like Israel to where he is somewhere in the Midwest to people in Australia have also done it. And I can find like school resources of different kids around Australia and New Zealand all doing Eratosthenes experiments. Like, yeah, it's all out there. You can find videos of people doing sun angle measurements.
Yeah, no problem. So why does this prove a globe? Because you can do it on a flat plane, and you can put a light directly above. You can wait till midday, for example, and you can go out to the Wimmera, or you can go out to the Nullarbor, and you can do the exact same experiment on a flat surface, on a flat Earth, and get the exact same results. If the sun's directly above, you get no shadow, and if you put another stick 500 miles away, there's going to be a shadow coming from the stick. How does that prove it? How does that prove it growth?
Because it's not just about the shadow coming off the stick. It's about the angle and the size of the shadow coming off the stick. So if you have a stick and then you have someone that's like, I don't know, 4 hours away from that stick where it's midday where the sun is directly above the stick, that 4 hours away, you'll be able to see not only like the straight line angle from the sun, so like what the sun, if it was small and local, would cause the shadow to do, but you'd also be able to find that it would be off the vertical plane. And so you'd be able to find that deviation in the sun angle as well. And then when you plot them all out, so more than just one or two small measurements close, when you plot them all out, they only ever fit on the Earth. And when you calculate the radius based off these sun angle measurements, you end up with the radius that's been confirmed through GPS satellites and a few other things.
Yeah, you're supposed
and
to.
And what is that radius? What's the measurement for that? Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over you, Rich.
No,
what is the radius?
You. Go ahead, Skinny.
Do you want it in kilometers or miles? Because it's 6,400 kilometers or something. I don't know what that is in miles.
Yeah, so it's 3,959 miles, 3,559 miles.
Yeah.
Right, so where I did School of Infantry has the last sundial that is known in Australia. There is a sundial in Singleton. So, this sundial is based off of the idea that the sun moves and not the Earth, as does every other navigation tool.
No, that's not true.
So, not true. Okay. Explain how that's not true.
Yeah, all it takes is the Earth to rotate, and that will give you the same sun dial patterns as if the sun was to actually move above the Earth. The difference is we've done things to measure the sun being very far away, whereas to get a sundial to work on a planar Earth, the sun would have to move around the top of the Earth very closely, and none of our measurements show that the sun is close or local.
But the same experiment actually works on both. Yeah?
Only the Eratosthenes original one does, but we've replicated it, changing the location and doing multiple measurements at the same time or across like known known sun paths at that time, like the Tropic of Cancer versus Tropic of Capricorn. So we've done so many more of these that we've removed the ability for it to be a small local sun on a planar Earth, also showing these measurements can happen.
Really?
Yeah. Like you might be able to, say, have a stick that perfectly fits the shape of your measuring tape that you have outlined for whatever you want to cut. But if you want to cut something that's a different length, or if you move your measuring tape, that stick no longer fits. So while two things can have the same measurement, there can be two completely different ways of measuring something or hypotheses or models. If you add more variables, more data sets into it, it
No, I
removes
got to stop
problem
you.
of
I got to
working on
stop you
both.
there. I'm sorry, man. I got to stop you there. Hypotheses and models. You completely missed what I was trying to say. Okay, both. This shit works on both flat and globe. Doesn't mean it's a globe. Doesn't mean it's flat. It simply means you have a light above a stick, and a long time away, you have another stick, and it casts a shadow. It doesn't prove three-fifths of fuck all about a globe or flat, because it is, you get the same results on Earth, be it globe or flat. That is very, very easily demonstrable.
What do you think the results are that we're looking for? Like, if you were to write down the results in a table of results for your measurements, what would you write down?
Shadow lengths.
That
doesn't matter. Shadow lengths.
Yes.
Sorry?
All we're looking at is shadow length and trying to make an assumption of where the sun is. And even with multiple data points, it still works the same on a flat Earth and in standing perspective. But at the end of the day, it doesn't prove your globe. It still works the same. It could work the same on a flat plane as a flat. You can work out the sphericity of any surface using this calculation because it's all based on a pre-assumption. So we were kind of going to end up going around in circles.
Yeah, it's the exact same way. It's the exact same way as when you're navigating in a desert, and you don't. If you're navigating in flat desert, and you don't have spot heights, and you don't have hills and shit like that to confirm your navigation, you've got to trust your bearings, and you've got to trust your paces, which oftentimes will lead you off course anyway. But same thing, like it both work. Doesn't matter really what the quote unquote model is, but everything from the start is actually flat, and then it gets wrapped around the globe. So I'm still trying to figure out here, through my dumb testicle-headed brain here, just like a stupid, I'm a stupid ex-grunt turned rent-a-cop turned farmhand turned recycling supervisor. But if you could tell me how you could run the same experiment on a flat surface and a curved surface and get the same result, how the fuck does Eratosthenes actually prove that the Earth is round?
Yeah, it's really simple. If you only have two data points to make up your angle measurement, so that's two different locations on the Earth, and then where those two different locations meet is where the sun is, and then you get the angles, and from there you work out the circumference of the Earth, assuming that it's curved. If you only do that, it could be on a flat plane because you just have to move the sun up and down until it meets that intersection on both of your models. But the moment you add a third variable in, anytime you move the sun's elevation up further, well, then that third variable, the angle will have to change for that one, even while the two other angles will stay consistent. And because Eratosthenes only did two angle measurements, you can just move the sun. There's no third one to throw off that measurement, but we've done them with third angles, and those third angles mean anytime you increase or decrease the closeness of the sun to the Earth, you will throw off that third measurement from what actually happens in both models. It'll have to either conform to one or the other model.
Yeah, so it's assumption, and also, by the way, that works if it's flat too.
You can repeat that back to me, but that's not what the geometry and the trigonometry tells us.
It doesn't matter. You're assuming parallel rays.
Are we?
Witness to parallel rays. Yes, you are. You said it earlier. You're assuming parallel rays, and that's not what we experience. You're assuming the ball in order to backwards calculate your calculations. There is no actual curvature to be found. You're trying very hard to make a claim that this experiment could only be done on a globe, when I've told you multiple times we can work out the sphericity of a flat table with 3 data points. So even if you want to repeat what you've just said again, you're still wrong, my friend. It doesn't prove any type of curvature, and it works. You can work on a table with 3 data points, with 3 sticks. I just think you just going around in circles here, my friend. You don't have parallel rays to begin with. You don't have a globe to pre-assume.
Yeah, that may be your opinion, but there's evidence of parallel
It's
rays.
not an opinion, mate. Sorry to cut you off. It's not an opinion. We work off of what we can actually prove. What you're working off is assumptions at the start, and then something to try and prove said assumptions. And the thing is, if it can work on both,
yeah,
then that disproves the assumption.
So, there's nothing wrong with assuming something is true and then testing it, is there?
Are you saying that the sun's rays are always parallel at all times?
So the sun rays are practically parallel. So that means that there's the slightest deviation, but not enough to account for the difference that you'd see.
You've never seen divergent sun rays, like on the ocean, for example, when the sun is shining through the clouds, for example.
I've seen things that look like divergent sun rays, but are perfectly explained just by the way path is interrupted by the clouds sparingly.
So you've seen divergent sun rays in real life, but you explain a way that it's not, I guess, is your answer?
No, that's not what I said.
That's kind of what you said, though. You've seen something that looks like divergent rays, but can be explained not to be, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, so I've looked at something that doesn't positively indicate divergent sun rays. Do you understand what that means?
No, I don't.
How about we put it in simpler terms? When you see sun rays through moisture, for example, through a rainbow, or when you have very high humidity, do they look like they go parallel to you, like in a straight line from the sun to the earth? When you can actually see them.
Depends. You can find pictures where the clouds make some parts more shaded than others, and it kind of looks like they're not parallel, but that doesn't mean they're not parallel.
I'm not talking about pictures. I'm talking about what you can actually see, mate.
Yeah, I have like a shadow behind me, and that shadow isn't completely like obscured or off from the angle to the sun, and that indicates parallel sun rays. Because if they were diverging sun rays, then anything that's particularly high up, the end of it wouldn't have a clear shadow, because the sun rays would diffract and deviate enough to get rid of that shadow.
Mate, that was just a bunch of word salad. You made absolutely no sense.
Well, what didn't you understand about it?
Why don't you steelman your own comment you just made there?
Yeah, so if there's something very, very high, what would happen with diverging sun rays is that you would have the sun rays would not have a clear shadow. They'd be moving in and past each other's path all the time, and that would cause the shadow to be obscured for things high up, because that divergence would mean that light would go around either side of that object and hit the ground. But because they're parallel, you get clear shadows. And in fact, on the moon, with the moon landing footage, and this is part of the evidence for the moon landing, the shadows cast by the astronauts are so black that they can't have been done by conventional lighting that we know of. And it's only because there's no atmosphere to make the light move about that they're able to be so clear and so black.
How do you objectively know that the sun rays are parallel at all times?
I don't objectively know it to be true, but I have seen enough evidence of it being true, and I have a few arguments for it, like the shadows thing. If they weren't parallel, you wouldn't get shadows from high objects because there'd be enough diffraction, enough angular offset of the rays to get behind the object and stop shadows from being so clear.
It's a pretty big thing to assume if it's a crux in the whole argument, right?
Well, yeah, so it's easy to assume because the sun's very far away, and we've measured that a few different ways as well.
No, so what's happening here is that you're assuming. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick here. So what you're assuming is that the sun is, God knows how many millions of kilometers away, or thousands and hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. So it's an assumption based on an assumption when it comes to shadow.
No, we've measured the distance to the sun multiple ways.
Really? Okay. So we okay. Go on. Okay, righto. Dig yourself a hole, man. Go.
Well, there's three different ways. We've sent a probe out to the very surface of the sun. When we say surface, we mean like the very outer part of the atmosphere.
Wrong.
It's not actually surface. Next, we've used radar measurements because the sun is actually a physical object. So we can push radar out, and the radar comes back. We measure it, and the speed it takes the radar to go out.
You were wrong.
The first one, time, which gives us distance.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you upsetting spaghetti with my proof?
No. You said we sent things to the sun. That's wrong, and that is not provable. So move on to the second one.
Wait, no, it's not wrong. Lots of people worked on it, and that's enough for me to think that it's true.
Okay. So there's footage of this.
I don't know if there's footage of it, no, but there's data of it. Enough people have said they've done it. There's tracking for it, done it at probably NASA or something like that. But since there's no contradiction, and at least dozens of people have come forward and said, yes, it happens, and there'd be ways for other people to prove that it didn't happen, and no one's come forward saying it didn't happen other than people that weren't part of the project and don't understand the project, that's enough for me to believe it happened.
What was the name of the project?
Sorry?
What was the name of the project?
Oh, shit. Is it the Parker Solar Probe, I think it is?
I don't know, mate. This is your claim. Would that be it?
That's why I interrupted you. That's why I interrupted you, mate. Fucking, if you make a claim, fucking, it's not true, then I'm actually gonna jump in and say, righto, man, prove it. So prove it. We sent a probe. We sent a probe to the sun. Your answer is that dozens of people, or a dozen people, claim that that's true. Therefore, it is.
At least dozens of people. And it's not just that they claimed it's true, it's that they were part of a massive community. And in that massive community, they worked on it. We have even the video footage, I'm pretty sure, of the rocket that it was sent up in. And then we have images of it having been built on the ground, and now we get the data from it. And we actually, we can confirm some of the data is correct because the Parker Solar Probe can tell us that there's a giant solar flare coming. And then because of the difference between the time it takes for the solar probe to receive that image and the Earth to receive that image, we can actually see that it predicts solar flares that we see later on Earth.
Wait. Did you say that probe is actually sending radio waves to the sun back and forth and is getting a reflection?
No, you didn't hear what I said at all. You didn't understand what I said, but I can say it again if you like.
5 minutes ago, you can actually measure the distance to the sun using radio waves.
Yeah, I didn't say it had anything to do with the probe, did I?
Oh, okay. So you believe that you can measure the distance to the sun using radio waves, right?
That's not what he said.
Yes.
Fuck me.
The sun is a physical object.
Good.
You can
Listen. Explain to me how can a body that has a black body behavior can reflect radio waves?
Yeah, great. So I can actually explain that. So when you say it acts like a black body, what that means is that the sun puts out enough radio waves in the form of like visible light largely, but there's a lot of invisible light as well, that it acts kind of like a black body in that you can't differentiate some radio waves from the sun's radio waves. But that doesn't mean that you can't differentiate the very specific frequency of radio waves from the sun's radio waves. So it acts like a black body means that it isn't a black body. It just means that there are sets of radio wave frequencies that you wouldn't be able to differentiate from the sun's radio waves.
Okay. What percentage can you receive back?
Sorry, could you guys not hear me?
Yeah, we could. We just wanted to get to how much of a percent you can receive back after you send radio waves to a black body. What percentage do you receive back?
It's not about percentage to and percentage from. It is a small percentage you receive back, but it's about the specific frequency that was sent. So a black body is something that absorbs or emits a frequency such that you can't differentiate your frequency from the one that they emit. But we can create novel frequencies on Earth for the radio waves that can go to the sun, bounce off the sun, and come back. And we can then distinguish those radio waves from the radio waves the sun emits as visible and invisible light.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You just don't understand what radio frequency.
You don't know what radio frequencies are.
Yeah, how about this? Can we test this on Earth?
Listen, can you show me plasma that reflects radio waves?
I don't know if I can show you that, but why wouldn't plasma reflect radio waves?
Because in your model you believe that the sun is a ball of fire.
No, it's a ball of plasma. Fire is different.
That's a problem.
At the surface of the sun you have plasma, not inside of it. So to get anything, to see anything what's inside the sun, you have to actually go through that plasma layer.
Do you know what plasma is?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's a state
plasma
of matter.
Can you make plasma out of things like
it's a state of matter.
Like hydrogen?
That's what
plasma
is. Plasma
it's
is
a state of matter, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So do radio waves bounce off matter?
Not always.
Okay, can you give me an example?
Yeah, black bodies.
Plasma.
Black bodies means that the radio waves are either indistinguishable from the radio waves created by the black body, or they're absorbed by the black body. Now, that's why they say the sun is like a black body, but is not a black body. A black body would be something like a black hole, because a black hole only takes in radio waves, and then it spews out Hawking's radiation.
Negligible.
Radio waves. So if you send radio waves towards a black hole, you won't be able to measure it because it's a true black body.
All right, go. Just please wait for each other to finish. Get work.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm done. What's Let's Beget's reply?
Right. How about we? Hey, Jedi. You want to come in on this, mate? You know a lot better than any of us.
No, just go at him. I don't care. He won't listen to me anyway. It's God for gods. So just have a go at him.
Yeah, I'm listening. The sun acts like a black body, but it isn't a black body, and I explained why.
Dark Side Gods is like a train dummy. He's just in the garden and you just warm up on him. It's all good.
Okay, let's begin. Is it true that the sun is not a black body? It's like a black body.
It behaves as a perfect black body. Yeah, it has this behavior.
So you said almost perfect first, and then you moved to perfect. So is it almost perfect
it's
or
not
perfect?
a perfect. Listen, it's not a perfect black body because nothing is in nature. Yeah.
No,
and also, hey, look, man. Hey, for a second. Hey, look, man. You're Aussie. Our first language is English. Don't be fucking getting up this guy for You know, English is his second language, and he's a very intelligent guy. So don't be fucking getting up him for that shit. All right.
Thank you.
What I was getting up him about was that he went from something as almost perfect to something being perfect, and he did that intentionally, I think, because he wants to portray it as we
No,
cannot
not
bounce radio waves
intentionally.
off the sun.
In the
No, he didn't.
description of the sun as a black body, yeah, there is a play of words. Yeah, I know there is a certain order of words to describe it. It is not a real perfect black body, but it is near a black body, perfect black body.
Right.
And this thing is taken as negligible. So in any measurements or any observations or any study of the sun, it is considered a perfect black body.
No, it
Because
isn't.
that's
That's
how
your
close it
opinion.
is.
So
Yeah.
it's very clear in everything that's written up about the sun that they use an imperfect or an almost a black body, but they always leave this gap, knowing that there are frequencies of radio waves we can send at the sun that will return back to us. The only thing that won't return those frequencies back to us are things like black holes, because that frequency will be absorbed by the black hole and it'll just spew out Hawking's radiation. And we can test this
You
on
can
Earth
send
because we get
radio waves.
light on.
Bullshit.
You can send radio
Listen.
waves to the sun. You can
Yeah.
send radio waves to the sun when you can't even send them into space.
Yeah.
Of course we
Tell
can send
me
them into
what.
space. We send them to the moon and back.
Dogs,
That's how we know how far away the moon
one
is from
moment.
the Earth.
Dogs, one moment. What's the distance to the closest black hole?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Yeah, it's really simple. So I don't memorize numbers like that if I don't need them.
Look it up,
Okay.
please. Please look it up.
Nearest black hole to Earth. It's 1,560 light years from Earth.
So you need to actually send a signal to a black hole, yeah? You need to wait 1,500 years to get there and 1,500 years to get back.
No, we don't have to
Light
do that.
years.
It's inherent to the properties of a black hole. That we've
Light
confirmed
years.
how black.
Not years.
Yes.
Not years. Light years. Not years. Light years. You don't understand how
I
radio
understand.
works, do you?
Yes. I understand. But I'm not saying that we have shot radio waves at a black hole and then confirmed that it eats up those radio waves. I'm just saying, can I finish my sentence, please?
Go ahead.
Great. I'm just saying we've confirmed what black holes are and how they work through like all sorts of observations like gravitational lensing, watching the way black holes eat up and then spit out matter, even just the images of black holes that we've taken, all of that confirms what black holes are. And so if our theory is correct, that is a black body that they're referencing. The sun is almost a black body or acts kind of like a black body, but is not a black body. And again, we can test this on Earth because we know that radio waves can work on Earth with the white light coming out of the sun. And it's not the fact that radio waves bounce.
Your words. If it is correct, your words.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's your problem with that wordage?
If it is correct, you're trying to claim a fucking claim that you say is concrete, and you say if it is correct. Yes, that's the problem with the wordage, yeah?
If I use science is provisional, do you understand what that means?
Yes, that something true today might not be true tomorrow, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The aggressive Australian guy who thinks he's actually interjecting with something intelligent didn't know that.
I am trying to answer your question here, mate. So yeah, it's assumption and gobbledygook, basically, and fucking saying this could be true, that could be true, from this day, from that day. you said your words again. If it's assumption, man.
Yes.
Everything you're saying is based on assumption, not proof. We work off
Skinny
of
Vet,
proof.
can you tell
We
me
work
one
off
thing
of
that's true?
Yeah, I tell you one thing that's true. The sun is not a collimated light source.
Sorry, why do you think that?
I'll tell you one thing that's true. I'll tell you one thing that's true. You asked that of me. I'll tell you one thing that's true. Sorry to talk over you, Get. I'll tell you one thing that's true. The horizon is not a geometric horizon. That is provable.
Great. How do you know that's true?
Are you switching topics now?
How is that true?
Skinny Vet? Yeah, how do you know it's true?
Because when you zoom in on shit that looks like it disappears over the horizon, you can actually see it again.
How do you know that that's true? How do you know that it's not some problem with cameras or Zoom?
Hey, Jedi, can you put it in the chat, please?
And how do you know you're not just having some, I don't know, imagination of it happening without it actually happening?
Meaning refraction? We don't claim
How do you know it's not
that
something like that?
doesn't exist. We don't claim that refraction doesn't exist, but according to your model, 1.225 miles times the square root of the height of the observer means that you should not be able to see anything beyond that. And what Jedi is about to post in the chat,
do you know
or
what
the
refraction
others
does
are about to post in the chat.
Do you know what refraction does? Like, what does it change? What variable does it change?
It makes things loom or it makes them sink, depending on temperature, humidity, etc.
And do you have evidence refraction doesn't exist?
No,
I
actually,
did
the
not deny
refraction
the
index of
existence.
the air. Listen, the refraction index of the air, it is a measurement of the transparency of the medium.
That's incorrect, no. It's a measurement of the way
Not
that light
incorrect.
will change
That's what
its
it
angle
is.
through different densities of medium. So it's a change measurement. It's not about any set density. The set density is what you feed into refraction calculations.
And this is why. No shit. And this is why when you go fishing on the beach for a full day and you get there at 6 o'clock in the morning and you leave at 6 o'clock at night, from hour to hour, the horizon either comes closer or it gets further away.
Okay, but isn't that contradictory to your claim that refraction can't cause things to appear from behind the horizon?
No, it's not at all. That's a global claim, not ours.
But that's the claim you just made. When you're fishing, hour to hour, the horizon changes where it is. So if there's a boat that's just behind the horizon, if the horizon changes its position to now be further out, maybe where the boat is, then that means that the boat is no longer obstructed by the horizon. That's all due to refraction. That's all due to the bending of the path of light through different densities of medium.
No, what we claim is that when things appear to disappear into the horizon, that simply means that as far as your eye can actually calculate where it is and actually see where it is, and that if you add, say, a telescope or you add a camera with a zoom lens, you can actually see that again. And when the sun sets and people claim that it's still the same size, but it's still setting and you can't see the bottom of it, when you actually put in the filters, the sun actually gets fucking smaller and it's just moving further away. It's just like a set of lights on a really, really long road. And I'm not trying to diverge from what you were trying to say. I'm simply saying you're claiming things that we don't actually say. We base our arguments off of your arguments, mate, from
Yeah,
your
but you're
side.
saying something. You're saying something you see in reality, which is a horizon changing where it is hour to hour as you're out fishing from sun up to sundown. It doesn't exist or doesn't happen. It's something that we claim happens, even though you've seen it happen while you're out fishing, and that doesn't feel right.
No. You guys claim a geometric horizon. We are saying that it simply is the extent of your ability to perceive. at angle, and it's dependent on humidity, it's dependent on moisture in the air, it's dependent on all, temperature, it's dependent on all that shit. You can only see so far, which is why in the military, when it comes to long range shooting, you take that into account, and that I do have experience with, my friend.
So when you say that we claim a geometric horizon, how do we claim that you get to know where that geometric horizon is? Like you confirm where it is.
Okay, again, the radius. What's the radius?
Well, yeah, but you're talking about like the geometric horizon isn't where we say it is. What do you do to confirm the geometric horizon isn't where we say it is?
Because we can see shit a hell of a lot further out than what we are supposed to be able to see, which is, according to your model, with the radius, the geometric horizon, calculating shit on a sphere, we should not be able to see further than 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer. And we can see things a lot further than that, depending on the conditions at the time.
I'm really confused by your answer because I asked you about the geometric horizon, not the optical horizon, but you said we see things further. That's optics, right?
You guys claim a geometric horizon, and apparently it looks flat because of refraction. Yes?
Yeah, you keep talking about the optical horizon. Looks, seeing. Looks too far. See too far.
Right.
None of that
But
is
it's
like
you
a
guys
geometric measurement.
So you guys claim a geometric curved horizon that is geometric, and water apparently can make a hill, and you should not be able to see anything like the sun, for example, when it disappears over the horizon, or a ship or an oil rig or something like that past a certain distance, according to the calculation based on the radius or diameter of this sphere that you guys claim. Yes?
But you say the horizon changes because of refraction. It gets further away or it gets closer, and that's all optics. And you keep talking about seeing things over the horizon. So I'm confused. You seem to say that we have a geometric horizon, but you want to invoke optics every time you talk about measuring that geometric horizon. But the moment you invoked optics, it became an optical horizon.
No, I'm not claiming a geometric horizon. You guys claim a geometric horizon. We say the reason that you can't see things when they apparently go over the horizon is it's optical, because of the nature of the human eye and the limitations of the technology that we have to see far. But when you use the technology to see far, and even using your own eye, for example, I live in a place where there is an island that is 20 kilometers off of the beach where I live. On a clear day, I can see trunks of the trees. I can see at low tide the beach. Now, according to the geocentric model, the heliocentric model, I should not be able to see that because it's 20 kilometers away from me. I should not be able to see that. That should be disappearing below the geometric horizon. Do you understand where I'm coming from now?
Yeah, I do. I honestly, I completely understand where you're coming from. What you're saying is the geometric horizon should be at a point, but you also said with your fishing story was that the optics is changed. So seeing the geometric horizon is changed through refraction. And all of the times that you've talked about the geometric horizon not being where it's meant to be has been talking about it optically not being where it is. So you want to do this duality of claiming the geometric horizon can't be there because of the optic thing that I see, but the optical horizon is what you're seeing, not the geometric horizon. The optical horizon is changed through refraction, which you've already acknowledged previously. So I think what's happened here is that you can't gel this experience of seeing the horizon change where it is throughout the day because of optics and the physical horizon where it's meant to be. And I don't understand why you can't understand that every time you look out at the geometric horizon, you're only seeing the optical horizon every single time. So you can't criticize the geometrics by using optics.
You're misunderstanding what he's saying. He's not talking about. Yeah.
Completely misunderstanding. So again, according to your model, based off of the supposed radius of the globe, again, 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer means that I'm going to be really generous here. That island that's 20 kilometers from the coast where I am, I should probably not be able to see the bottom. Let's be really generous. Bottom 15th of it, being very, very generous here. According to your model, because it's a physical geometric horizon. According to your model, what I'm saying, and this is very provable, is that optically things change even from hour to hour, let alone day to day. So this geometric horizon does not exist, and it's flat, it's not curved, and you guys use refraction to say, oh, that's why you don't see a curve. It falls on its ass. Every argument we have, mate, comes from the globe model. Every one.
Okay. Can you tell me what I'm trying to say? I've said it to you a few times, so I can tell you what you've said. Can you tell me what I'm trying to say to you? What's my criticism, my major criticism here?
You're trying to say to me that everything is optical and it doesn't make sense and that it's based completely on optical, which, yeah, it is. What you're not getting through your head is that the claim that you guys make, based off of the radius, etc., is a geometrical argument, which is blown out of the water when we can see stuff past where you guys say we should be able to see it.
Okay, so optically, would the horizon be behind something at some parts of the day, and in front of things at other parts of the day, depending on the refraction?
Behind things or in front of things, what do you mean?
So the optical horizon, will it be, say, showing the more of the bottom of a tree in the distance at some time of the day, but at other times of the day, it'll be obscuring more of the bottom of the tree because of refraction?
Yeah, that's fair enough. And again, this island I'm talking about is 20 kilometers from the beach. I should not be able to see that at all.
Okay, at certain times of day, can you see more of the bottom of the island, like the shoreline and the bottom of the trees of the island, or can you see less depending on the time of day it is?
Yeah, it depends on the day. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Awesome. So everything you've said has not invalidated the geometric horizon. It's just said that optically, the optical horizon isn't the same as the geometric horizon. That's all you've said here.
I am not trying to claim that optical and geometric are the same. I'm saying that I should not be able to see that. Anyway, Jedi's here, so Jedi, fucking, you know more than me, man. Go ape shit.
The problem is that every time you say the geometric horizon isn't where it is, you've only come to that conclusion optically. So you're actually talking about the optical horizon, even though you want to be talking about the geometric horizon. So it'd be like me saying the reflection of that cat in that wavy mirror makes the cat look much longer than the cat actually is in real life. The cat can be like fat and short and chunky, but looking in the mirror that's distorted, the cat could be stretched out, it could be higher, it could be skinny. But that doesn't mean the cat is actually skinny and stretched out. It just means that there is some optical interference causing the look of the cat to be different to what the cat actually is. And that's what's happened with the horizon.
Dude, you're seriously embarrassing our country right now. Right.
Wait.
The geometric horizon. Do you understand what a geometric horizon actually is and how far away it's supposed to be? How far is a geometric horizon, according to the globe model, supposed to be?
Like it drops 8 inches every mile squared. But anyway, do you know what a fat, short cat looks like?
That's not true. It's going to depend on your altitude above that surface. Come on, gods. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not 8 inches. What the fuck?
Whatever, dude. I don't memorize those numbers. I don't actually care about them. I'll look them up if I need to know about them.
They're your fucking argument. This fucking debate, you cunt. You should know it. I'm trying to help you.
So, I understand the concepts, not the specific numbers. So I don't memorize those. I memorize the concepts and how they work together. I don't go like, this is the exact radius of the Earth down to 3 decimal points.
They are your argument. And what I'm saying is, I have an island off the coast here that I can stand on the beach, and on a clear day, I can see the bottom of the trunks of the trees, and at low tide, I can see the beach 20 kilometers away, which I should not be able to see, according to the globe model.
And in the funhouse mirror, when I'm staring at that fat cat that looks all long and skinny, if I squat down, it changes the way the mirror and the cat, like the way the cat is reflected in the mirror, and it makes the cat look
How far away is the mirror?
very short,
How far away is the mirror?
also extremely long.
How far away is the mirror?
It's 2 meters away.
Yep, and according to the globe model, according to the radius of the Earth and drop over distance that you guys have apparently quote unquote scientifically proven, the Earth drops at, again, 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer, meaning that I should not be able to see the beaches or the bottom of the trunks of the trees of this island at all, period, because it's behind a geometric curved horizon, physical horizon, a hump of water. I should not physically be able to see it. Yeah?
Yeah, and the fat cat is behind me, so I can't see it. I have to look in a mirror to see it. And the mirror makes it no longer look fat, it's now short and skinny. Because optically, things can appear different to how they are physically or geometrically.
God, all right. I'm fucking out, guys. This guy, I'm sorry, he's Aussie. All right, Jedi, fucking the rest of you, fucking go. Like, I'm done. I'm seriously, I can't deal with this level of fucking. I can't. No, shut the fuck up. I cannot deal with this fucking level of stupidity. So, all right, dogs and gods, have a good night, man.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
Right.
Fuck me dead.
Thank you for your service.
Holy crap. All right. Well, does anyone else like not understand what I just said there and the analogy I made?
No, he understood. He just doesn't want to engage with you anymore.
But what is the mirror effect? Are you implying the refraction, I guess?
The mirror will affect the path of light such that things that are in the mirror may not be where they are geometrically because the path of light has been altered.
And in this example of the island, you would say that's refraction then?
Exactly. Refraction alters the path of light. That's a known variable. It's been measured and quantified. And what's his name? The Aussie dude. He agrees that it happens when you're out fishing. He said that he's seen it happen.
I haven't looked into that. What is the response, flat earther response to that? I'm not really sure.
That's it. You just saw it. He had no response. The idea is so optically, the horizon distance is changed through refraction. So things will still be obstructed bottom up by the horizon. It's just the distance at which that begins to happen is changed dependent on the refractive conditions of those days. And refraction is just the two different densities of a medium causing the path of light to bend. So if you think about it as light going through the atmosphere, it can be bent, and then 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 it can be bent, and that can cause it to curve such that things that are behind the physical horizon have the light that reflects off them curve back through the horizon towards your eyes from behind that curve. And it's been quantified multiple ways.
So if we say the geometric horizon, for the sake of argument, is 3 miles away, and let's say there's a boat in the distance and we see it and it's 10 miles away, that would be refraction. We're obscuring the 7 miles.
Well, there's obviously a limit to it. So in that case, if it's like 10 miles away and the horizon's meant to be at 3 miles, we could see how much of the boat you should be able to see, and then you could actually measure the different densities of the atmosphere at that point. And then if it doesn't fit what refraction says can happen or should happen in that condition, well, then that would be evidence for the flat Earth. But unfortunately, I've never seen an observation quantified in that way.
What about the black swan? It's like 1 miles compared to the oil rig, which is like what, 13 miles?
Yeah, I've seen the black swan. There's parts of those oil rigs that are missing. You can see at different times of the year, the back oil rig is much more obstructed, and the front oil rig, you can actually see some of the obstruction. Like the black swan is just another example of this. And I've seen some of the advanced Earth curve calculators, which have refraction included, make the black swan fit within the margins of refraction that you'd expect to have.
Not bullshitting, dog.
Well, the horizon is behind the oil rigs, right? Which is the whole point.
Well, yeah, but refraction changes where the horizon is.
No, shut up, dogs. If it was pushing the horizon back, and that was what it was doing because of optics or refraction, the rigs would still be behind it. The rigs are in front of it. So why did the horizon get moved? Rigs did.
Answers on a postcard to you ain't got a fucking clue, but you'll probably try and mumble your way through it anyway. Swindon.
Cyclone, do you want me to draw you a picture of how refraction works?
No, why are the rigs not being pushed back when the horizon is?
I want an answer to that question. Draw that out.
Sorry, I'm going to drop out and come back in. I've got a bad connection.
Guy's so full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's infuriating to hear.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the horizon is pushed back, but the oil rigs are not? Could you elaborate on that?
He's saying the geometric horizon is being optically pushed back beyond 10 miles when it's supposed to be at 1 mile. But then, if that were the case, since it's still supposed to be in front of the rigs should still appear behind it. So if you had the horizon out at 10 miles and the rigs were behind it beyond 10 miles, you might have an argument. Well, you wouldn't. It would still be bizarre, but that would be optically changing the location of the rigs as well. But the rigs aren't. The rigs stay where they are. They're at 3 miles and 9 miles, whatever, right? So they're still in front of the rigs. But if they're saying optically everything is just pushed back to look flat when it should be curved, then the rigs should be behind the horizon that's been pushed back because it's supposed to be the geometric curve, supposed to obscure the oil rigs.
So that would prove that it's just the horizon that's optically changing.
Yeah, the horizon is an optical limit. It's nothing to do with the physical curve of the surface, which is what they're trying to claim it is.
All right, I'm back, Cyclone. So what happens is the light hits the object, and then the light comes away from the object. And as the light comes away from the object, it could be going straight down towards the ground, and then it hits a different density of that medium. And it's now the angle changes so that it curves upwards, and the angle changes so that it curves upwards, and the angle changes so it curves upwards.
You're not answering my question.
But it's not quite curving upwards enough to deflect completely out of your eye line.
You're not answering my question.
It does deflect upwards enough to get around to your eye.
The horizon
so
is
something
pushed back.
behind the physical horizon
If the
can be
horizon
refracted.
is pushed back, if the physical horizon is pushed back and it's still,
I was trying to finish what I was saying. Can I not do that?
Well, no. You can answer my question. You're saying the physical horizon is in front of the rigs. So if the physical horizon is just extended to 10 miles optically, it would still be obstructing the rigs, and the rigs would be seen behind it. The rigs are seen in front of it. So why is the light from the rigs not moving at the same rate or extending at the same rate as the horizon? What you're saying is the curve. Why are the rigs in front of it?
Because the rigs are above the horizon, so the light bounces off the rigs in a completely different angle and then moves through a completely different density of atmosphere to the light bouncing off where the water meets the air.
Draw me the image of how the curve is in front of the rigs, but optically the curve has gone behind the rigs, and the rigs haven't moved.
I'll draw you that image.
Yeah, draw it.
All right.
Yeah, let's see the demonstration.
I mean, he's not going to give a demonstration.
I can drop a
He
paper
can't give a demonstration. He's not going to give a demonstration. He's going to draw a cartoon from his mind desperately, and we'll just have a good laugh at it. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, but I can also drop papers that have quantified refraction.
But you can't. No, you can't. You can't drop any quantified or demonstrated refraction that is doing this.
Let's
Everyone knows refraction exists. No one's denying refraction exists. You're just making a claim to what refraction does, and we'd like you to demonstrate that claim for what refraction does. Stop fucking
Yeah, there's
talking
multiple
bullshit.
papers of refraction
no
being
one's
quantified.
denying refraction exists. We've been trying to tell you this since 2015.
So what exactly do you want?
Can you answer Cyclone's question? I want refraction to explain why the horizon's moved its physical location, but not the oil rigs.
So I just drew like a child's picture to demonstrate what happens. Now, this isn't 100% accurate to how it would work. It'd be just a curving line instead of the zigzag. The zigzags just demonstrate that the path of light, even though it may be going upwards and it may not reach around to your eyes, can be deflected such that it can move downwards and then move back upwards and move downwards and move back upwards. That's just the easy way of showing that it keeps moving downwards such that it will eventually go around the curve or over the hump towards your eyes.
Round the curve. This is what we've asked for.
I'll drop that paper if you want. Do you want me to drop that paper as well that quantifies it over a few?
So I don't understand what that drawing is.
No.
Each of those little zigzags is the path of light being changed through a medium. It's just a way to represent that.
That's not showing how the rigs are appearing in front. Those rigs are still behind an obstruction. And you've not given a horizon point.
Yeah, the zigzag is the path of light.
We want to know why the horizon has appeared to have changed its physical location, but not the oil rigs. Surely everything.
The horizon.
Why are you talking, dumb fuck? You haven't answered this
because
question.
I thought you were finished your sentence, dumb fuck.
So you understand. I'm having to treat you like a child because obviously you're acting like one.
Yeah, you're a retarded dog.
Sorry, I can't hear children whine anymore. I've actually got real kids that occasionally cry, so I can only hear them.
Question. I'm repeating the question so you understand.
Yeah, I actually answered it 3 minutes ago.
No, you didn't.
Do you want me to answer it again?
No, don't use to ramble, non sequitur.
But do you want me to answer the question?
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, the question is the actual horizon. Where the water meets the sky is much lower than the thing that's being refracted. So you can still see that horizon, like you can see the water that would be the horizon previously. You can see it more clearly, but now the horizon is behind or at the object or obscuring less of the object that was previously behind the horizon.
Why is the horizon? Why does the horizon appear to have changed its apparent location, but not anything else? In this case, the oil rigs. It's refractively selective.
No, but the oil rigs are just less obscured. So the point at which the horizon starts is moved. But the oil rigs, even though they are wavy and all sorts of fucked up in the image, and they have actually changed their location a little bit, there's just less of them obscured because the horizon is at a different point. The path of light, even though I drew it zigzaggedly, is still pretty much a smooth curve around the Earth. So relative to each other, and even relative to where the horizon would be, the oil rigs haven't really changed. It's just the horizon has been pushed back, so they're less obscured. Dumb fuck. Sorry, I wanted to add that in, just to be fair.
You're just embarrassing yourself, dogs, at this point. So I don't know why you're trying to throw out insults. I mean, nothing of what you've said is remotely an argument to what we are speaking about. You haven't answered the question. You just rambled.
I just answered the question, but I threw out that insult because that's what FE Jedi did to me before, and it's just sort of fair to throw it back at him.
Whilst not answering the question. I won't answer.
Sorry, I'm being very childish.
You've got to keep talking, haven't you? I demonstrated because you didn't answer the question 3 times. And then when given the space to do it again, everybody realised you definitely didn't answer the question that time either. So that's 4 times. You failed to understand what the question is.
You say, why hasn't the position of the objects that would be obscured by the horizon changed because the horizon has also changed its position? That's because the objects are higher than the horizon. So where the horizon point is where the path of light will no longer reach you from like beyond that point. Because the things are higher beyond that point, the oil rigs are higher, the point of the where things will no longer be seen is elevated upwards by the height of the object that's behind the horizon.
Am I stupid for not understanding what that means?
No.
So it's the height of the objects, that's why they're not also changed. Can you understand that?
Sure. But how do you prove that?
Yeah, so there's plenty of papers that have...
So there's papers you cut out. Oh, he got muted? Or what?
There's papers that have quantified it, as simple as that.
And what do those papers quantify in practical ways in real life?
He's also saying that light from the rigs would have to be traveling faster than the light from that geometric horizon in order for the rigs to appear in front of that horizon, even though they're actually supposed to be behind it. So there's a difference in the speed that the light is traveling, apparently. For the rigs to be seen in front of the horizon, that light from the rigs would have to be reaching the observer's eye faster before the light from the horizon, since the horizon is seen beyond those rigs. When in reality, the horizon is closer than the rigs. So
what does the speed of light have to do with anything?
Well, because for the rigs to appear in front of the horizon, they would need to be reaching the observer's eye before the horizon. But your claim is that the horizon is actually closer to the observer. Yeah.
Can you see things further? Like, I'm looking at my house right now, the corner of my house, and then like probably another 200 meters away, I see a tree. Is that tree obscured because the corner of my house is closer?
If that tree was going to appear in front of your house, then yeah, the light from that tree would have to be reaching your eye before the light from the house.
Wait, do you think when the horizon changes that there's only one? Do you think there's only one horizon, and that where that horizon is changes, or do you think that the point at which we'd call it the horizon changes? So let's say that you have like 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters in front of you. Do you think that 100 meters at which there'd be a horizon is now at the 200 meter mark, or do you think that where the horizon is at the 200 meter mark, and that 100 meter mark is now just no longer the horizon?
What the fuck are you talking about, dogs?
Well, I don't know. If you were quiet and listened, maybe you could understand. So we're going to think about water, and there's 100 and then 200 meters away from you.
No one is clear on what even you're trying to say because you don't have an answer. You're just waffling bullshit and drawing little cartoons.
I think I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is that the actual horizon changes where it is optically. That means that there is one point that is a set point called the horizon. There's one point that's a set point called the horizon.
Yes, we have a horizon that we observe. We have a horizon.
Just
yes,
wait.
one horizon.
Can I get all the way through what I'm saying without you interrupting, please?
Well, I'm not just going to waffle endlessly, no.
There's one point that's the horizon, and you're saying that horizon point where the sun meets the water, that water, where the air meets the water, that air and water combo will actually move its apparent position. Because that's not what happens. What happens is a different part of air and water is now the point at which things start to become obscured. So that different bit of air and water, not the same bit that's just moved, but a different bit is now called the horizon.
You're just total incomprehensible. Incomprehensible.
So it isn't the same bit of air and water meeting where the horizon is. It's a different part of air and water where the horizon meets now.
Hold on. I've got to drop for a call. Is there someone else, Jedi? Are you still here?
I mean, if you guys are done with me, I can just go away. That's fine. You can ask me to go.
Well, I need to jump. I need to jump for a call, so it's just if someone else is here to pick it up. But I'll be back in a bit.
I got you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you understand what I'm saying, Jerry? That it isn't the same point of air and water. So, if you have like air and water as a set of water, like all these molecules of water at a point, that they don't change the distance. That it's a new set of water particles in a different location that now becomes the horizon.
Is there anyone who cares what dogs or gods is saying now?
If you want me to go, Jerry, I'll go.
I didn't think so.
Could you post the papers that apparently prove what you're saying? Because you said there was papers that have quantified it.
Yeah, so I think this is the one.
You think it is?
I just posted.
Well, if it's your proof, you shouldn't be thinking. You should be confident in it.
I'm glad that you think that was a coherent sentence and wasn't just you trying to act like a child. But great, continue speaking like that. Like, do you get everything right every time you try to say post a link? You just
I'm sorry, I was
memorize exactly
distracted
what the
there.
link is. Is it just you memorize all the links? Is that what you do in your spare time?
No, I was just saying, like, this is a pretty big argument within the flat Earth thing, the black swan. So if you're trying to propose an idea of why the oil rigs are not being moved back with the horizon, you should be confident in your proof, right?
Yeah, it's because the horizon isn't moved back. What is happening is there's a new point at which the horizon is seen. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah. Do the papers prove this?
Yeah, monitoring of the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle measurements. So what that means is that they set up a reciprocal angle measurer, which is just you can measure the angle between two, I think they use theodolites or something similar. And then that changed throughout the day depending on the density and weather conditions of the day for the path of light between those two theodolites. And that is caused by refraction, which is quantified and which is shown to be the case because of this measurement. Like they predicted it would happen and then it happened with their predictions.
I'm going to look through this paper.
Great. They actually found refraction can be much greater than what we originally thought, depending on conditions. Because it's very hard to get like enough accurate data points to get a truly accurate coefficient of refraction. Most of them are just like one or two different temperature measurements that give you a temperature gradient. But if you do enough measurements, you should be able to get the accurate limits of refraction, or at least something closely accurate limits of refraction. It's just not many people do that, and it's hard to do. So doing this test showed that, yes, we know there's refraction. Yes, we can sort of like predict what it might be, but it can actually be greater than what we thought if you do the true measurement of the vertical temperature gradient.
And just a little disclaimer, dogs are gods is a 99%er, means he doesn't have proof of anything. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. You said something along the lines of, is there anything that's true, right? So you're like a solipsist or something?
Yeah, I was just roasting the guy because he seemed to think that when I use language that isn't definitive, that somehow that means that I'm not saying this thing is likely true. And just because he uses language that is definitive, that doesn't mean that what he says is definitely true.
But the sky is blue, right?
I think the sky's blue. You think the sky's blue. Evidence shows the sky's blue. But if you say the sky is definitely 100% true, I'm happy to go with it, but I don't think that's true. And it was more the language of him saying there are things that are true that he doesn't even have like basic evidence of it. It's just his opinion that it's true, but he'll use definitive statements. And when I don't use definitive statements for things I think are true, that somehow he thinks that's a win for him. Like, do you agree that me saying I think or we think or we've tested instead of saying it is proven that this thing is true, that means that it's not true or that it's less likely to be true?
When you said tested, we're going to start going into the realms of demonstrated to be true. You said tested, mate.
Cool. Have you ever tested anything, FE Jedi? What's one of your tests?
Yes, yeah, I've tested loads of things, mate. I'm just using your words. I'm listening to what you said, and you said, "Well, I can think, blah blah blah," and test. Test is a demonstration of knowledge, right? You can demonstrate this to be true or not.
No, a test is different to a demonstration. Test is something that can be done in the past tense. That doesn't mean you can demonstrate it to be true in the present tense.
It's a fucking word salad. Let's go back to your fucking refraction thing. According to your
I'm sorry.
refraction
I'm just
model,
going to leave now, Jedi, because in my perfectly cogent response, you just said it's word salad and then went on to be a little bitch. So, I mean, it's fine. I'm going to treat you like a child because you said you were going to treat me like a...
Yeah, that's what childs get treated like. And that weren't me, that was your mum. I still want to know what refraction model that God's is going to give us, where we should actually be able to see the true horizon with the atmospheric gradient and the temperature and blah, blah, blah. When should we actually be able to see the true horizon, according to his model?
Yeah, Vold Sparrett, don't be under the false impression that Dogs Are Gods is some kind of scientist or expert. What he does is he fills his head with these globe Earth rebuttals to flat Earth talking points. So he just memorizes them and comes in here, waits to be triggered, and then says them. He's not really an expert, so, take everything he says with a grain of salt.
He's been going at it since 2015. That's crazy.
He's still triggered. Yeah.
Do you guys know who Dogs Are Gods is?
Besides just a voice on the internet?
Is he like the Australian Rumpus?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, yeah. Although he doesn't do as many diagrams and screen shares and drawings, but he rambles and yep, it's good.
Hey, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I think your mom is.
Who just said that? Smart guy, you want to unmute your microphone and say it again?
I said I don't think the Earth is flat, but your mom.
Thanks for playing. Have a nice day.
Yo. Hey, Crit, how's it going?
How do you want to insult the room today, Blue? What do you got?
I don't know. How are you guys doing? I have a question for you guys.
Get it out. Hurry up.
Would you ever date a non-flat earther? Would you date a glober?
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not a flat earther, so you're gonna have to wait for a flat earther to answer.
if we see Jerry, I thought you were a flat earther. You're not.
No,
What are you?
I'm just Jerry.
No, I mean like what you're a glober?
Well, I can believe it's a globe, right? I'll never be able to prove it.
Okay, cool. So you're a glober. Cool. Anyways, that's good to know, Jerry.
What I can prove is that level is horizontal.
I like the way you said, well, you're a glober then, when Jerry explained to you that he can believe it, but he can't prove it. Oh,
There you
you're
go.
a glober
Look,
then.
would you date a glober or not? That's the question.
No, most of the world thinks that they're on a ball. Yeah. So what's the problem? Would you
So
date
you
a
would
flat
date,
earther?
right? You would date. No, I wouldn't date a flat earther. I don't date dumb people. Would
See,
you?
there you go.
Yeah.
See, that's all you come here for.
What?
Maybe that's why
What
you're
do you-
single.
yeah. I'm not single. I'm pretty sure. What about you, Facile Jerry? How's your love life?
I don't think that's anybody's business.
Shit, we want to know.
Do you have any proofs of anything, or are you just here to kind of,
Just kind of, yeah,
do
the
your shit
usual.
talk thing?
Yeah. Actually, I got paid by NASA recently. I've been receiving checks.
Mm-hmm.
I've been receiving checks in the mail, so it must be working. Do you think NASA pays people?
If I told you that I could prove that level is horizontal, what would you say to that?
I'd say, wow, way to go, Grandpa.
Okay.
I could drink some prune juice. Okay. What? So Facile Jerry,
Mm-hmm.
you watched the Super Bowl?
No, I watched the condensed game without all the fluff and the commercials and the timeouts and all that. Pretty
Okay.
good.
Yeah. You wake up today? Took a shower?
I haven't showered yet. No.
You got slapped?
Slapped?
Yeah.
No.
Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's still time. It's early.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
No. Who won?
Mm-hmm. Wondering if you did. Like, did you happen to find any horizontals that were not parallel to the plane of the horizon?
No,
But
I
like
didn't
you said,
watch it. I just told you.
yeah, 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 so in your travels, like throughout your day and whatever, see if you can find any horizontal lines that are not parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Hmm.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Oh, we're doing good, bro. We're just bored as shit. I think Vasily Jerry was talking about some fucking football shit. I don't know. Oh man. Grown men think the earth is flat. This is why I come here. That shit's comedy.
Because it is flat.
Your head's flat. This shit's
What?
comedy. You heard me? Flathead. Flathead
How does that
screwdriver.
make any sense?
I said your head is flat.
Yeah, how
Because
does
you're
that make
dumb.
any sense?
Because you're a smooth brain. Like you're not smart.
And what exactly makes you smart?
I think the earth is round.
So that's all it takes?
So you
Yep.
just thinking something makes you smart.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Your thoughts make you smart.
How did you prove that the ground is a ball?
Oh, you have something called science and scientists and
Well,
astrology.
be specific.
Yeah, there's like this video I showed you guys of like amateur rocket science, like hobbyists shooting rockets into space.
All right, so
Not
you watched
NASA
the
affiliated.
video, and
Non-rectilinear lens
so you watched the
camera.
video on
Yeah.
the internet,
Yep.
and that's your proof that the ground is a ball, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So if someone saw a video of King Kong climbing the Empire State Building, would
Mm-hmm.
and then said that King Kong existed because they saw that video, would that make them smart too?
Yeah, you could be smart, but that doesn't mean King Kong's
Wow.
real, right?
Right. Well, that's your standard, is watching the video. That's what
Well,
he
I
said.
mean, like, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
What do you think they
So
fake every video? Like, you think people just fake videos?
I just want to know if that's your standard. That's all.
Like amateur rocket hobbyists, like you could meet them, bro. You know, you could just
You
like
could
talk
say
to
that
these
it's
people.
not your standard.
Sure.
Is it your
Yeah, I
standard or
guess
isn't it?
yeah, that's my standard. Yeah, I'd say
Good.
you're right.
Okay,
Okay.
great. So does King Kong exist if I show you a video?
I mean, no, he doesn't. He's just a
Wow.
dummy. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a contradiction.
Does flat Earth exist?
See, you're the one who has the contradiction.
I think you got the contradiction.
What's my contradiction?
You're a flat earther, even though you know it's wrong.
No, I told you that it has to be a
You and
globe, right?
Mr. Batman, are exactly the same person. Did you know that?
I told you that it has to be a globe, right?
Yeah, but you and Mr. Batman are exactly the same.
It doesn't seem you're really interested in having a conversation, are you?
Bro, it's a conversation about flat Earth, something that you guys just do
Well, you
because we
came
don't
in here
like
and
it.
wanted to have a conversation, right?
Oh, sure. I was here to just kind of have fun.
Yeah, I know. Fuck off.
I got a question here unrelated to flat Earth.
You said you got a question?
Yeah, but it's unrelated to flat Earth.
All right, what you got?
Did you hear what Trump is saying about NATO yesterday?
No.
Dude, he was saying if the European NATO allies don't pay, then he hopes that Russia attacks them.
Is this upsetting for you?
I just think it's pretty ridiculous how politics is getting.
Just par for the course, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why is no one in here speaking?
You got something you want to talk about?
I'm confused as to why there's a big room of people and no one is talking. Was the conversation that boring?
No, they just get flat smacked every time they come in, so they stop talking.
Hmm.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So, what's the latest global argument that they're trying to put forward lately?
Oh, they don't have any really.
Yeah, I know. What's the thing they're trying to
Yeah,
fabricate?
well, number one is they can't photographs from space. Then they can't figure out why they would lie, and then minority opinions are just stupid. That's pretty much all their arguments boil down to one of those three things.
Oh, you say they believe photographs in the sky that are fake. You talking about that?
Yeah, photographs from space is like their number one proof. So look at this photograph is their first proof. Number two is if you like question the photograph, they can't think of how it could be a lie. And the last one is if you show it to them, hey, a photo is not really proof of anything, then their last thing is minority opinions are just stupid.
Oh, they're really scraping at the barrel right at the moment, right?
Well, it's been that way because a lot of them don't even know what flat Earth is, and they disagree with it, and they think they debunked it, but they don't know what it is. So it's like this weird worldview where you can disagree with topics and not have anything, no clue what it is. It's like if I just say a random word, like, flagarchy, and you're like, I disagree with that. And you're like, well, what is it? You're like, I don't know. I have no idea. Now, how did you disagree with it? How would you have a baseline, some sort of understanding to disagree if you don't even know what it is?
Right.
And they're like, well, photographs from space. Why would they lie? If you disagree with majority opinions, you're just dumb.
So basically, yeah, so basically they've basically saying nothing for the last while. No. I mean, have had no like little funny little things that they try.
No,
The other guy was doing volcanoes
everything. No, everything is basically some kind of freak out to what a flat earther says. A flat earther brings it up. The globalists never heard of the topic. Suddenly they Google it. Then they're an expert, and they're going to give you a very poor read of a Google it and tell you that you're wrong. And you're like, well, I'm wrong about, and then they can't tell you.
And so, like, bottom line is, do you actually think there's actually any real globers on the site ever? I think all these people are just actually they know it's flat, but they just
Yeah,
be
the
stupid.
globalists. The
There's no
globalists are
ways
the
that
ones who can understand flat Earth because the flat Earth model built into the globe model. So a lot of globalists come in here and pretend to be flat Earthers just to troll the dumb ones, the dumb ones who are just worked up by flat Earth.
I don't think that,
It happens quite a bit where some guy will message me say, "I'm not really a flat Earther." I'm like, "Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to be a flat Earther in this channel." He goes, "I just want to troll people who take it too seriously, who take this debate too seriously." I'm like, "Sure, have fun with it." I go, "Just don't be harmful. Troll with responsibility." Because if you troll them where they get worked up and they leave, well, that's not a good response either. We want them to stay so they can learn. They can learn what the topic is, so at least they'll know what they agree or disagree with. It's not we want to stick them around so they can learn flat Earth and become a flat Earther. I don't give a fuck. Matter of fact, if they stay a globe Earther, that's more proof for me because it's a reason why people like that who can't understand something and disagree with it and think they debunk it. That's why I'm a flat earther to begin with, because I disagree with those people. People who act like that are just cancer. You just get contact cancer being around people like that.
right, but don't you think that these people that come here, they got no affinity to anything logical or they're not able to think logically, they're not able to reason logically. You can't even talk to them, and this change. Don't you think that that whole kind of way of thinking that they have. It's just they actually are flat earthers, but they're just coming here to pretend. The whole thing is a fake.
Oh
They're
yeah,
just acting.
they're flat earthers, even if they don't want to be, and they try to fight against that by fighting you. And you're like,
I
dude,
don't
this
think
is
they're
your
actually
journey.
afraid of what they're saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think any of them actually believe anything of what they're saying. I think they're just here for other reasons. But they're definitely not here to actually prove that the Earth's round. I don't think I've actually heard anyone that's a genuine glober that's actually really believes the Earth's round that comes here. Personally, that's what I don't think they really believe. I think they actually think they know the Earth's flat, but they're just coming here for other things, for other reasons. That's what I think. That's my opinion, but you take it or leave it. If maybe you disagree with me, but that's what I think. I don't think any of these people are real. Actually, believe that the Earth is actually round because the way they talk and the way they reason, it doesn't even make sense because they're not even logical. They don't have any coherent thinking. They might even be AI. I don't know or something, but they're not reasoning on a scale of human reasoning. They're not actually thinking, using their brains or something. I don't know what's going on. Maybe maybe their ability to think is damaged or something, but they're not thinking like rational human beings because they can't put 1 and 1 equals 2. They've got 1 and 1 equals something else, like minus 2.5 or something. And it doesn't make sense. Nothing that they say actually joins together and becomes coherent. So what I'm saying is, I don't think they actually are really globers. I think they're actually flat earthers. They know the Earth's flat, and they're trying to deceive. They're trying to trick. They're trying to. I think they maliciously come here to deceive. That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah, kind of like they're the bigger flat earther than me. When you start looking at how they conduct themselves.
Well, they are. They're actually part of these organizations, these secret organizations like DARPA and stuff like that, and NASA, and they believe in mind control, controlling the masses, and their goal is not actually flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Just using flat Earth as a tool to control people, but it's not flat Earth so much. It's using it as a distraction. What they're really trying to do is just keep people under that control system. Controllers, their New World Order, basically. They work for the mind control companies of the world, media and stuff like that, and they just come here, and that's all their only goal is to keep people under control, because they're fearful that if people know the truth, they might not make as much money, or they might lose some profits, or they might lose their job, they might not get paid by NASA. There's some fear that they've got some kind of fear that they have to somehow keep the world under control, and it's their duty to keep the world under control. That's what I think. I don't think it's got anything to do with flat Earth. I don't think they even care about flat Earth because the way they talk, it doesn't make sense. They don't even reason like human logic, because you can talk to them as much as you like. You can say the same thing over. They'll just ignore your argument. When you make a good argument, every time you make a good argument, they ignore you. So they're not actually here for flat Earth in the first place. They're only here for one reason: to control. That's all. Power and control is their only goal. They don't care about who's right or wrong. They don't even care. They couldn't care if any. They couldn't care that it's for them. It's just a game. All they want is power. That's all.
Yeah, it's the globalist agenda. They have an agenda-driven worldview.
They're not even honest about why they're here. They'll tell you that they're here for globe Earth and they love the globe Earth and everything's a globe Earth. But it's just a mantra. They're basically, what they're saying is they want to control you and they want to own you, and they think they own you, but they don't. But they want you under their power, basically, under their spell, under their control. That's all it is. It's just politics, basically. So you're in the right server, basically. We're in the right server because that's what it is. The whole flat Earth thing and globe Earth thing is just politics. And of course, to keep people away from God, because you can, if you can keep people away from God, then you can control them. Because once they got God, then you can't control them anymore. They're uncontrollable. under the world systems. So basically, you've got to keep people away from God to under the power of Satan. So if you can keep them in the mind, in the reason, in their minds instead of in their hearts, so they connect with their minds only, but not with their hearts, with God, and then connect with God. You can keep them you can keep them blind. You can keep them under control. So basically, like all the mind control people are going to come here. Everyone who wants to control is going to come to these places. To keep all the young people under control, to see what's going on, keep everyone tabbed, to keep everything because everything on Discord is recorded, right? On Chinese databases. Every single word, every single post, everything that is recorded, and it's kept forever. So what they do, they accumulate it, and they want to create this God machine. It's basically it's going to be the culmination of all knowledge and all personalities. And they want to create a computer that has the proficiency of all personalities and all people. And they want to put it together and then create this like false God, this computer God, whatever. That's what they're busy creating right now. They're using our skills and our faculties and our arguments and things to put together this perfect computer program. They don't care too much about the way they do it. There's like 100 different things like they can do with flat Earth. It's a good way to divide and conquer as well, because it creates animosity. Besides, because they create the whole vision that if you think the Earth's flat, then you must be crazy. That whole thinking is propagated all over the place. So if you talk to anybody, immediately they switch off because they've already been programmed to think against flat Earth. So it creates divide and conquer. It creates an atmosphere where you don't think anymore, where you don't reason, where you don't reason at all. So there's a lot of things they're doing with it. So in a way, it's also being used by them and exploited by them to do a lot of things, to divide people religiously as well, so that people will fight and argue over things, and then they'll fight and argue about religious things as well, because they'll bring that behavior, that argumentative conflict, they'll bring it into the way that they think about God as well. So it's also can be weaponized. And I think they've got it weaponized from in some ways as well. Although we don't want it weaponized, we want to try and help everyone and see everyone see the truth of the shape of the Earth. But I think they weaponize it as well on their side. You can create a lot of confusion with people as well, because now suddenly people, okay, I don't see things as I used to see it. Now I see the Earth's flat. Now I've got to question everything, and then people start throwing out even true things. So you start becoming like almost paranoid. You can become like a conspiracy theory extreme, where you're so paranoid of everything that you don't even leave your house anymore. Like you can get into that paranoid fear kind of thinking as well. That's not good either. That's not healthy. Fear, obsession with fear, like fear everything. This, conspiracy theories as well. They're not conspiracy theories. They're all true, of course. But what I'm saying is that can also lead to fearful people, like the people that I've noticed that hang around Alex Jones and that. Kind of weird, because they're kind of like always fearful. They're not balanced. They're too fearful. Too on the side of fear. Like Alex Jones, he gets fearful. It's almost like he says true things, and I like what he says. I like the content. I listen to Alex Jones still. I think it leads a lot of people to fear, and they don't know what to do with it. They got nowhere to go. That's a problem as well. They haven't got a solution really to go with that.
A lot of stuff you're bringing up would be good for Sunday, for Speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
Are you around on Sundays? Is there a way you can come back and bring up a lot of these things?
Always. Yeah, it was just a blank spot here, so no one was talking. So, there was no one talking. So, but if you want to talk about other stuff, that's fine.
Oh no, I'm saying that it'd be really good content. A lot of people show up for Speculation Sunday to hear a lot of the stuff you're saying right now.
I don't always. I'm pretty busy, but I do work on Sundays as well sometimes. I mean,
Okay.
so yeah, quite a lot. So
I think you would get a
pretty busy,
really
but
good response, on Sunday.
Yeah, he said what he said, and it's good for today for me. So thank you. You're spot on. So
Oh yeah,
God
yeah,
bless.
yeah. I'm not saying he shouldn't say it. It's definitely a lull, and you could, it
I'm
was
not
good
saying
to hear.
that you're not saying what
Oh,
I'm saying. Come on, Craig.
yeah, I'm saying I want more of it, and I want more of it, especially Sunday would be really good. Bring it up anytime you want.
yeah, I'm not always around, but I've been having a break from internet discussions. But I find like what's really bad is like what really put me off was that when they had that flat Earth in that church thing a couple of months ago, that really was dumb because why would flat earthers be arguing with people in church anyway about it? Doesn't make that guy had no knowledge about the flat Earth. First of all, he's got no understanding of it. So there's no point in even debating with him. It's kind of stupid because the guy doesn't know. He's completely ignorant. That pastor that was there. It's kind of making everyone look bad because you just making doesn't really make sense, the whole thing, because why would you argue with someone who's completely ignorant anyway? Church. I mean, because it's not even church is not really about flat Earth, the shape of the Earth. The church is about like worshiping Jesus, creator of the Earth. So it's kind of like a distraction in a way. And then like it's weird that like the whole conflict is about whether the Earth's flat or not. But the day, what about meeting the creator who actually made the Earth? Because isn't that more important than actually arguing about it with someone else and killing someone else, having a fight and fisking, beating each other up over who the shape of the Earth? Isn't it better just to like actually meet the God who created the Earth? The thing is, when you think that God is a mean God, has to fight for things, then that's the whole thing. God isn't like that though. He's not aggressive and mean. He's not like that at all. He's just totally love. So it kind of debating in a church about flat Earth is actually the dumbest thing. I think it was like such a it was kind of off-putting in a way that it really put me off because it doesn't make sense to argue with a guy that the guy obviously loves God. But he's just deceived, and he's got some controlling elements in his personality, which probably he needs to deal with God. But that's him and God, his relationship with God. And they all have. A lot of people do have that. They control too much. They try to control people too much, but which is not a good thing. People should find out for themselves, like to live life. It's just because the New World Order is trying to control us doesn't mean that we should try to control others. Should be free to kind of find who they are themselves. You know what I mean? That's important, I think. At the same time, I don't think like waking people up to the flat Earth church by arguing, debating is really going to help anyone. I think it's they're going to meet God because at the end of the day, knowing about flat Earth is good, but knowing Jesus personally and experiencing me is the ultimate. So there's a lot of people who know God, but they're completely brainwashed with flat Earth. But does that make them evil? I don't think so. They know God, they walk with God, they love God. I don't think God condemns them. I don't think God is against them for not knowing about the flat Earth at all. I don't think God holds it against anybody that you don't know about the flat Earth like it's a sin or something. It seems like people make out that it's somehow a sin not to know that the Earth's flat. The Freemasons all know it's flat. The Freemasonry, they've got that sign on front of their organization. What do you think? There's a sextant there. They know it's flat. That just the fact that they got a sextant there proves that they know it's flat. They're not even embarrassed to tell you that they know it's flat. But they don't love God. They hate God. Freemasons are a bunch of they're basically Satanists, but a lot of them are low level are just people basically that get cooled into like a cult, doing good, and then at higher levels they got to do things. They got to commit themselves to the gang. They got to jump in coffins and be homosexuals and all that stuff. And I've preached to Masons that have come out of like Freemasonry, and then they burn all this stuff. So basically, like, I know what it is. Like the high level guys with all their stuff and their relics and their effects and their swords and stuff, they have to give that up. And when they give that up, power of God hits them, and the demons come out of them, get free of that stuff. And it's like a demon possessed cult. They're in a bad, evil cult. But basically, the Freemasonry controls everything. Controls the whole thing that's been happening for the last 3 years. The whole thing that this, they all signed contracts. The 1%. They're all part of the Masons. They all know it's flat. Does that make them good people that they know it's flat? No. It doesn't make them good people at all. They're not good as such. They could be good if they love God, if they let Jesus live through them. But the thing is, religion doesn't help you either. You can be religious as whatever. Even Christian religion doesn't help you. You need to actually encounter God and be possessed by God. You got to be filled with the Holy Spirit and like meet God. Because a lot of Christian religion is not really that either. It's actually against God. I mean, there's Christian religion that's for God, and there's Christian religion that's with God. Some of it is like fake because it's not real. It's like just all appearance and stuff. So, I mean, you can have like a lot of stuff kind of against. They're not really following God. They're actually putting people away from God because they're preaching religion instead of preaching a relationship with God, a real encounter with God. So if flat Earth doesn't bring you to an encounter with God, it's not going to help you much. I mean, you can be flat Earth, and then it's not the end of all. I don't think it's the end of all. But it's a good start, to be honest. At least you're being honest about stuff. But these guys who call themselves globers that come here, I don't think one of them is actually really a glober. I think they're just here for other motives, to try and deceive. They're kind of mean people that just want to deceive and get a kick out of deceiving people. But I don't think like debates in churches. I don't think that guy was really wise to do that. I think that was like a really bad move to do something like that. It kind of puts people off because it's going to put people off on both sides. People that actually know God and that don't know about the flat Earth, they're not going to appeal to that stuff at all. They're going to be totally put off by that. And the people that are flat earthers, they're not going to get anywhere, so they're going to be frustrated because they're just going to be dealing with a guy that's just going to go crazy. Because I mean, that guy was pretty. I mean, no one's perfect, but he had a point as well. I mean, it's not really a good place. But the thing is, you can't really change people through to church and tell them about the flat Earth. It doesn't work. You can't really face people. There's too much brainwashing. There's too much layering. There's too much. People are too brainwashed against flat Earth to do it directly like that, in like that kind of situation. Not a good move, I don't think. I can't walk into someone's church and start talking about flat Earth and trying to take it over the whole church or whatever. I mean, I could talk privately with a pastor or whatever. That's fine. I could talk private with some pastor or something, in the back room or just somewhere no one, not everyone. But in public, in front of other people, approach subjects like that with a pastor, doesn't make sense. It's not even logical because people don't even come there for that. They didn't come there for flat Earth. They came there to encounter Jesus, to experience Jesus. And I mean, there is an element of being honest. That's good. But I mean, I don't think every person is evil because they think the Earth's round. There's a lot of good people that think the Earth's round. There are a lot of people that love God that are really awesome people. I mean, I've met a lot of people that are awesome people. That think the Earth's round. They still think the Earth's round. They're tricked by it, but it's just because they never thought about it that much. Just haven't gone into that scientific kind of thinking, that logical thinking, and they don't know all the arguments as well. There's a lot of arguments that are quite nuanced. I mean, not every person understands perspective and things like that. And I mean, it's confusing because the way that it's being argued by the globers, they've got every little corner covered on the internet. If you look up anything, if you look up any argument, they've got an immediate reaction against it. Like, it tries to counter the flat Earth. like every single corner of the internet is covered with these like false arguments. They're going to immediately, when they search, they immediately go to the wrong stuff. They're going to go on YouTube and they're going to find the wrong stuff. They're going to find all the wrong arguments, and they're going to be immediately confused. And it's really hard for them to actually find information. So basically, here's the only place where you're actually going to get a proper story, because you're going to hear the truth. Because the other places there are some places where they do say true things, but it's hard to find them nowadays, especially in the last couple of years. It's harder and harder to find stuff.
Well, the historical truth is, right, what they're defending historically is a born concept out of the beast system, out of the Vatican and the Jesuits, which is, closely linked, obviously. And the beast system is very much after keeping its doctrine alive, because that's how you get as many people to worship Helios, or, to not worship the actual creator of this place. And that's all about. It's all about deception, and it works greatly because it is so deceiving. But I always say the truth is simple, right? The topographical stationary plane that the Earth represents itself to be is a very simple acknowledgement. But when it comes to lies, they are always complicated, full of, vain babbling, full of vain ideas and fantasies. And that's how it has been, interfering with the minds of the young people, of the old people, of everyone, right? And they need to get out of that system of thinking, because they have been purely indoctrinated by a beast system that is worshipping Helios, a sun god.
I mean,
that's what it is historically.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I was infatuated with space and space movies. I used to watch every single space movie, play every single space game that existed.
There you go, worship.
I was like, I used to play EVE Online for like 1 month non-stop, day and night. I didn't hardly even worked for like a whole month. I just like play EVE Online, you know what I mean? So live in a space world, basically. It's a virtual world of space. So, and when you're young, you think, oh, I'm going to be an astronaut. You want to be an astronaut. You just want to go to space. Everything's about space, and you just want to see spaceships fighting and Battlestar Galactica and this and that. But it's like it is a religion in a way, because you're actually just fantasizing about this imaginary place that doesn't exist. You just want to live there because you want to escape from maybe reality, maybe you got pain in your life or something's going wrong in your life. So it's an escape mechanism for people to escape to another world.
Exactly. It is actually a perversion. It is an upside down doctrine that is even blasphemous against the Most High, who sits in his tabernacle, because it makes man think he can be as high as the Most High, right? Go into places that should be called heaven, so to say. And it's even crazier if you look at the historical root of heliocentrism and how it actually comes from the beast system, from the Vatican, the little horn that has rose again after the papacy have been released and have given dominion by Mussolini once again with a lot of money and power, and that the father, which is also blasphemy, you should not call a man the father, but has given an authority that is not questionable. In fact, by Italian law, you can't question the sovereignty of the Pope, because he is completely detached from, Italian law, so to say. Anyways, we know that they have all the power. It's the little horn. I hope that it's very clear that the Vatican is like, all the presidents need to abide to. Yeah,
we know he's evil because
they are the author of heliocentrism, and the thing is, in Deuteronomy 4:19 it says, when you look to the heavens and see the sun and moon and stars, all the host of heaven, do not be enticed to bow down and worship what the Lord your God has appointed to all nations under heaven. What they want you to do is literally worship heavenly bodies, they get you into
Exactly.
that fantasy land.
For the earth, you can.
It's a
What about
spiritual
worshiping
war.
the earth? What about worshiping the earth? You could also worship the earth, and that would be idolatry too. If you worship the flat earth, isn't that just as much as idolatry as worshiping the heavens? Yep, same
Well,
thing.
well,
You're still worshiping
I hopefully, I
you're a
would
person.
say hopefully no one is worshiping the earth. Rather, no.
I think some flat earthers might almost be. I would say some of them could be worshiping the flat earth almost. It's their whole obsession.
Maybe, but I love to see how people recognize that it's made by someone who has creative power, even if they don't know yet where to give that recognition to. They still recognize that it's wonderfully and beautifully made by the one who made it, right? And if you don't start to worship like the animals of the field and things that have been created within that realm and make that your god, then it's already a good start to understand that you should give the praise to the author of all things, right, including your own being.
What about worshiping God for who He is, though? Isn't worshiping God for who He is greater than worshiping Him for what He creates?
100%, yes. But I mean, it's a good first step to recognize that you yourself, including creation and all, should be something of praise that goes back to the author himself, right? Not saying, "Oh, look at this rock; it just coincidentally happened to exist," or something like that.
A lot of people misunderstand God's character and nature as well, and His ways that He deals with situations. So we can misrepresent His character and still say true things. We can say many true things, but still misrepresent who He really is and His love and His ways.
Right. But keep in mind, everybody is on a different, awareness, and I think it is kind of up to the Most High, right? Because I wasn't taught certain things about Him. He was the one who to reveal Himself to me, and so.
If you're all saying different stuff, like one saying God's like this, one saying God's like that, one saying God's like this, then basically you got confusion because you got all different messages. You got many different messages of who God is.
Yeah, but there is no confusion if you use biblical scripture and make that the standard of knowledge bases. Because
you can take one scripture and then you can change it, mean what you want it to be, because scripture can be manipulated easily. You know, the devil used scripture as well to tempt Jesus. So you can take scriptures and you can say, okay, God's like this because of this. And you can say that, but it's not really true.
That's why you need the spirit of truth.
You can misuse the Bible. Like misusing the Bible as a common.
I understand. And that will never, until this day and age will end and there will be a new kingdom established, a new world established, that will never end because of the sinful nature of man. There will always be twisting and perversion of truth. But there are certain things that we can be happy about, which is if we receive the spirit of truth, He will guide us into all truth. And when I do talk to people who have the Holy Spirit, there is almost every time pure alignment with the understanding of scripture and so forth. It only happens to be with people who, I don't know, maybe have not yet been receiving the spirit of truth. But who am I to say that? I'm nothing. I'm just a voice in the wilderness.
I don't think we have to be like ignorant and we have to be sinful for the rest of our lives, because Jesus died on the cross. He said, "You are being sanctified, have been sanctified," past tense. So that means I don't think this. You see, I think a lot of Calvinistic thinking has influenced our, Baptist thinking, Lutheran, and there's I'm not against Luther and a lot of things he said, but a lot of people twisted what he said. All of these guys, they've twisted what they said and they've made this into a thing where we're always sinful for the rest of our lives. No, the Bible doesn't say that.
Well, remember that we
says the old nature
strive.
Died with Christ.
Yeah, but remember that we strive to be holy. But it says if one of you says he's without sin, he's a liar. He's lying to himself.
I'm talking about unsaved people before they meet Jesus. So you can twist that scripture and make it mean what you like.
If you can be without sin, you are holy, or you're perfect, and that's purely against what scripture tells us.
No, not at all, because the scripture says
In Romans, in Romans, you can read how there is another law within our members, which is the law of sin.
That was
It
before
doesn't
he
say
met
that
Jesus.
that law is gonna go away.
But that's a misinterpretation of the context of that scripture, because so what happens is people take that scripture and they think it's after you meet Jesus that scripture applies. No, that's before you meet Jesus. And also, and God says, be holy, be perfect. It says in the Bible, be holy as I am holy. Bible in 1 Peter, it says, and
so you think a man can be completely holy, perfect, without sin?
No, the Bible says you must be perfect. It says that in another scripture.
Well,
so you can't take one
I
scripture
personally
and
don't think
throw out the other.
that is biblical.
The thing is, you're trying to use logic on one scripture. You can't do that. You've got to weigh all the scriptures together, and then you've got to see the whole picture. You see, because you're just looking at one scripture and you're saying that's only what's in the Bible. No.
If we can be sinless, if we can be 100% without sin, for what did the Messiah do what he did?
Say one thing. Let me say one thing. When Jesus died on the cross, right, we died with him. Our old nature died and was buried and never to rise again. We became 100%. A new creation. That old nature died, was buried. So that means that old Adamic sinful nature is dead. So anything that we think we're sinning is just our false reality of thinking that we're still alive. But we're not believing that we died with Christ. The reason why we sin is because we don't believe that we truly died with Christ in the first place.
Well,
and what
you need to do a separation there.
I'm talking about this is a faith battle, and we don't put our faith in the Adamic nature. We put our faith in the new creation of Christ, what Jesus did on the cross.
But you need to do a separation there. Your body died. Your body died, right? Your fleshly body died with all its. Yeah. But the thing is, you're still living in your body, right? So you have a dead body that is under the law of sin, which will turn back to dust. But you're still within the spirit, within that temple, within that body that will turn back to dust. That's why Romans is so important as a message, right?
You're misinterpreting the scripture. There's two words for flesh, right? There's sarx and there's two words actually in the Greek. You're taking they use the two words and they made it one word, flesh. But flesh means two different things. One time it means the body, and next time it means the old nature, the Adamic sinful nature. So you're mixing them up now. You can't mix them up here, you see.
Bro, but with all due to respect, okay, it says in Romans 7:17 to 25, right? I don't want to read the whole thing, but it says, I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then when with my mind I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh the law of sin, because the flesh is dead, which it also explains in Romans, right? So how can you wiggle around that?
But
before he met Jesus, you see.
Who were they talking to? Were they talking to the Gentiles or were they talking to the Jews at this point of Romans?
So that's talking to Jews, yeah, exactly. So this is before he met Christ. He was like that. But Romans 8 is where he is now. Romans 8 is the new creation, victory. He says, I am filled, I'm in victory, overcoming by the power of God. So the problem is that the reason why everyone's failing in Christianity is because they believe that lie in Romans 7. The Romans 7 lie is what's killing Christianity. That is the lie that has destroyed the whole church, because they've infiltrated, they sent agents into Bible schools with that lie, about that Romans 7 lie that you're saying now, that you believe. That lie has been propagated.
So you're saying that the scripture is a lie?
No, he's not.
They send people into the churches.
Can I help?
They want you to believe that you are still fighting against a sinful nature that already died in Romans 6. So they lie to you and they send people into
I'm not fighting against a sinful nature. I recognize my flesh has died, but I'm still wearing this flesh suit that is of death. It will turn back to dust. It will not be a part of me that will rise again. It is already dead. But because I'm still within that flesh suit, that flesh abides to the law of sin and not to the law. That's why it aligns with when it says in scriptures we cannot serve the Lord or we cannot please Him through the flesh. That's not confusion. It's literally it literally aligns with that we're not able to please Him through the flesh. If you can be without sin, you can please Him through the flesh. If you can make your flesh without sin.
There's two different. They take two words and they put them as one word. That's the problem. It's badly translated in modern English because they use flesh for two different things. Flesh means the physical body, one meaning. Second meaning of flesh means the old Adamic nature, and that died 2,000 years ago on the cross when you died with Christ. So there's two different things here. Your body didn't die. Your body is still alive. You're still the same body. You're the same flesh and blood that you always were. The old nature, the sinful nature died. So there's two different things here. You can't put them together. You can't mix them up, and you can't swap them just how you feel. That's what happened here. The people have taken two words and they've mixed them up. And that's why words are important. And that's the problem with in translations in the Bible. They've taken the translations and they've oversimplified certain words and they put the same words together. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It's translations again.
People.
Okay, again, like what does Romans 8 mean right after Romans 7? There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh, that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. For they that are after the flesh do not mind the things of the flesh, but they are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. For to be carnally minded is death.
How do you get in the Spirit? You have to know that you died with Christ. So the very thing that gets you in the Spirit is the very thing that's
been attacked. But the flesh is still sinful, bro. Don't you get that? It literally, that's the essence of Romans. It's not a lie. You can't please the Lord. It says in the scriptures, you can't please God with the flesh. If you can make your flesh sin free, you can please the Lord like the Messiah did. But the Messiah was the only one walking in the flesh, sin free.
Yeah, that's what excuse. Especially unsaved people will agree with you on that.
Man.
But you see, you'll get a lot of agreement from unsaved people. But what I'm saying is that there's only God's way, right? And God's way is the cross, right? So you've got to accept God's way and have faith in what Jesus said, and then you have the victory. The victory doesn't come by professing the problem. So when you got more faith in Adam than in Jesus, that's the problem. You've made Adam such a big thing, and the Adamic false nature.
Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. You're creating confusion right now.
When Jesus spoke, sorry,
you're not understanding the whole nature. You see, so you're not understanding.
You seem like you're putting your own words into the scriptures. I'm just using scriptures to explain something. I take it as it says. That's it.
You're not even understanding the difference between the two words that are different.
You talk about wrong translations, false interpretations, blah blah blah. I just take the scripture and that's it.
Yeah, but you can't just
insert all your own beliefs. You insert things that are not written.
Biggest lie is not flat Earth. The biggest lie is that you think that you still got a sinful nature.
What is the biggest lie? Quick question: when you die, what happens with your flesh? What happens with that body?
You get a new spiritual resurrection body, like Jesus.
What happens with your current flesh suit that you're wearing right now, that you used to speak through? What happens with that thing?
Well, that obviously perishes, but you get a new resurrection body.
Exactly, it turns back to dust, right? Because it is not of the nature of the spirit, right? It is it's a separation. It's of this world, and it will die with this world because this world will no longer be at some point.
No, that's
or at least this current time.
The body is not evil in itself. That's Gnostic thinking. That's the thought.
No, the body is not evil in itself, but the body has through Adam has fallen into the law of sin, under the law of sin.
No,
the flesh you cannot please. Why does it say you cannot please the Lord with your flesh? Why does it say that?
No, that's not talking about, because you're confusing two words and you're making them mean the same thing. You're making
why body, you always flesh. Say that? I'm just using the Bible. The Bible says you cannot please the Lord with flesh. Can you use the Bible to support what you're saying?
You mixed up two words and you.
I'm not mixing anything up. No, I'm just using scripture.
And flesh means also, it means two things. The flesh means, one, it means the body, actual physical body. Like, second thing it means is the Adamic nature. So what the Calvinists do, they magnify the Adamic nature and they make it more powerful than Jesus nowadays. That's not Luther and Calvin. They didn't do that. They saw God as more powerful and the new creation is more powerful. But the modern Calvinists, they have made the old creation more powerful than the new creation, and that's why people don't walk in victory nowadays. And they send Satanists into Bible schools to preach that stuff to confuse people. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. The same way they send little agents like NASA agents, same as NASA. Well, there wasn't NASA before, but they had people all along from the Jesuits trading and putting this Romans 7 doctrine into thinking, and it's in your thinking as well. You're like,
it's scripture, man. It's not a doctrine.
You believe the Romans 7 applies to Christians.
Are you cherry picking scripture now? It sounds kind of like it.
Romans 7 doesn't apply to the Christian. It applies to the unbeliever before you meet Jesus. That's what I'm claiming.
Well, I'm going to stick with scripture.
Gentlemen, can maybe this will help. Clay, do you know what dispensation is?
No, I don't know that English word.
Okay, so dispensation. It means with regards to the way that the Bible is written. For example, when Jesus speaks, not all the time is he speaking to Gentiles, us. He hasn't died yet, for example. He's speaking to the Jewish nation so they realise that he is the Messiah. Until he dies upon the cross and sheds his blood. Only up until that point is a new dispensation or time reached. Now, what I mean by that is there's a few different laws within the Bible. There's the law of Moses, for example, which goes up until Jesus dies on the cross. And then after Jesus dies on the cross, we have a new church age. It's really important to understand that when we're listening to Jesus and what he says, not all the time is he speaking to Gentiles. You'll notice that he never preached, apart from one time, to a Gentile. He didn't send the apostles out to go and speak to the Gentiles until he died on the cross. So up until he died upon the cross, he was only speaking to the Jewish nation. It's important we understand this when we're interpreting the Bible. Would you not agree?
I agree 100%, yeah. But I don't see why Romans is something. I don't get the notion how people can think that their flesh suit can be 100% without sin.
Oh no, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
flesh
but that's what
the flesh has two meanings, right? You're talking about the flesh, a body, right? That's one word there, flesh, socks. Then there's another
Are
word.
you denying John 1:8?
There's two different words there. They use two different. If you look at the Greek, they're not the same words. They put them as the same words, and it's confusing. That's what makes it so confusing.
Isn't it self-evident to you in everyday life that your flesh is sinful? Can you 100% control your thoughts?
The
Messiah said himself, even if we look at a woman with lust, we have already committed adultery, man, in our heart.
Your experience each day is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about what the gospel says, the Bible says. I'm talking about the emphatic gospel of Christ, which means we're not talking about your failure or your discern or how you think it is, because unsaved people, they think the same. Oh, I can't stop sinning because I'm so evil.
It is
they think the same as you. You could join them and you could have a big party and you could agree with that because they believe the same. I know many unsaved people who believe exactly like that.
Bro,
they believe that
what
there's
does
no way
John?
it's going to sin for the rest of my life.
What does First John 1:8 says? If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sin, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins.
Yo,
when you
guys,
meet
can
Jesus,
I just get in here a second? At some point, can we... Yo, one second, please. One sec. Yeah, can we get back on topic pretty soon? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if he wants to deny John, then go on.
That's not. I'm not denying John. I'm saying that the context is wrong. They're talking. Just read the verse before that. They're talking about unsaved people. Read the context of a scripture. You can't just take one scripture and say, "Oh, that means that." It doesn't mean that because people use it out of context and they just manipulate that scripture out of context. You got to read the whole letter in context.
Bro, it literally says, "But if we walk in the light as He is in the light, we have fellowship with one and another, and the blood of Jesus his son cleanses us from all sin. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us." That's right after it says the blood of Jesus is cleansing us from all sin.
So if you
Why
if you
would
say
you
that
think
you have sins,
guys.
you obviously
I've,
you got
I've,
to
I've asked
obviously.
nicely. I'm not going to ask
You're right.
nicely a
Yeah,
second
we
time.
can quit it here. It's okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion.
But if you guys want to carry it on, obviously, you know, there are multiple channels in this
it's
server
okay.
for that. It's just, yeah.
It's okay, man.
Just
I appreciate that we were talking about off topic for a very long time, and I very much appreciate that we had the chance to talk about it. I just think it's always important to remind us that we should just take scripture and not our own interpretations. That's all.
Cool. So, would anyone like to discuss the shape of the Earth that the God of the Bible clearly thinks is flat?
Does the Earth even have a shape?
That's a good question.
Don't know, but the surface is pretty flat.
Water is the most beautiful thing about it. Not only is it mentioned within, biblical cosmology, but it is a self-evident globe debunker in itself. I think water is amazing. We are made out of so much water.
Well, that's the funny thing about water, isn't it? It's not just flat and level and a fantastic flat Earth proof, but it's also so vital for everything we do, like from washing to obviously it's the lubricant of the body. Most of us is water, but also, I mean, we use water in design processes. We use water in all sorts of ways, and to think that there's this magnificent substance that's, I mean, you can drink it, you can use it, you can do all sorts of things with it, and it's also incredibly healthy for the body. To think that just came about because of an explosion in random nothingness seems very hard to believe. But would any globe champions like to make an argument for random explosion causes everything? I guess the Earth's flat then. No one wants to defend their ball, so it's all good. I was rather hoping we'd get back on topic, but it seems like there isn't a topic because now no one's talking.
I think it is just beautiful that we live in the water world, man. Like, all the land we're walking and talking on is surrounded by water. We have waters in different kinds of states. We have water underwater. We are almost purely made out of water. Our blood has a lot of water. Like, we drink water, hopefully. It's just insane if you think about it. It's really a water world, like SpongeBob.
For sure.
And the most beautiful thing is it's when you read the creation story, that I'm not saying that everybody needs to believe in, but the most known one, it is the creator himself over the depths of the waters or the water. Which is kind of cool.
I agree. Oh, Bad Boy Uncensored. Is he in the chat? He's calling Creation Bear and Miggy lovely individuals.
Maybe Creation Bear and Alpha touched him or hurt him somehow. I don't know.
Recently, I don't know if you were there, Jedi, but I had do you remember when I was called Big Flurfin? And I had had a conversation with a guy. I can't remember. He claimed to have a PhD in some bullshit. I don't know. And we were talking about. He was talking about how like all of science must be in on it, right? And and then I broke it down and started saying like, well, some of them know they're lying, some of them don't know they're lying, and some of them aren't qualified to know if it's a lie or not, right? So there's 3 different groups. And anyway, so there's this video. It's about 10 minutes long, and someone's, I think, New Perspective clipped it, and it seems to be doing the rounds in a bunch of different internet kind of areas. And I've had probably about 7 different people DM me saying, "Is this you?" I saw
Really?
this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. I guess it's about as viral as you can go as a flat earther without actually having a channel.
Yeah, right.
So
Well done, you. I think.
yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just think, I've been toying with the idea of making a TikTok channel, but I just think I don't really want to put myself out there, and then it become people will start to. I don't know. I like to keep it separate from my personal life. I don't know how you or anyone else feels about this, but
I think it's wise to keep these things separate from your personal life if you can. Otherwise, you're putting your whole life on blast, and fuck, you deserve what you get, as far as I'm concerned. If you're going to be that attention seeking, I had a TikTok channel for a bit just to promote 24/7 and whatnot, but I very quickly fell out of doing that because it through experience, it just wasn't my thing. I didn't enjoy it.
yeah, I mean the average age of a TikTok is quite young as well, isn't it? So you're going to get the kind of it's going to be even worse than your rank and file Glober that comes in here.
Yeah. It's a different playground, that one.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it was interesting. So how's life over in wherever you are, Jeddah?
Flat.
Land.
It's flat,
Well,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's not doing too badly. But it's definitely flat, the area of the country that I live in, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that isn't, I'm not being stupid, this part of the country is the flattest part of the country. It's where the Bedford levels are. It's Norfolk, very flat. So it is
Lovely.
the flattest part of the country, yeah.
Yeah. You're living in the Kansas of England.
Pretty much, mate. I came from one flat earth proof, seeing France from Kent, to another one. So yeah.
I was going to ask something about that. So when I saw someone's address the other day, where their home address, because they're in America, okay, so their emergency contact, it said something like Ashford apostrophe comma Kent, and I did.
There's Ashfords all over the place. There's an Ashford in Surrey. There's an Ashford in Kent. Pretty sure there's an Ashfords. There might even be an Ashford in Essex. There's Ashfords everywhere.
Oh, okay, I didn't ask her because I didn't really. I mean, I just figured like that. Okay, that's her emergency contact. There's no point. I figured like, yeah, I wonder why that, because it's kind of like the way it was worded made it seem like, like the country or the state of Kent, or whatever. So okay, yeah, that makes sense though.
Yes.
We don't have states.
Yeah. You got counties in your states, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't list those though. When you give a shipping address, you would just list the city then state.
Yeah. Well, our country is about the same size as one of your states. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Well,
so if you were just write Ashford down, it would be hard to tell where exactly that is. So you can put Kent then.
Yeah, unless it had the postcode or like you call it zip code. Postcode gives you everything really, apart from door number and whatnot.
Well, what's funny is I think in Canada there's a place called Chatham, Kent, which is interesting. Because in Kent we have a town called Chatham, which is in Kent. So clearly it's people from Chatham went to like either northern USA or Canada and were like, what should we call this place? Let's just name it after home.
Yeah.
But this is the thing you'll find. I think in the eastern part of America, you find a lot of English town and city names. Like obviously New York, it's just York. There's lots of Manchesters and Birminghams and Ashfords, and there's loads of English towns. Until you start getting further and further west, then I don't know what fucking happens here. You started making words up.
Native names.
Yeah, that would be it. Yeah. There's loads of English town names in America, loads of them, and Egyptian ones as well, and biblical ones. There's loads of Ninevehs in America. There's a few Bethlehems, loads of Salems.
Strangest names are actually in Australia and New Zealand. They just it's like they just I know they just put like 30 letters into a bowl and just picked 10 of them out at random. And we're like, this place is called Warrambul. Okay, why not? I guess.
Yeah. Australian names are the funniest. Though I can't think any offhand at the moment. That's because they're so obscure. Nice, a lot of Australians ending up coming to the server. We've had quite an influx of new Australians coming in. It's good. It's good shit.
How's everybody doing?
Yar.
Lovely, thanks. How are you?
I'm alright, dude. I'm feeling pretty crappy right now.
Oh, why are you feeling crappy? Did you just find out the Earth isn't the globe?
You can call your mom.
No, bro. I woke up Sunday morning, just started throwing up like crazy, and my body feels weak.
Can you say kurva for me, please?
Why?
Because your name is Russian. Or
Polish
maybe
people
Greek?
say kurva.
Is it Greek or Russian? What is that? What?
It's Russian.
Oh, it's Russian. I'm so clever.
And I'm not upset the earth is flat. I've known that for a long time.
Lovely.
So you joined the server and you went right to the flather section, like do not pass go, do not collect $200.
He says he knows the Earth's flat, so that makes sense.
Well, I mean, like, what got him here? How did you know about this? This was like flat earthers were here.
Oh, I like this Discord.
Oh, okay, so it's like just a new account.
Yeah.
All right, I see. What was your old account name?
My old account name?
You have to say if you don't want to. Like, if you just want to let it go.
Oh, it's the exact same name.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
I wasn't banned from the server. I was banned off Discord entirely for breaching TOS.
Oh yeah, I've had about 7 Discord accounts. Don't worry about it too much. Someone gets butthurt with what you do, and they report you for some flagrant nonsense, and then suddenly you're gone. And okay, well, now alts. The funny thing about this, right, is that Discord it'll ban you, but you can just have all of your alts on a single profile now anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
It's actually part of the TOS. They allow you to have alts.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying though. So if this account gets banned, well, I've got a second account which is all on all the same servers. So what are they going to do? Like,
It's more just kind of feel good measures, data, and metrics they can present to the government when the government says, "What have you done to curb hate speech and conspiracy theories?" We've banned 40,000 accounts. They're like, "Okay, keep up the good work. Censor those, ingrate bastards."
then for those people who don't believe what they're told based on the fact we told them.
I've kind of funny when like the anti-conspiracy theorists will get their account banned. They're like, I was fighting conspiracy theories and they banned me. You're like, well, if you're using disinformation against disinformation, that's disinformation, and you said disinformation is harmful and should be banned. You should be happy that they silenced your disinformation because you're against disinformation and you're for it. So you need somebody to help you with you if you. Therefore, you, not me, you. Your disinformation, not mine.
I don't know. To me, the word disinformation seems like a word to throw out whenever they want to just shut you down without having to actually provide an answer.
Oh yeah, it's newspeak. It's 1984 newspeak.
No, the government wouldn't do that, would they? They've got such a good track record of being really nice people throughout history.
Yeah, right.
Crit, I swear, you're the funniest dude I've ever met in my entire life. Good morning.
Good morning, Sydney.
Oh my good gosh.
Right away, you log
Morning.
in to hear a zinger.
Always.
One of these globalists who came in here triggered, so I send them the news with the GIF, and he started sending me kind of like soft core porn. So I started sending him the
What?
skeleton. Yeah, like to respond, like
It's disgusting.
yeah. So I responded with the GIF with Skeletor singing or saying, "The joke's on you. I'm into that shit."
You should have sent him a link to your OnlyFans.
I love Skeletor anything. It's weird. Nice.
Yeah, he's like the bad guy who isn't really a bad guy. He's just a bad guy because a good guy's so good that everyone in his perimeter is just bad.
I feel that.
Which was kind of weird with the movie, like the live action movie from the 80s, where Skeletor's like, fuck it, I give up. I'm going to leave, Eternia. You can have it. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. I'm going to go to Earth. I'm going to hang out on Earth for a while and use my magic and dominate these monkeys. And then He-Man chases him to Earth. It's like, dude, he's not into you, okay? Like, he's trying to break up, right? He moved out.
I feel like you need a whip sound, Yeah.
That's like the princess from the Mario Brothers. Is like he would rescue her from Bowser in one stage, and then he'd have to go back to Bowser and get her again, and then get for 8 levels. It's like she keeps on going back to Bowser. It's like she doesn't want
Yeah.
you, Mario. You know what I'm saying?
I've heard that too, where the real story there is that it's like an abusive relationship, and she's trying to get away, and is real in love with Bowser, and Mario just keeps like wrecking the castle and blowing shit up, and
It would have never worked out because Mario's hella shorter than Peach and she's kind of a bitch. But yeah, if you can just say that, I know.
I mean, Luigi's the real OG because he's actually like way taller.
Well, the original Peach was a mushroom princess. She wasn't like the tall one, like from Mario, the first Mario.
Have you guys seen these? It's actually on TikTok. They've got these like epic battles, and it'll be like 1 million Bowsers versus like 3 God Toads or something. And then the next one's like 1 million Peter Griffins versus 1 million giant chickens.
The one I thought was the funniest was like all the Pokemon versus all the lions. So what did Canadian atheists do this morning? I'm looking for a map. Does anyone have a map? I want to take a flight.
You want to go to Narnia?
Fuck yeah.
He's like, I live in Canada and I want to go to Cape Town. Go, motherfucker. Shit. Well, I can't. I go, okay, well, don't go then. But I want to. Well, go. But I can't. Well, don't. I need a map. Make a map. I can't. Then don't. Because flat earthers told me the maps are wrong. I'm like, okay, so if someone tells you something, you just believe it?
Are
Yeah.
you talking about a Canadian atheist?
Yeah, did you knock him out this morning?
Yeah, he's like every day he has to sing. Like he's just so triggered, man. He comes back every day.
Is that
Never
what he said?
speaks in BC,
Oh, okay, he didn't come to VC.
and he'll
Who's that?
ask the same thing in text over and over again, or he'll generally be a dickhead.
It's so weird, too, because atheist logic is perfect for flat earth. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. Show me the proof. I'm not convinced. Any atheist buzzword, talking point, you just need to switch out God with globe. And it works exactly the same. But yet somehow, when you apply their logic to their worldview, then they seem to be, well, you're a suppressive person, and they roll out Scientology, fair game at you. And whatever they do, that they're defending science. Well, science doesn't need to be defended. It's self-defense. It defends itself. The method has built-in defense for it by repeatable, observable, measurable. You don't need to come in here and start arguing with people and asking a bunch of dumb questions that you can't answer yourself. That boil down to he can't go to Cape Town because a flat earther told him something. Well, if your whole worldview is you just stop doing things because people told you to, that probably explains a lot why you are in life. See, I'm quite the opposite. Someone tells me I can't do it, I'm like, hold my beer. Watch me.
I feel that.
Someone's snoring. I'm not seeing who it was. You got out here. Let me tab back in. Oh no, then stop.
There's a lot of people in the server. Do any of these people think the Earth is a ball? Nova, not Jay. Do you think the Earth's a ball? Gordost, do you think the Earth's a ball?
No.
Do you think so?
Earth globe.
We got Vortex there at the bottom. What's going on there, Vortex?
Somebody called Ribbit. Ribbit. What's up, Ribbit?
It's kind of a funny name.
Dogs Are Gods was trying to explain why the horizon is refracted backwards from its geographic location within the black swan, but the oil rigs aren't refracted backwards behind the horizon. That was interesting.
Wow, I mean, I could just smell the hope from here. Was there anything
No.
specific?
No, I'm just going to jump in and say no. There wasn't
Fair enough.
anything. It's just words. He did do a drawing though, which was nice. He got a pen and a bit of paper and drew a curved surface and someone standing on it, and then some zigzag lines, and then I have no idea apart from that. Just what the fuck. But I like the question, and Cyclone brought it up. Why in the Black Swan image is the physical geometric horizon refracted backwards, but the oil rigs aren't? your rigs are where they should be and not refracted backwards? Good question.
Very interesting.
Didn't realise refraction was selective. Maybe it's a cousin of gravity somehow.
You must have heard of refraction by now.
Oh, I've heard of refraction, but now I'm just putting all of the links together, understanding the family tree and what they have in common with each other. And a lot of bullshit. It's selective. Refraction and gravity are both selective.
Do you, gravity, take refraction to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do.
To bend and choose what arguments you apply to and when. Yeah.
To obfuscate in sickness and in health.
To lie through your teeth until death do you part.
Do you assert that skunk bait is the Earth's curvature? Breathing in and out.
I like it when they bring up skunk bay and say, look, what? Just the atmospheric conditions changing what we can see. You can't see the bottom of that object because of this refraction. But never, ever do they point at Earth curve within skunk bay. We just talk about refraction.
Of course, yeah. You must have seen the cartoon of the man who just started paying attention. Like Glober's just like doing that all day, every day.
Yeah. But dogs is an interesting stuff, that's for sure.
Has a glober ever provided an example of refraction on land, like over a hill or over a mountain, where we can see what's on the other side? I've never seen that. It only seems to apply when they want it to apply to water and stuff.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a selective argument.
It's very selective. I've never seen the other side of a hill or a mountain.
Of course. And it would seem ridiculous to even suggest, right?
I know.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Don't
yeah.
suggest it.
Why is it that with a camera with a powerful enough zoom, now I can zoom in onto the top of a hill and say I can see the daisies on top of the hill, or I can zoom into the grass and whatnot, but I can't zoom into the horizon. No matter what I try to do, that pesky horizon just keeps extending into the distance. Can't zoom in on it.
Is anybody here?
Nah.
No.
Shh, quiet.
I just wanted to proclaim my support for flat-chested women. Because, flat-chested women still have it where it counts.
Fat bottom girls, they make the rocking world go round.
Yeah, but even the girls with the mosquito bites, the really small tatas, flat girls are still women.
Well, you can have
They
them.
can be a spinner. They could be a spinner. They could be.
You can have them, and I'll have the other ones. How does that sound?
They could be sticks with twats.
But the real question is, what is a woman?
Well, I mean, but they have it where it counts.
Wow.
What, on the flat Earth?
Would you throw a flat-chested woman out of bed? Would you tell her no?
I mean, probably.
Damn.
Based.
Red pilled.
Oh, someone got to him first. Fuck's sake! I was trying to keep him talking so I could see him. I was to mute him.
The thing is, you don't have to lay flat with a flat-chested woman.
Yeah, shut up.
Well, that was silly.
Yeah, very.
The only thing I care about being flat is the Earth.
My floor, my walls, my ceiling too.
Did you know, guys, I actually calculated the radius of my flat floor earlier, and therefore my floor is a ball.
Wow.
Flat is a shape. I've seen a study. There was like a correlation between being a flat earther and being virgin above the age of 30. Why do you guys think that is?
I would highly contest that point.
Okay, what's the argument?
Just so I'm sure that I heard the question correctly, can you repeat it for me, please? Or the claim, at least.
The question was, why is that the case?
What's the case? Like, all of it. I want to make sure I heard it all correctly before I answer. I want to make sure I'm correct.
The correlation between being unfucked and a flat earther.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely not true. I would not going to give anyone my body count, but there is one, and it's I know lots of flat earthers that are happily married, for example, that have children, so there would be an issue.
Oh, well, it's a study. I mean, it's not saying it's necessarily the case. It's a correlation, not causation.
Cool. So there's a correlation between ice cream sales and murders. Awesome.
How many people do you know? Well, how many people do you know in general?
Hold on. Isn't it the case the model, the whole globe model is founded by virgins, like Copernicus or Newton,
definitely
Kepler.
Cavendish.
They're all like died virgins or celibate, right? So the whole heliocentric model is founded by virgins. It's the virgin religion. What are you talking about?
The point is that it's more
Einstein
likely
married his
that
cousin.
when you find a flat earther that this guy is a virgin than finding a globe earther and this globe earther being a virgin. That's like the whole
No, that's
point.
not
This
true.
is like
That's not true.
degenerate as
That's what
shit,
the
dude.
study has found. Yeah.
Which
You
study
can
was
say it's
that?
not true, but
Which study
No,
was that?
it's a globe earth study
Let's see it.
by
Let's,
globe earthers.
Can
hey,
you
Cycle.
post it?
Yeah, Cycle, let me tap in on this because maybe he doesn't know that
Yeah, he knows a
Newton.
lot about being a virgin. Yeah, let's go, Clit.
He knows that Newton was like an incel or a volcel. He never married and played with dolls. Had a massive doll collection. Same thing with Copernicus. Same thing with Galileo or Kepler. None of these guys ever married. Had no kids, no wife, no
So,
girlfriend.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
so
So
this is your model. Your model's lore is built in a bunch of incel virgins as a shot call, as a beginning of it. So it's not the
yeah, which
flat
is
Earth that
why
has that. Flat Earth has an ever growing population that's getting bigger and bigger. The globe model has an ever shrinking population. They wrote books about this, about what to expect when no one's expecting.
yeah, you don't really need a study to know that the majority of people are globers. So the majority of incels, the majority of virgins, they're all globers. And I'm sure it's no coincidence that the model is founded by incels and virgins, and why people like Grimm come in acting like an incel. It
It's
speaks to your
predicted.
people.
Yeah, it's predicted. Which is why when I showed him that video where he says he's not sure if he can stay with his girlfriend now because he's a flat earther, and I showed the video of the Family Feud of saying, hey, if you're on a date and the person said they're a flat earther, what do you do? It was like smile, agree, you're so smart. One of the bottom answers was disagree and argue. See, even that part, they don't really know how to navigate or interact with domestic or romantic relationships. To them, their ego, their identities always come before the person they want to share their life with. And it's demonstrated here by Grimm, just in real time. And tomorrow, same thing. Nothing new under the sun. They have a very difficult time interacting with the majority of people. Just people just being people.
And they got the bringing up the virginity part about things. That's nothing wrong with chastity, right? So being being like a person being not actively sexually or being not doing that for until marriage. There's nothing wrong with that. So putting that in a bad connotation or tone, like, oh, you people are virgins, like, what's wrong with that? Some people are. Maybe they value chastity,
Hello, nigger.
and that's okay. Like Crete will say, you do you.
In my country, I don't use a soap because Hitler made the Jews to become a soap. Yeah, nigga.
I'm tabbed out. Who was that guy? But David.
Chastity.
Yeah, I got a question here for everybody.
Fire away.
Do you like biryani rice?
I don't know what that is.
It's a really good rice, dude.
Yeah, we call it biryani here.
How long have you all been flat earthers for?
Yo, Crip,
Yeah.
what are you messaging me about? What is this point you're trying to make?
Well, what do you see there? What do you got what's your takeaway? What do you grab what do
I
you
already messaged you. Just what is yours?
I got it's kind of I wouldn't say a surprise, but just see what you got first.
It seems like kind of like a basic agreement of like to like how to handle space exploration and like resource sharing, agreeing to like help each other with emergency situations, sharing scientific data, not destroying like historical space sites like the moon landing, that type of shit. Seems pretty innocuous to me.
Yeah, with the country Greece, right?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
I
Like
don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't understand your point. Can you please make it?
Yeah, well, it's not my point. I'm not the one who wrote the story.
I didn't read the story. I just read the agreement that they signed. So I'm not sure what the narrative the journalist was trying to push, but I read the actual agreement they signed.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because a lot of these stories are reported many places.
Yeah, so I don't understand the point you're trying to make. What is the takeaway?
So they're making an agreement like now, like what's the big push now for the Artemis Accord?
Is that your takeaway?
No, I mean it's kind of interesting, right?
No, not really.
If they would have launched like normal, then Greece wouldn't have been part. But since there's all these delays, now Greece is involved.
Delays and I'm not sure. I don't follow.
Well, maybe go read the content. I guess I'm not really sure how much I can paraphrase it.
Okay, I read the agreement. It looks pretty innocuous.
Well, there you go. That's just like Ares helping Xena. Really kind of pointless, you know. That's kind of maybe where I was going with the gift too. So Ares comes down and says, "Hey, I'm going to help you complete the mission." And she's like, "What can you do?" Nothing really. Okay.
I think like in general, Greece probably launches their own satellites, so they're involved with like space stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what they. I don't know. I mean, you don't believe that satellites are real, so
Greece is doing their own satellites, huh?
So, Cooper, you were talking about not disturbing historical landing sites on the moon. So does that mean you think they've landed on the moon?
That would logically follow.
What makes you think that?
I don't have time for this right now. I'll talk to you guys later.
That was easy.
Wow. A one-hit quit. What makes you believe the thing you just claimed? I don't have time for this. Good day. I don't have time for this self-reflection.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the whole point. I was going to get into the whole twofold idea. I wanted to see where he was going because the main idea for the twofold idea here, posting the news, space news with a GIF, is that the main claim is that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Yet the globalist has seen the same episode for years and years. So let's change it up and present the globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. And the second one is offer the globalists something other than flat earth to think about in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat earth, a topic they can't even tell you what it is from the starting point. Does something other than flat earth have an effect on them? And you just saw no effect. So here's Greece and America signing the Artemis Accords, the 35th country to jump on board with the Artemis Accords, a framework for peaceful exploration of space. But yet he's unable to reflect on that, doesn't really know what that means, thinks somehow it includes the moon, but not the earth. And then when you kind of press him on, well, tell me where you're coming from. He doesn't know and doesn't have time for it. So I said, yeah, just like when Ares told Xena, I'm here to give you a little moral support. She's like, no thanks.
It was funny. You just have to post them the news without even any comment, and they get so defensive about it. Like, well, what do you mean? What's the problem? I don't see any problem with this. Like, over protesting because they kind of know it is all retarded.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The globe is so ridiculous. The story inside the globe, the lore is so ridiculous that you can just post a GIF that kind of highlights it. And they're like, huh? Oh, but space.
Well, we don't want them destroying any historical landing sites. That's the issue.
Which is interesting too because they've bombed Iraq like twice with depleted uranium rounds. How are they worried about some sky vacuum rock? It's like what Carl Sagan had said. The most ironic token of that point in human history was Richard Nixon said, I come to the moon for peace of all mankind, as he systematically dropped 7.5 megatons of explosives on southeast countries. He congratulated himself. He would do no harm. This is the same type of thing here. They're worried about like sites on the moon. That really that's what you're going to focus on? You're preserving those sites? What about earthly sites?
It's just another symptom and tell of the fact that this whole thing is like just a new brand of Western superiority and colonialism, basically, where they'll say, like you said, perfectly happy to destroy the birthplace of civilization as it's known and destroy human history at will. But when it comes to America's history from the 70s, that shall not be impinged. And they think they're like warriors for the world, when in reality they're just defending this sci-fi Western hegemony.
Yeah, it's really nothing at all. That's why it's easy for these countries to just make a blanket agreement because it doesn't mean anything. Just like Ares telling Xena, I'm here to provide you moral support. Doesn't really mean anything. They're just like, whatever. You're just here to interfere or whatever. You know, like some sort of clickbait.
You can bet these same people weren't going to. They weren't spending months of their lives arguing against invasions and bombings and indiscriminate killings in the Middle East. They care more to defend their sci-fi fantasies than they do about humanity generally. And yet, ironically, they try to dress it up like they're defending humanity and progress and science. No, you're just defending your little make-believe sci-fi stories, and you don't give a shit about the real damage to humanity that's being done by these governments. So that's a good point to call out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of why I don't write that stuff out, because they'll just brick it. So what I do is I put the GIF in there to kind of highlight the point that I would make, and then see what they do. And a lot of times they really don't do much of anything. They just get upset. And I didn't mock it. I didn't ridicule it. I just said, hey, seems to me like this is kind of contradictory. It seems, Carl Sagan had said, very ironic. But the issue is, if you just insert a flat Earth geocentric cosmology, it's not ironic anymore. This is just, geopolitical positioning on a flat stationary world for really no reason whatsoever other than tribalistic points of view. If they cared that much, if they really cared that much about the lunar site, then how come they're not caring about what it really meant? They told you it's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. One small step for man, a giant leap forward for all mankind. That's how you would honor and respect that site, by doing what it said it should have done. You don't actually need the site anymore, because now you've got it in there in the ether, and you would just follow that logic and reason. You would stop the tribalistic mindset. You would stop these things that should have been debunked hundreds of years ago by the heliocentric model. But yet these same set of conditions remain. Nothing new under the sun. So quite ironic if globe, quite predictable if flat Earth. Get back to text chat, man. Grim all kind of worked up. So he muted me, a coward. No problem. Let's follow that worldview. So if Crit's a coward, then Grim muted. Grim muted, Crit's a coward. Let's hold it. Let's hold on to that worldview until you don't want to be muted anymore. Then you say, if Crit, coward, therefore not muted, or something like that. And we'll test the claim. We'll test the null, and I'll mute you anyway. And then you see it really had nothing to do with me at all. You just came in here with a really cringe, degenerate topic that you didn't really know the lore of your own incel history of the heliocentric model. So now you're upset. And instead of like I said, now he was shown a contradiction. He said, if flat Earth, virgins everywhere. If globe, lots of sexual activity. Okay, explain Newton, Copernicus, Kepler, explain how these lifestyle these guys picked. Einstein marrying his cousin and shit. Tesla marrying a pigeon. Like he even brain farted the story of the Wizard of Oz. Like he tries to add a gif where. So what was the lion? What was the story of the lion here when he went to go see the Wizard of Oz? See, basically they will brick any topic at any time for any reason if it's inside the flat Earth cosmology. Suddenly nothing makes sense anymore.
Hello, are you guys sitting in silence or is my headset broke?
No, yeah, it's both probably.
Oh, okay. Broken headset and silence. Fantastic.
So what's a scoop today?
Oh, I don't think there is any scoop today. None whatsoever.
Nobody talking.
Yeah, Mia was talking.
Okay.
I think she left. It's just Grim spazzing out in the chat.
Yeah, it's epic, man. I always like every day. There's somebody who just triggers the fuck out. It's like it's so. I mean, it really is a joy. You know, like
It is funny. Grim,
so.
you're definitely not triggered. We can see.
So if me, then he's muted. If a character, something about me causes him to be muted that he thinks is true, so he has to be muted now. Otherwise, his worldview doesn't make sense. Because if I unmute him, that would break his logical, consistent worldview. Because he's only the only reason why he's muted because there's something about me. But yet, no mod is unmuting him. No one gives a shit to hear what he has to say. So now he's got to wait. He's got to stir. He's got to go neck deep in his own shit before he's able to change that to something more workable. Because right now he's offered, you've shown a contradiction. There's a contradiction in his worldview. So does he say he knows the contradiction's there, but there's an explanation he doesn't know what it is. It's a big question mark. Just accept the contradiction or freak out. And you can see he's chosen to freak the fuck out for the enjoyment of everybody, right? Like entertainment purposes. You are here at my pleasure. You are here to dance monkey. And when I get bored and other people get bored, you spam me in the chat, they'll just get rid of you.
Dance, monkey. You better fucking dance. I like it.
It's quite interesting where like the one guy came in here today said, the only reason why I'm muted because I'm the smartest person in the room.
Start by
Okay.
putting a yarmulke on your head. Maybe God will.
Okay, no problem. You're the smart. Here you go. I'll mute you. Now you're the smartest person in the room. He's going ham again. See, he makes it his idea. Dude, Grim, whatever version of me you need to add to your worldview, go right ahead. Because that, in 25 cents, will get you a cup of coffee. Maybe. if somebody takes some charity on you.
See, this is how much they love you, Crit. He's saying that whatever you say to them in your DMs will either make or break their day. And today you've made his day.
Yeah, and that's good. And that's the best part, why he keeps coming back, wondering why his worldview is logically inconsistent. He did that all on his own. All I had to do was tell him that the incels are the ones on the globe model and cite actual historical documents. See, he came in here with a really stupid talking point, got wrecked, spazzed out, and now is asking to be unmuted when his worldview dictates he can't ask for that.
Yeah, it's kind of an algorithm.
And you can notice that too, because there's other mods and channels who could be like, hey, Crit, Grim's right. You are being kind of a pussy right now. You should unmute them. But everyone here is just laughing at you. You're here for entertainment purposes. That's it. Because laughing at a spaz is kind of not very nice, but it's a guilty pleasure. Because spazzing out over flat Earth is not something that's normal. You shouldn't have people spazzing out over a concept they don't even know what the fuck it is. See, if you want to say, oh, this topic is insulting or whatever, come up. Why are you a victim? Why is this topic so victimizing you? If you want to disagree with it, what do you disagree about it? But you can't even say what it is. See, you've got this idea that you've been harmed some way by flat earthers without showing any harm. You disagree with it without knowing what it is. And you think you've debunked it, but can't even say what the topic is. What was your debunk? So here we go. We'll give you your booby prize. You added a claim. Let's follow your worldview until you don't like it anymore. Then you can retract the claim just as easy. Be like, hey, I guess Crit's not a coward. And you see you're still muted. So it changed, very manipulated nothing. You were muted for a very specific reason that you are not able to understand. You bricked it. You just bricked. So now you can make all these wild swatting at the fly accusations, come up with all kinds of weird bullshit to try to think of a reason why, and you can just use your reason why, and that and 25 cents might get you a cup of coffee. Then when you realize your ideas are completely worthless, complete garbage, then you can fix it and come back with a more logically consistent worldview. I'm fine. I'm fine with whatever version of me you need to add. It doesn't mean anything. Even to you, it's completely worthless, vacuous statement. What I'll do is just point and laugh at how you'll tell me I'm a pussy for muting you, and I am a pussy, so you're muted, then ask me to unmute you. That's fucking hilarious. How? What happened in your life where you felt like just screeching and crying? See, this is my take here. He's a big baby. Because when he was a baby, he cried and got what he wanted. And now he's an adult and he still cries to try to get what he wants. But it's not going to work here. Crying like a baby is not going to work here because you should be a grown man. Big boy rules in this channel, as stated in the rules. It says right there in the rules. Easy to follow rules. So you either grow up or we just keep laughing, dude. And you can provide the entertainment. It was even better. Grim's on the news list too, so there is topics he could raise. but he can't. Bricked.
All right. Well, if we're not gonna let him embarrass himself further on voice, let's move it along. Get to someone
Okay.
else.
Well, if there's no one else to talk, then we can just unmute him, right? I don't know. Well, like, what do they do? They just cry and complain.
See what happens, man.
Yeah, if someone's free to speak to him, feel free.
No, I'm just
I think
asking
Crit
why
muted him.
is he muted because he cried?
He came in earlier saying that he's looked at a study involving flat earthers being virgins, which obviously he didn't. He's just spazzing out immediately. And then Crit pointed out to him that all the founders of the heliocentric model, like Copernicus and Newton and Kepler and all that, are incel virgins basically, and that his entire religion is founded by incels and virgins. So it's kind of an L point for him. And I think he just started spazzing out, so Crit muted him.
Yeah, fair enough.
But could be funny. We'll try him. Grim, are you composed?
Well, bro, there was no spazzing out, right? You bro is just a coward. That's all.
Okay, very good.
Also, how are people from the 17th century relevant, to this study conducted recently? It's not relevant,
I don't care about this study that you just made up in your head. So can we talk about the shape of the Earth?
Well, I just made up that I made it up.
Yeah, you just made it up.
It's your fucking opinion.
Oh, well, just fuck off then.
Well, why
If
don't
you
you
want-
fuck off?
Well, because I can mute
What the
you.
fuck you want from me, man? What's your fucking problem?
See, the thing is, Grim, is that like when
Oh, you're so
like
angry, man. You're so angry. Are you a virgin and a flat earther?
yeah. So anyway,
This thing is very deep, right?
the point about this server, right, is that well, first of all, what's interesting
Okay, I'm a
about
veteran, bro. You don't have to explain.
what's interesting about psychological projection is how people love to talk about the things that they're scared of. So, it's probably the case that you're scared of people thinking that you basically repel women.
He ran. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Actually, yes, he's gonna start crying in my DMs. Like, how long? 5, 4. God, away, just like that, just on cue.
Oh man. They can't help themselves.
Yeah,
What about that
it's
King
fun.
David guy? What's this King David guy?
He was saying something about the Holocaust and Holocaust denial and soap and
wonderful.
All right. Well, let's see, King David. Can you have a rational conversation about the Earth? David. Hey, what's up, bro? You believe the Earth's a spinning ball? I'll take that as a no.
Showing. Yeah. The only surprise is that you're surprised, I guess.
Yeah, I just prefer it when they've got some more fight in them. Like today, it seems like anytime I read the guy in before who was like, "We need to protect the historical moon landing site." So I was like, "Okay, so you believe that people have landed on the moon?" And he's like, "Yes." So I was like, well, "Why do you believe that?" He said, "I don't have time for this," and just immediately left.
that was based off the news story of the day. How Greece and America just signed the Artemis Accord yesterday. He's like, "Crit, why'd you send me this shit?" I'm like, well, "What do you think about it?" "Well, is it pointless? I mean, what do you?" Okay, he's like, "Well, they need to sign this agreement because to protect,
To protect what?
like historical sites, like the lunar landers.
I mean, I don't even have a problem with that, but like, because if it like you can't protect something that doesn't exist, right? So if it doesn't exist, then what are you protecting anyway?
Yeah,
Then
that's how. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, how is that an argument for anything?
Yeah, it shows how easy it is to agree. It's like, hey, we want to protect the ice sculptures in Narnia. Yeah, no problem. Fuck, doesn't require anything from me at all just to put a signature here. Meanwhile, the Tigris-Euphrates River Valley, supposedly the cradle of civilization, where all humanity and all civilizations come from, has been completely spoiled in almost a radioactive wasteland because of all the depleted uranium weapons deployed there. Oh, but let's protect the moon site. Like, you think, if you really believe the globe lore, and that's where humans came from, you would protect that site for future generations. Or at least maybe it's a reset button in case something happens. But no, it's complete garbage. They don't give a shit. The oil, the black gold under the ground is more important than any historical significance. Well, there you go. Just like that joke where, like Coca-Cola, when they find out there's water on the moon. Like going into third world countries and just depleting their resources. Like Panama. Panama is now saying the Panama Canal is going to have to get shut down because Coca-Cola has depleted all their underground water supplies. There's not enough water to keep pumping into the canal to keep it functional. Because remember, the Panama Canal, they have to lift it from sea level all the way up to the top of a mountain where there's a lake. And then they go across that lake and then pump the water back out to lower it down to get into the Atlantic. If they don't have the water to do this, it's just basically like, a non-functioning device. It can't work. It needs large quantities of water. But you're all happy to get your, endless fountain drink. Get your 22 big gulp, 44 ounce big gulp, 99 cents with a fill up of your gas tank. See, like, people think about, the globe is such a great password forward for humanity. Huh. Does it seem to be going pretty good right now? You see a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes happening. Another country to sign the Artemis Accord. Is that something good? Or what are we working with now? How about Canadian atheists? Do you want to give this a shot, dude?
He's too shy. You know that. The globe model still can't solve shyness.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's interesting how he said that he can't go. Earlier, we're talking about this. He wasn't around, though. He said, I want to go to Cape Town, Africa. Okay, if you want to do that, go do it. I can't. Well, why can't you? Because flat earthers told me something. And what did they tell you? That you can't go? No, they said something else. And I'm like, and that stops you from going. He's like, yeah. So then you, what do you do next then? Do you believe them or you don't believe them? Then don't believe them. So there you go. So don't believe everyone tells you. So what's your proof of the heliocentric model? Oh, someone told you. Okay, but you just adjudicated not to believe everything people tell you. Otherwise, it stops you from doing what you want to do. So if you then believe something that someone told you, then what's the result? You stop being able to do what you want to do. So let's factor out the belief and get to the really is level. Shy. That's it. He's just really shy. Okay. Got it.
You're never going to be an astronaut if you're that shy. You gotta put yourself out there.
Get noticed. Get recognized. Get found. Someone's going to be like, damn, this is it.
Yeah, if you want to be the genius who finally gets us back to the moon, us, you gotta work on that self-confidence. Maybe shower, maybe.
Get the high score on Kerbal. Start winning.
Yeah.
Like that's some people think that Kerbal is like an actual recruitment device. And what they're going to do with it is that if you get to unlock the secret level, a black helicopter comes and picks you up and takes you right to a NASA facility.
Yeah.
Because you solve some of the biggest problems that there are. Oh, Grim, tired out.
And now he rests.
Yeah, he gave up. He ran away from texts, from DMs. Just kept spamming the thing. You're a pussy, that's a fact. Okay, now you know why. And then the next two sentences, hence muted. Now you can never ask to be unmuted. Otherwise, you break your worldview. Brick the part that matters. The part matters is he's looking for a reason. Why am I always muted? Just make it up. Choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
And then, if I can tell you why you're muted, because you came here with some really cringe, degenerate shit and tried to get a hold of it, let you know what really happened in the real story in the Lord of the Heliocentric model. You freaked out, couldn't listen or pay attention, so we put you on mute so you could listen, and you didn't want to listen, so you just made up your own stuff. So there we go. Let's follow your own shit, your make-up world belief. Whatever you want to make up without any sort of way to take questions on that or explain it, let's just follow that until you don't like it. Then once you don't like it, then you'll be able to affect some kind of change. Because I can't change for you. I can't just take control of your life and fix it. You have to fix it yourself. You're going to have to come up with a way to show why you care and don't care at the same time. It's very simple logic and reason that goes back to the days of yore. To not judge somebody until you've walked a mile in their shoes. So you understand their life and where they're coming from and why they do what they do. Because you've done that. You followed their footsteps. And you got to the same conclusions. These guys throw that away completely. And they'll judge someone's whole life, not even know what shoe size they wear, based on the question they asked, and they didn't like the answer. Like, holy fuck, how did you do that? How did you ask a question and you're more confused after your question was answered? Like, the more they know, the more they ask, the more questions they ask, the more confused they get. They're better off, like Copernicus had said, you're better off not even doing this endeavor because now you're going to exit a greater fool than which you entered. Well, dude, just open your mic, Canadian atheist. Because I would say if I explored your epistemology for atheism, I could use that one for one to explain flat Earth. It'd be a one for one correlation. I would just have to explain globe instead of God. Just glob instead of God. Dude, your mic's open. Just open your mic. What are you waiting for? You don't need to type. Open your mic and say, hey, this is me. I'm the Canadian atheist. This is what I want to say. Because people are kind of tabbed out doing other things. It's more of a Discord voice channel, not a text channel. So, like, yeah, stop typing and start talking. Maybe suppress. There we go. Try now. Try now. We call this like the 10% rule. Can you use a microphone that comes on your cell phone? Your cell phone has a built-in microphone. Are you able to use that? If you're not, that's probably why you've been disqualified from being an actor. Fuck them. Sitting there typing up a whole book. Just open your mic, dude. Shit. What is so hard about they want to come in here and have a conversation, and they don't want to have a conversation at the same time. They just don't. They don't really care. But they do care. But they don't care. But they do care. They care. Why? Why do they care? Oh, because flat Earth is dumb. Okay, there's lots of dumb things in the world. Why do you care about this specific thing that you've adjudicated as dumb? Because it challenges their worldview. That's what they don't like. They don't like anything that challenges what they already preconceive. No problem. So let's follow it. Let's follow your assumptions, your preconceptions, and see where you end up at. I predict you'll end up with a contradiction. I'll point out the contradiction. You'll either A, say, you know what? I see the contradiction, crit. I'm not sure why that's the case. There's an explanation out there, a big question mark. There's some kind of explanation. I can't think of it right now, but if I spend enough time and I dive into my worldview, I dive into the facts, I'll find some answer that matches how these two things are not contradictory. Or number two, they just say, yep, I recognize there is a contradiction in my worldview. They just don't care. They're okay with contradictions. They've accepted the contradiction. Or C, they just spaz out. They just flip the fuck out. Start saying all kinds of dumb shit. Everything is dumb. You know, like flat earthers are, like Grimm said, are, you know, a bunch of incel virgins or whatever. Like, while we have ladies' night, we've got like the women of flat earth here. So it's going to see where they're going to follow. Can they follow their worldview, or they cannot follow their worldview? It's going to be one of the two choices that they're going to have to make for themselves. And it's not going to have anything to do with me or other flat earthers or the earth being flat themselves. They're going to have to walk their own road, their own asphalt, for them to get to the conclusions they're looking for, which for the Canadian atheist was he wanted to get to Cape Town. If you want to get to Cape Town, you don't need me for that. Just go. What are you waiting for? You waiting for me again? Well, that's not going to work out for you. You saw that episode, that when you waited on a flat earther to give you something, it didn't work out because you didn't go. So now how about don't wait? Just go. And go.
Yeah, he's probably better off just saying, choose any answer you need.
Yeah, because at that point, he'll be only denying himself. Because if you're not going to use it, right, and you're going to keep blaming me for what you do or what you don't do, just keep making it up. It should be easy. That's what you're doing now. Just come up with whatever you want. Choose any answer you need for any question you need it for, past, present, and future. Or add your ideas and let's talk about something. Because right now, your idea is something about me that I already know is objectively false, but I'll just go with it just to see what you do next. Complete curiosity. What will this guy do next?
I'm sure you just saw Right the Hand wants to talk to you.
He can't say that because he blocked me. So he can't say he wants to talk and doesn't want to talk at the same time. Because he said right here, don't be incoherent. I'm going to summarize your points, and then blocks me. Wow. Maybe that shit he's smelling is in his own diaper. He dropped a road turd, dude. A ghost poop.
A cow pie.
Yeah, a cow pat.
Cow pat.
Yeah. Because he used to be, like in the days of yore, he was like a turd blossom. Like you had the internet. The internet was full of shit. And you had this one flower growing out of the cow pat. And now he's just the cow pat. He's just shit. And he can't even smell it. He smells it, but doesn't know where the shit came from. See, he can't. Here's another one, too. I don't want to talk to Crit. He's low tier. And you want to talk at the same time. So you don't, I'm low tier, so you want to talk to low tier content. And you don't want to talk to low tier content. You want to talk to high tier content. You want to talk to people who don't Google it, who don't copy paste, who all have original ideas. Yet you've been talking to me for what? How many days is this going on now? This is like day 5. Here, I'll show you guys a top tier right the hand content. This is what to expect when interacting with right to hand. Just random S letters. For some reason, he's triggered by the word S. But it's even funnier, too. It's also the letter A for some reason.
So he's not a fan of Fonzie then.
Oh yeah, here you go. It's also F. It's like those cartoons where they break each letter down for them.
Mm-hmm.
God, yeah, who was that guy? I'm trying to find him now. Oh yeah, there's Jack Hartman. Jack Hartman breaks down the alphabet.
Does this server allow you to invite people?
Yeah, I think it posts right there too. Politics. I mean, it's got a vanity invite.
That guy's got a lot of views. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's really popular. Let's see, what other letters did he get freaked out by? Yeah, letter A. Okay. I found this out because I was like, when uh, Chucky kept saying clit instead of crit, so I would post the R and the L. The R and the L one.
Yeah.
Let's learn the letters, kids.
I wonder where he hangs out now. Chunky Butt.
Mass media.
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. All the trolls find their way to different places. That's why I'm not in any of those servers, because it's all the same trolls, like Bear, Geos, Gems, Brandon's. It's all the same trolls, just different, like Asylum. Like it's all same people. Just a little nasty group of people who just nasty to each other.
Yep, one of the dudes got upset that Rob had took his profile picture and was just that was it. Just changed his profile. Rob had changed his profile picture, and I'm like, dude, how can you say that? You're constantly taking flat earthers' profile pictures. And you're upset now that Rob did it back to you, and the guy just cracked, just melted down. He's like, well, that's not the same thing. Like, how is that different? You know how? So if you take someone's profile picture, it's okay because they're just a dumb flat earther and they need to be laughed at. But if someone takes your profile picture and you don't like them, then that's harmful. And that person should be banned. And they're like, yeah. He's telling me don't be scared. As he banned me from his server for some reason. Triggered. And now I'm the scared one. Like he can't even click the link. I want to talk to Crit. Well, click this link. No, he's scared. Dude, I would have talked to him till the end of time on his server, but he got scared and ran. So, not sure what to do with that, homie.
So many different personalities.
Started because old dude banned him from the voice channel or the text channel or something. And his whole worldview was Crit's an old dude, therefore old dude must be Crit. And he just broke. He just broke into 1,000 pieces. I'm like, that wasn't me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, old dude and Crit are two different people. Okay, so if you're upset by that, maybe fix that. We're incapable of having a back and forth. Said the guy who blocked me and then banned me from his server. After just asking me questions and then taking no answer. You answer his questions and he bans you anyway. How about just make your how about let them know you can make your own channel where you have all the perms. There's a right you don't have to come to this one. If you're afraid of getting banned, you can make your own channel. You just click the link, go down below, user defined text channel. It sends you a message on all the different perms. So that I mean, for fuck's sake, this guy's dumber than a box of rocks. Like completely stupid. Like somehow, unless he can come into this channel and not get muted and have a back and forth, which he can't do anyway, then he can't do it. This is what I say exactly where Canadian atheists. I can't go to Cape Town. Well, why can't you? Because flat earthers told me I can't. Okay, how about just go anyway? Or maybe go to a different town that flat earthers told you you can't go to. Pick your adventure, your road to walk. Choose the path you want to walk. And if it's someone tells you you can't, just do it anyway and see what happens.
Did you see what One Big Pond wrote?
Oh, I'm tabbed out.
He thinks you're bitching.
Same feedback. That and 25 cents will get you a cup of coffee.
Ether, either oh boy, ether matrix parallax.
Okay, any chance of stopping the bitch crit? Sure. Just subjectively change what I'm doing to not that. You know, you subjectively said what I'm doing is bitching, so subjectively just change it to not bitching. Easy day. Easy money. That's cash money that you could take right to the bank. He's worried about my epistemology being wrong and that I'm scared of him. Yeah, thanks, Quiet Noobs. It's come from like this story, like really self-help books, where it says the road less walked or something like that. I can't remember the exact title of the book. But it has to do with people in your life who you think are barriers or walls that have blocked you. Turn around. Walk the other direction. I mean, a lot of people didn't like the book because it was really spiritual. I always like sometimes, it's kind of a guilty pleasure reading those self-help books, especially if I find them in the bargain bin where it's like, hey, buy $20 of books, pick any book in this bin for free. And I'll look around, I'm like, yeah, there's a self-help one. Let's see what they what they're saying. One time I got a gold one. I got that The History of Time by Stephen Hawkins. And it was really kind of interesting to read it because it was just a bunch of poetry. I mean, there wasn't any science in the book at all. And what's really nice about it was I just flipped to a random page and just started reading about black holes and shit. It was on Gem Panda server, but I didn't make it seem like I was reading. I made it sound like I was talking off the top of my head. I threw a lot of ums and and, just like that in there to make it sound like I was coming up with an idea. And one of the people said, Crit's an idiot. There's no reason why time would have any place in this conversation. I was like, yeah, Stephen Hawking, page 185, The History of Time and Black Holes. Gotcha, bitch. See, this is what they'll do. They'll disagree with anything a flat earther says, even if you're directly reading from their lore, their books of lore. They'll argue against it. The House of Hands, literally just me and him on the whole server, and then he bans me. Just the two of us on his server. No one ever talked. No one ever posted. No one's ever in the VC channels. He's still freaked out. Then blocks me so we can't DM. So I'm like, well, sure, let's just open a group chat. And he still blocks me. Damn, dude, you will survive hearing a different point of view than your own. It is survivable. That's why I grabbed an invite before he banned me, because I knew it was going to happen. Because he's predictable. He's really that predictable. Because had I not grabbed the invite, then I wouldn't have been able to demonstrate that, hey, user is banned from this server. I just would have to say it, and people would have to believe me. But now with a screenshot showing the invite link, it shows banned. Because otherwise he could just lie and say, Crit left, Crit ran away, I don't know what the fuck happened. You could just completely make up some bullshit, completely lie. Just lie about it. Knowing he did that, he timed out, he banned, and then pretend like he didn't do it. Like he didn't shit in his own diaper. He's got, see, even an animal knows not to shit where you eat. At least they have enough sense to not shit where they eat. Right to hand can't do that. He will drop a steaming pile of shit right on his dinner plate and then blame other people for that. Because he didn't see it. Because he was turned around. See, in the right to hand's point of view, if he turns around and shits, he didn't see said shit. He only smells said shit. Just like the diaper analogy he used. Someone else must have did that. Yeah, but someone else got another topic? I mean, this is kind of boring. You know, it's played out. He's ran away. He stopped responding. Jerry sent him a link to the server. He refused to click on it. I mean, that's volumes right there. He's afraid of joining this channel because I can mute him. Okay, join a different channel. Won't do that either. Yeah, quiet noobs. He gave this story. I mean, Jerry saw it too. I can also pull a screenshot. He said that if he had a child and he smelt poop, and then he went to the diaper of the kid in the crib and looked at it, he doesn't know if the poop came from the kid or not.
Would you agree with me that cooking the fish?
I know, I was there. I heard.
Oh, okay. I'm like, that's epistemology of right to hand. So when he has his own safe space where he eats like an animal, even the animal knows that the shit where he eats. Right to hand will drop a steaming pile of shit right on his kitchen table. But because he couldn't see it, because he was looking, when you're shitting, it comes up the other end. So then he doesn't know where the shit came from. Someone else did that. Someone else broke into his house. Why he turned around, someone broke into his house and put the shit there.
Yeah, and they were saying, what if you found a grown-ass man's shit in your baby's diaper?
I know, it's so funny. It's like this guy is really he's going to challenge someone else's worldview with that as his epistemology. Forget the part that he doesn't understand the worldview he's challenging, doesn't even know what it is, can't even tell you back what it is, but somehow using his worldview, he's going to challenge another worldview that's already completely ridiculous. Because he would have to see my worldview then to be able to challenge it, otherwise it doesn't exist. So not only is he challenging something he says doesn't exist because he hasn't seen it, he hasn't sensed it, doesn't know it, he's also going to debunk it and change it somehow. He's going to change and modify my worldview by just asking me a bunch of questions and then not understanding any answer, then adjudicating all the answers as nonsense, and then paraphrasing it as incoherent. Wow, like how did you do that? Wait, it turned out that he maybe has brain damage from too many drugs or something. I always like when they send you insults, they fuck up your. Like, you're that triggered that you would type so quickly you didn't say like you are a loser. It's your loser. Well, that would be you then, because I would say like mine, right? Like this is my cup. It's your cup. Write the hand. You're my loser. Your while you are, meaning mine, is you. You're the loser I have fun with right now. Then he deletes it, running from his own comments. I'm scared of what I just said because it's stupid. Well, you should feel stupid, and you should feel scared of it. Emo reaction. It's just a constant emo reaction that you're not able to explain or take questions on. So he clicked the link. He's on the server. Joined 13 February just now. Maybe tag him in text chat because he's got me blocked. He won't see the where I bumped it.
He might not have perms. Well, but then again, he has a politics journeyman role, so
He can join. Like I said, he can go down below and just click a channel, the user-defined channels.
yeah.
He's probably too dumb to figure that out too. I mean, this is a guy who can't figure out where shit comes from. Right there, create your own channel. And he'll have all the perms and all the control over mics and who can talk and who can't talk. It'll be a complete safe space. This will go into Maslow's hierarchy of needs. See, if you have control of a space, Maslow's hierarchy of needs dictates the more safety you have, the more control you have over the environment, the more you can learn. So right there, he's already in Brenda land. Because in Brenda's safe space, she can't learn anything either. See right there, inside his own safe space echo chamber where every single need is met, where he should be able to reach self-actualization, he can't even get past the first pyramid part on Bloom's taxonomy. Can't even remember what was told him. That takes talent to have that level of ignorance.
There is.
Yeah. Let's see how easily he's scared away. I did a quick ban, unban. Will he be able to get past that? I don't know what to do now. He'll be like, I was banned. For like a third of a second. Yep, it scared him away. He's done. He's already done. Oh, this is so good. It's so good. It's so good.
He trying to get you in trouble or something, Craig?
No, I just got this dude who like spiraled out of control about like, I don't know, maybe like a month ago it all kind of started. Because old dude blocked him from the text chat in YouTube. For like, I don't know, whatever how long that is. It's like, an hour or something. So he thought it was me. because I'm the old dude, apparently. So he got really upset with me and started asking me a bunch of questions on his server. And I just kind of answered them as best I could. And apparently they were all wrong answers. I asked him what's the right answers. He doesn't know. He doesn't have any right answers. He's not making any claims or anything. So then eventually he asked me a question. I would answer the same question, same answer. Then he would time me out. And this went on for a couple weeks. Then eventually I posted a daily news again, because after I stopped when he was doing the whole timing out thing, and that triggered him to ban me. Then once, so I set up, I tried to DM him. I'm like, okay, well, now you banned me from the server. We're going to have to talk in DMs. So he blocks me. So then Jerry and I set up a safe space, a group chat, where he can now talk in a safe space echo chamber, where all his ideas won't be challenged. He can say whatever he wants. And let's see if he can start following some ideas here. And he hasn't been able to do that really either, because he says he's banned someplace else. Okay. So because he's banned someplace else, he can't talk in his own echo chamber. So then Jerry sent him an invite to here, and it's basically taken a couple hours now just to get him to click on it. He finally clicked on it, then went to the text chat, and just to be funny, I banned him and unbanned him, and now he's banned. He can't come back. So he's scared off really easy, and I thought it was kind of funny. Because he's running around talking about he gets banned everywhere he goes, but he's constantly banning people too. So, I mean, he doesn't understand the tit for tat. Like, if you ban somebody and they've got perm someplace else, they could ban you right back. I mean, is that too hard to understand?
I think he understands it now.
Yeah, that's what he did. His first thing was, old dude banned him, since I'm old dude for some reason, so he bans me. That's the first thing he did. His first logical syllogism was that if someone bans me and I got the power to ban them back, he'll do it. Then if someone follows that and does it to him, just as a joke, mind you, I just did it to see how he would scare away. He won't come back now. He's running scared. I just wanted basically I wanted to screen cap it for my trophy case. Really? I wanted to get him to post the screen cap of him being banned, then the commands where it shows banned, unbanned. I typed the commands back to back. So there was really not even a second he was banned for. Just to get him to crack. Because I knew it would break him. Not a very nice thing to do, but it's what he needs. He needs a tough love right now. So this will be funny to watch. Now that he knows, even if he thinks he's banned, then he could join. I told him to join the user channel down below. But he'll pretend like he can't even do that now. He's not getting it. Maybe you can help him, Jerry. He thinks he's banned.
I told him. I said, "You're not banned." He actually replied to it. I said, "He unbanned you." He responded to that with, "I'm setting records in there."
Yeah, I know. It's so great.
I think if he wanted to talk, he would have been in here already. I mean, come
Yeah,
on,
he
man.
would. It wouldn't take him this. I mean, this even Brenda's not this stupid. And that, yeah, I mean, like, come on, dude. And if you really don't want to talk where I've got control, I was on your server. I was literally on your server for a year. Like, what? How long? I mean, I don't even know. It'd been a long time, years. And if you still don't want to, you want me banned on your server for whatever reason, you find my worldview, insulting to sensibilities, you could just join one of the channels down below. Right the hand debunks flat Earth, and people who want to listen to you will join, and you get to decide if they get to talk or not. And you still can't do that. And remember, all this is happening because he thought I was old, dude. That was like the catalyst event. Like when people like watch a drama series where like, what happened? What caused the show to start? It was some sort of catalyst event. Yeah, he's one of a kind. A turd blossom. I'll add this emoji of a turd blossom. There it is.
Yeah, and there's a lot of parallels here between what's going on, like his personality and how he gets along with people, and a marriage between a man and a woman, right? It's like the key to a happy marriage is the old cliches are true, right? It's like, would you rather be right or would you rather be happy? Right? You got the key is pick your battles. Like, not everything has to be a battle. You don't have to be right all the time because you're going to drive you and the other person nuts. Like, there's no reason to get upset at every little thing, and pick your battles. Shut up. You know, like that's what I tell my kid all the time, because he cries over some stuff, and that isn't such a big deal, and I tell him, save your tears for you know the big stuff, when it's really bad, you know not because you can't watch SpongeBob, not because you have to clean up your toys. Save your tears, dude. I get it. You're upset now, but it's not that big a deal. And that's what Right the Hand does, is he argues with people, and he would rather be right in an argument than keep that person as a friend. And that's what he told me yesterday. It's lonely.
Oh, I didn't. I must have missed that part. Like, you think it's lonely at the top. No, dude, you're lonely at the bottom.
Yeah, he said that it's lonely being right all the time, or something, or being truthful all the time. Like, you won't, but yeah, but I mean, like it's not that big a deal, dude. It's like, don't you want some kind of human contact with people? It's like, well, clearly he does want some kind of contact with people because he talks to them, right? But then he alienates because he has to be right. That's the impression that I get.
Yes, a pretty solid take. That's what I'll say. At least how I wrote in chat. Remember how he said fitting for hypocrite?
Yeah.
It's very fitting to right the hand. He needs to be right.
Right. He has to be. Yeah.
Tis right.
Yeah.
It's like he looks like he stopped responding. So now right the hand rests.
Now he rests. I love that knowledge gift, man. It's knowledge.
I know, because that's kind of what we derailed it from the very beginning.
Yep.
Like, Crit, answer in one word what knowledge is. Or, I'm sorry, what science is. I guess knowledge. It's scientia, meaning, Greek for knowledge, or whatever, Latin for knowledge. Wrong! I'm like, okay, well, what is it then? I asked you. I'm like, okay, we said one word. Can it 2 words, maybe? Like, how many words do I get? He goes, well, science can't be knowledge because knowledge is knowledge. I'm like, okay, well then science is science? No! What is science? I'm like, knowledge. No! You're wrong! Okay, if I'm wrong, what's the right answer?
Canadian atheist. He can't stay away. He's like,
he's back already?
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, God.
What is your obsession, dude?
Why not just open your mic and like have a conversation?
Yeah, be human.
At least try. Shit.
Texting all the time isn't human.
Especially this is a voice channel. If it's a text channel, okay, yeah, you're texting, but what do you think? How about that? Like Canadian atheist. What is science in a word and in a sentence?
Oh, he's going to give you a Google it. I guarantee.
Sometimes other people say it better than you could. So let's see if you agree or disagree here. So you look at the second definition, the first definition. A systematic organization of body of knowledge in a particular subject. So organized knowledge. How about just the word science by itself? The history of the word science. Middle English, knowing knowledge. Or Old French for Latin, scientia, to know. Or how about maybe like the broader sense, modern science, right? What is modern science? In a sentence. Science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. I mean, check or hold.
Sounds good to me.
And here I rolled out my own answer too, which I typed to write to hand. I just said, okay, fine. Let me see if I can come up with something that isn't Googleable, and I'll use my own words. And this is what I said. Hold on a second here. I can't remember I saved. There it is. My own words. I think that science is a method used to test the natural world with systematic experimentation to determine cause and effect. Now, where do we go from here? That's the key question. Is it say just that Crit's wrong? Okay, sure. What's the right answer? You disagree. Okay, do you understand it first before you disagreed? No. Okay, you didn't understand that we disagree anyway. Why? Crit's wrong. Okay, we just went back to that pipeline again.
Yeah. He says, why argue if not to be right? Well, the question is, why argue? Is what you're arguing about worth losing a friendship?
Yeah, maybe break it down for him. Let's see. It seems like he's listening to you right now. Maybe you got a chance
I don't
before
know.
he shields up. Red alert.
that if a female gives me a boner and then she leaves, then I'm allowed to get sucked off.
Yeah, I like that, Toy Dog. And see, I'm kind of open to pseudoscience because I think even science is a method, even if not exactly science, but following that framework can still get to positive results. It might not be, empirical like science is, like proving a cause and effect, but it could still be worth something. Like one of the examples I gave was this is years ago. I mean, like, 10, 15 years ago. I was trying to find out what beer everybody would enjoy. I kind of had like a card club thing going on. And the problem was that some people like dark beer, some people didn't like dark beer. But if you buy both light and dark beer, then you got a lot of extra beer around the house when everyone leaves. So I tried to find the perfect, like, sort of, what's the best middle ground? Kind of like an APA or something like that, right? Something where it hits all the right notes. And kind of did a blind taste test. And I used alcohol content as sort of the controlled variable. Because I didn't want to throw in there, like, some really dark beer or really light beer with a lot of alcohol content. Because that would be, oh, this is really good. Even the people who like dark beer, they would like it because it's got a stronger alcohol flavor. So I wanted to make sure they were all plus or minus, really close, like around 4 or 5%. So I didn't want to put like an 8%, or something like that, like a lager in there. So even though that wasn't exactly scientific, it still got to a usable result. I think the main problem is when people present pseudoscience and act like it was science. That's where the breakdown is, where they think they're using the authority and the power of science when it wasn't. It was pseudoscience. But if someone's upfront and they're honest about it, they're like, hey, my method and practice here is not really falsifiable, it's not really repeatable, and this is the result I got, and it seems workable. It works. Sure, you could use it. I mean, even though it's not the best answer, it's really not because it would be that sort of appeal to pragmatism. But the goal was, remember, at the very beginning, to not have a lot of leftover beer at the end of the night.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, pal. We're all talking about sunsets and horizons and that other in Earth Awakening. I can't be done with it.
Yeah, that's Cap.
Oh, hang on, I need some. Yeah.
It really seems this is what the best part of those conversations is like. How much of human history are you going to deny to maintain the delusion that somehow no one had any explanation for seasons, the moon, the sky, the stars, the sun? All these things were just complete question marks until Copernicus said, the sun's a giant ball of gas about 3 million miles away.
Right. So anyway, they're trying to they're working on like solar filters and figuring out is the sun going behind the horizon kind of thing. And my thought on is it like from like a visual point of view, if the sun was like traveling perpendicular to the surface on a flat plane, wouldn't the speed of it slow down as it gets towards the horizon? You know, the angular speed.
Well, the sun does what the sun's going to do, and it has no bearing on the shape or surface of the Earth.
Well, what I'm thinking is that if there's a constant 15 degree an hour rotation or movement of the sun,
it's not
then,
though.
Yeah, then it should be a constant speed, right? But if we can find out if it actually slows down, then there's proof for you guys. Or the flat Earth side. Just nobody seems to be pointing it
or
out.
just if they could just prove what the sun is, like, is it a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away?
I mean,
just prove
technically it
that.
doesn't matter. I'm just talking about it as being a point of light at infinite distance for the time being, or we can relate it to being a local and perpendicular sun to the surface.
Well, okay, we'll show that then.
Yeah, I'll look into it, man.
Well, not you. I'm just saying, like, a globalist who's like, I want to test a flat Earth using the sun. Okay, can you test the globe Earth using the sun? Well, no, because is it just an unknown point of light in the sky that is infinitely far away?
Well,
and how do you know that?
It's a point of light for both sides, isn't it? Really, because on the flat Earth side, they don't want to assume a distance to it, they want to make it apparent, and then it is a point of light for both sides, essentially. So I'll look more into that anyway, because everybody's seen that. I think it's like Africa or South Africa or something, where you see the sunset, and it gets smaller and smaller as it's going through the layers. I think Claire posted it in the other chat a second ago. And that's assuming well, you can look at it one way. You can look at it like the sun is getting away from you and it's going smaller, because you've got a really good field of view. But you could also look at it like the glare that you had on the sun originally you're pretty much like using a pseudo solar filter as it's going through the layers of atmosphere in the distance. So it would kind of look like it's shrinking because of the glare reduction. That's my point. I just want to figure it out. Because everybody knows the sun's not like that size that we see it. It's a whole lot of glare on it, you know. So it'd be more accurate representation if we could look at it through some kind of filter where it could be more concentrated point of light.
Or just if observations of the sun are observations of the sun, they are not observations of the Earth.
Well, it's a relationship between the Earth and the sun.
Yeah, it's like a clock. It tells you what time of day it is.
Yeah, exactly. So it should be a constant 15 degrees an hour. And that's how we measure it, right?
Because
right. Okay. But yeah, that's something I'm going to personally look into.
That's if you put stock into those kind of things.
Yeah, what? Solar stock. What do you mean? Oh man, if I wanted to make money, I would have invested in Nikon in like 2006 or something. That would have been a good choice.
Yeah, I saw a funny joke about that. They're like, why did Nikon have a camera or not camera, a phone case, like a protective case?
Go on.
To protect the floor when it fell.
Right, yeah. Yeah, pretty sturdy things. Oh, I didn't see the chat. Mark J, the sun isn't really a point of light. It looks nothing like a star. Like a torch could be a point of light, but that's nothing like a star. I understand. The point of light. Don't know why he brought a star into it.
Well, that's because of some of the people in the heliocentric model say that the sun is a star.
Okay. I do follow that, but I do follow that.
Because it's pretty funny too that I can't remember who I was talking to. I think it was M. Stone. I just had asked him, what is the closest star to the Earth? And he's like, he didn't know. Like
Isn't it
Betelgeuse.
Polaris?
It's Proxima, like Summit Proxima or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Sigma Proxima. But I had said, so the sun's not a star? And he just flipped the fuck out. He just cracked. Like it was like he went from like 0 to like thermonuclear. Like
What's our sun called?
Sol.
Sol, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Polaris.
Right.
Oh no, Polaris is the North Star.
Yeah. Part of Draconis.
Is our star actually called Sol?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And our moon's called Luna.
What?
Luna. 100%.
Yeah,
Really?
in the model, Luna and Earth are the same. It's the same body. The heliocentric model. They don't show a difference. They say it's like the same system.
Yeah, it all depends what you're referring to, like the solar system's relative to the sun being technically the center in that system. It depends what you're choosing to be relative to, aren't you?
Yeah, where you're drawing your useful baseline.
Well, it's like the planes of reference with like Coriolis and stuff. You got to have like, you got to choose: are you on the moving platform? Are you not on the moving platform? You know.
How are y'all doing? All right, well said. You all having a good day today?
Overrated in England.
You're in England.
I don't think we even have a sun over here.
How are you doing today? England boy?
Yeah, yeah. Might look into more of the sun stuff later on when I get back.
I got a question for you guy from England.
Yep.
What do you think of the king?
Oh, the king. Yeah, I'm not too fond of the royalty. Obviously, I understand they used to have a prominent part, but now it's just like a mixture between that and mostly democracy or parliament or whatever. So we're pretty confused over here. Who makes the decisions?
I'm in Canada. We still have the royalty here.
Ah, true. Yeah.
Hello. Are there any Globers in here? There's no Globers in here.
Yeah, I'll play along. I'll play along.
I'm a Glober. Why would they lie?
Volcanoes.
Volcanoes. Yeah.
we know, man. That's it. How would
Earthquake.
you say it was night time and you had no idea what time of day it was, and you didn't know where you were on Earth? Would you be able to find out where the sun is?
No.
What about if you knew the stars? Because that kind of works out things a little bit, doesn't it? let me pose that question again. It's daytime. It's really, really foggy, like here right now. You know where you are, and you know the time. Would you be able to like point where the sun should be? With
Yeah.
How would you go about that? What method?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No, because what I was saying is all that measurement
Can you
stuff.
can you repeat that?
Yeah, one second. I'll translate it from English. 1 minute. So it's daytime. It's foggy. You don't know where the sun is, but you know the time of day and like the date of the time of the year. Would you be able to accurately predict where the sun would be using like
me? I have no idea.
Yeah. My only
I would
question
assume
is,
no.
My only question is, all that's based on like all that data is kind of based on a heliocentric model, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's any like conversion or like, I don't know how it'd be on a, well, it obviously works the same on a flat planar Earth, but just to let you know, it's all kind of based on that spherical model, really. And assuming, and if it's dark, you could assume like the sun, you could like stellarium, you could look through the floor and you could see where the sun would be, and that's kind of where it's accurate in a way. Such a weird concept. Right. I'm gonna drop out and I'll be back in like half an hour. Take it easy.
All
Yeah,
right.
take care, man. See you next time.
Got it.
You go take a shit. Go take a cow pat.
And then water it and put it in some sunlight. You got him, because now he went down the mocking, where he said you can't do that.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. He just confessed to being a hypocrite.
That's the thing. There is no perfect world philosophy. Like, there's flaws in everything. Everything has a flaw. Every single thing. Question is, are you willing to alienate people who disagree with you because they don't have the same epistemology. Who
See,
cares?
the thing too
Yeah.
is understanding the concept before you disagree with it. If it's such a no-go, such a no-fly zone, you set up a personal boundary. But he'll just say he'll mock them until they block him or say get sick of his shit. Well, now you know why you're so lonely. Your worldview is to annoy people so they don't want to listen to you as a proof that you want them to listen to you. Well done. This is why he doesn't want to talk about his ideas. I'm not making any claims.
Yeah. You have to make claims, man. Like,
well, how do you know you're right if you've never claimed anything? You've got no claim whatsoever. Then what's right and what's wrong if you haven't said anything as right or wrong?
Hello, Chris.
Hey.
How long have you been flat for?
December 7th, 2018.
Really?
Yep.
You have a date memorized?
Yep. It was my flat birthday.
What changed your mind?
The solar eclipse.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Here, let me see it. Let me find it real quick. I wrote a poem about it. I'll read it off to you. So I was kind of arguing with flat earthers, and this is really paraphrasing, boiled down just quick. And I had said to them, explain the solar eclipse, right? The solar eclipse is coming up. It was going to be in August. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like it's lagged on my side. So I had said, they basically had said to me, just write down everything you see, hear, smell, right, touch. Because what did you get? You watch a solar eclipse, and what did you come up with? And then from there, we'll talk about it. That'll be our starting point. Here, 1 second here. I'm trying to. Doesn't seem to be coming up. Okay, here I got it. All right, so it's a comprehensive poem as to why I believe this is flat on this special eclipse day, the 7th of December, 2018. So I waited 4 months before I finally was able to come up with a way of explaining flat Earth. Like, I saw the eclipse and flat smacked myself. Because nothing I saw demonstrated a heliocentric model, or a curved or rotating Earth. So NASA scientists are smart. They speak from the heart. They tell a scary warning. The Earth, it is warming. But do not worry or fill with despair. The scientists have all the answers. They swear. The solution's not permanent. Just hand your money to the government. The government can't even repair a road, so why are they so bold? To explore space with nothing to gain? It's for the betterment of humanity, they feign. Government has no motivation, yet they seek to find the answers to creation. Government wants you to worship them, so you forget they condemned him, Jesus, to the cross. As Mary sobs, the police officer said, I'm just doing my job. Today is a special eclipse day. Big bucks for any hotel stay. I can't hardly wait. The scientists are so great. Science with so many contradictions. The ancient cultures had the better predictions. I look up at the sky, and what do I see? How could this be? The sun is the same size as the moon, but yet the flat earther will be called a loon.
A very good poem.
Yeah, because it touches with some of the other things I talk about, where it's like Obama, the no time speech, where he said, we've got no time to talk to flat earthers. And at the time, I was, not a flat earther, but I'm like, why wouldn't you talk to flat earthers about greenhouse gases? They think they live in a greenhouse. They'd be like the first people you talk to. They're already on board, with curbing greenhouse gas emissions. And then wrapping in the whole sort of like Catholic Church paradigm about government and government answers, and the government is like there's you, the government, and then knowledge of the universe. They're acting as an intermediary between you. But why would they do that? They have no motivation to do so, to hold these answers from you for creation.
Unless you pay them.
Yeah. Solution not permanent. Just hand your money to the government. So I wrote this one when I was on my on the path. I was almost flat Earth. I was like halfway. This is 15 September 2017. A comprehensive poem as why I believe life starts at conception on the special Cassini day, the 15th September 2017. NASA scientists are clever as they endeavor on an unmanned spacecraft to Saturn to find any evidence of organic matter. A single-celled organism will all it will take to find every single justification that government should explore space. 30 years this project has taken, 20 years in the making. It's a very long way to those other planets, but not when you're going 42,000 miles per hour, damn it. A high-definition photo you will see from a camera that was built in 1980. Information for all it's worth as long as you can keep that antenna pointed to the Earth. In the rings, there's stuff you cannot see because it's made of water and ice almost entirely. The rings of Saturn make such beautiful sounds without any matter for the sound to bounce around. But when Cassini crash lands on Saturn, you will see any destruction of organic cells will be called genocide interplanetarily. Where is the standard of human life when the exact DNA copy of husband and wife is just a clump of cells without any human rights? And then a couple years ago, or pretty much last year. Well, last Valentine's Day, mind you. So actually, a year ago today, or tomorrow, I wrote this one, Ode to the Mind of the Globalist, inspired by the Valentine's Day meltdown on modern day debate 2023. They think the Earth is a globe. Well, a globe is not flat, so just imagine that. But how do they know this? So they ID the others to take the piss. They think they have all the answers, you see. Maybe someday, well, not entirely. With all the answers, they only present questions. Their worldview demands that flat earthers be taught a lesson. The flat earth answers are wrong and nothing at the same time. Ringo dingo that call bell. One more chime. If no answer was given, then what did they evaluate? The globalist worldview has just been decapitated. Denial of the overview effect to make the globe now the ball is even more ugly, sad, and small than anything a flat earther can conceive. Their globe is just not worthy to believe. The globalist worldview is full of contradictions, ideas that straight up come from a Catholic benediction. It also comes from NASA. Why would they lie? NASA won't even honor a FOIU. No reply. When was the globe proven to them? Because a plus 100 reaction is a total confusion to them. A yikes and a diddle will cause a hoop-de-doo, because it's a troll to say these things, unless they do. Take the clue. They just want to mock what they don't understand. It's a center stage beg for attention, a grandstand. They can't even figure out what a PSA gleans. They tell you they've seen the Earth from space, but have no clue what that means. And that was because that day the green comet was going to disappear. And they were just on Discord arguing with me all day and eventually timed me out for a couple
Check.
days.
Can I hear? Can you hear?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. You read that poem and you're talking about how they were given this ball Earth idea, like the entire cosmology of ball Earth was there when they were born and it was given to them. And that's why they accepted it. But that's flat Earth. Flat Earth is not any flat earther's unique idea. It's the entire cosmology. Basically, it's a rebranding of ball Earth. So that entire poem was hypocritically also pointed at yourself because you have adopted not only, I won't get into the biblical cosmology that was here, that's not your idea that you adopted, but the entirety of flat Earth and all of its heliocentric components, such as light, the photon, atoms. So you're basically just like a baller in essence, fundamentally, to me.
Okay, and you care why?
Do you agree or disagree?
It doesn't matter if I agree or disagree. Now,
so
why
it
do you
matters
care?
to me.
Okay, so why does it
But
matter?
do you agree or disagree?
It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
so then you agree. So then, okay, so basically that entire poem was just a poem of your hypocrisy. Okay.
Okay,
cool.
and you care why? You care about hypocrisy?
Yeah, I like pointing it out.
Okay, so
it makes
then worry about
people
your
who
own.
think that they're if you can point out my hypocrisy, then I'll worry about it. But I don't
care about your hypocrisy
because I'm not a hypocrite like you.
Yeah, I don't
well,
care
I care
about
about
your
yours.
hypocrisy. Okay, well you can care all you want.
Well, then don't point mine out. Then don't point mine out, and I'll point yours out, and we'll leave it at that. Okay?
Yeah, so you can be the hypocrite all you want, twice on Sunday.
You're the hypocrite, remember? You were the hypocrite. You adopted the flat Earth cosmology.
And you care
how am
why?
I a hypocrite? Articulate it.
And you care
Well,
why?
articulate how I'm a hypocrite. But asking me how I care is not articulating that I'm a hypocrite. So I articulated how you're a hypocrite. Okay, so you can't articulate how I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah, and you care and you don't care. Well, number one, you care about being blocked and you block. It's a hypocrite.
Okay, how do I care about being blocked?
Yeah, because you cry about it.
Explain my hypocrisy.
Yeah, you
Can
cry
you prove
about
that I cried about it? Where?
Yeah, you cry all
I
about
shed
being
tears.
blocked.
You're saying I shed tears. Salt water came out of my eyes, or are you being like how you say the Earth is flat and it's not, right? Like the Earth's not flat because it's got like mountains and valleys. So are you saying like I cried like the Earth is flat, which means I didn't really cry, but you want to believe it?
Yeah, because you got worked up by it. So somehow getting blocked causes you to flip out, but yet you do it.
You seem like you flipped out in the DMs. Every time I type A, you just respond. Like
Dude,
you can't let me type a letter. Hold on, I'm speaking. Well, that sounds like you're triggered. So again, now we bring it back to how you're a hypocrite.
Okay,
you
so
care,
I'm triggered. Why do you care? Why do you care if I'm triggered?
I just like pointing it out to the room and everybody listening.
Okay, so
to be honest, I don't like you.
and I type something. Well, I don't care if you like me.
No,
or not.
you're a type. Well, good. Then I don't care that you don't care.
Well,
but here's the thing: I have free speech, and I'm just coming in here to just speak what I want to speak. If you find it weird that I care. That's great. That's your problem.
Yeah, you're a
You can deal
Karen.
with it.
You're a Karen. At least
That's
you
your
own it.
opinion. Yeah, and that's great. That's your opinion.
You're
That's
a
your opinion.
Karen on the globe and own it.
That's
Write
your
it down
opinion.
and own
Yes,
it. Yeah.
that's your
You're
opinion.
all worked
That's your
up about
opinion.
what
Yeah,
someone else does.
I'm not worked up. I'm just pointing it out. You seem all worked up over the globe, but you'll say you're not, right?
Okay, and you care
Even though you
why?
come on here day after day. Well, would you say you're worked up over the globe?
Yeah, so I do something that you don't care about and you also care about. You're a
Well,
hypocrite.
hold on. No, wait. You're defining what I'm doing as worked up. Now,
Yeah,
if you're
because
going to
otherwise
define,
you
hold
just go
on,
do something else.
my thought wasn't complete.
Just go do
So if
something
you're
else. Go
defining,
touch grass.
if you're, don't interrupt me.
Yeah, just
Don't be
go.
like that. Be a civil person.
Just go touch grass.
Can you at least can you be a civil person and have a conversation, or are you getting triggered?
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for.
Can
Just
you let
make
me
it
speak
up.
without interrupting?
Just
Can you let
make
me
up
speak
with it.
without?
Dude, I'll do what I want too.
You're just interrupting me.
And you care why?
Bro, this is a blood sport type
Well,
debate.
isn't there rules of the Discord to not interrupt people when they're speaking? Do you not follow the rules?
Okay, so say I don't follow the rules. Now what do you do?
I'm just saying, more proof that you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, and you want the rules to be followed, but you stick around anyway.
I don't
You're a
care. I
hypocrite.
don't care if the rules are
But-
followed. All
well, there
I'm
you
showing is
go.
that you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, and you'll stick around. You say, I want you to follow the rules, and if I don't, you stick around
I
anyway.
don't want you to follow the rules. I'd rather
Well,
you
there you
not,
go.
because it just shows you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, and you're a
and a
hypocrite
person who
too.
can't control themselves.
Yeah, and you're a hypocrite too.
I don't interrupt you when you're talking. I have self-control. You don't.
So you're a
That's the
hypocrite.
difference.
Can I get in here for a sec?
Yeah, fire away, man.
Yeah, RTH, I don't think you've demonstrated any flat earther's a hypocrite.
Okay, well let me try again. Okay, if you're not a ball earther, right?
No.
Okay, now the ball earth idea was around before everyone was born who believes it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, as was the flat earth idea, right?
Yeah, but I think where you're
No.
stepping is.
You see how you
well,
put the but in
go
there?
ahead. No, go
But you see how
ahead.
I was just asking yes or no's. But do you see how you could easily say, yeah, heliocentric model was here before everybody was born, and if you accepted it, it's just because it was here, because you didn't believe it. But then when we brought it to what you believe, you were like, yeah, it was here before we got here, but, and then you inserted a but. But there was no but when you were talking about heliocentrism. And to me, that's double talk hypocrisy.
But you're referring to entire cosmological ideologies.
Yeah, the entire flat Earth cosmology was around before you were born, and then got born, came into Discord, and accepted it. Exactly like how heliocentrism was around before all of the people in Discord accepted it, which was what Crit's poem was about. So that poem was about you guys as well.
Yeah, but flat earthers don't subscribe to the entire cosmological ideology that may have existed in the past.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, name one. Okay, how about this? Name one flat Earth cosmology that was invented in the last year.
I'm not. What, ask again?
Name one flat Earth cosmology that was invented newly within the last year or the last 5 years. Because my argument is that it's just as old as heliocentrism. It's just the other side of the coin to keep idiots talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any flat earther that, goes off into speculation land is inventing some new cosmology. So, countless have been invented.
But there's nothing new. There is. So when you say you're a flat earther, you're not adopting some new cosmology. You're just adopting another old cosmology that's been around for just as long as heliocentrism, right?
Well, this is a mistake that a lot of globers make. They think this
I'm not
is
a
about
glober.
cosmology. Okay, I'm not saying you are.
Well, you said
But
a mistake globers make when I was talking.
You have a misunderstanding about what a flat earther is.
I don't think I have a misunderstanding. I know what flat Earth is. It is
There's a
an
lot of flat
idea.
earthers out there making the mistake of asserting they have any idea about this entire construct and the phenomenon and mechanisms existed, but the
They just
modern
parrot
day
the ball Earth
flat
mechanism.
earther should be someone that only ascribes to empiricism, essentially. The only reason I believe the Earth is flat is because it's measured that way.
But it's not flat.
But I don't make claims to any other phenomenon. Don't make
is a mountain
de facto claims.
Is a mountain flat?
Well, I'm speaking.
But what do you? So you're speaking like not specifically. So could I say in vague general terms that the Earth is a ball?
Sense.
Yeah, and not in the literal sense, the Earth is a ball as well. Do you see how you're just making the exact same logical argument that a baller makes? I know it's not this shape, or I know it's not this formation, but I'm going to say it's this. This is why you guys get along, and this is why the argument has gone on forever, because it's not about what you think you believe, because what you both think you believe is different, but what's the same is how you process information. That's why you both will never get out of this cycle of debate, because you both process information the exact same way.
I wouldn't say that. One side is arguing for something that just does not exist in reality.
But so are you. You're arguing for a flat ground that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, well,
you just say, but if you ignore the contours,
how would you like it to be described?
Obviously, the claim is not just a completely flat plane.
Should I sit for an eternity and say, 1 centimeter up here, 2 centimeters down there, 5 feet down there, 10 feet up here, Earth? Is that what you want me to say? Describe the entire topography.
Don't resort to concrete thinking now.
Is that what you're?
Let me ask you a thing. What shape? If somebody
got a concrete thinker.
Yeah, I know it's tough. Let me ask you this.
Concrete thinking isn't a compliment, sir.
Okay, good. From an idiot, I take it as a compliment. So let me ask you that the guy was just
talking. That's a problem.
Great. It's your problem.
Not great.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. So what shape is a car? If I asked you what shape a car is, what would you say?
Sedan.
RTH. It doesn't matter. No one here is claiming about the Earth, and obviously, if you're hold on a second, everybody, just for a second. Obviously, nobody's here making a claim about the shape of the Earth. It's a description, right? Okay. I mean, if you can't have a conversation with us, all right, well, then you're probably just going to have to go on mute because you can't, control your ejaculations in here. Obviously, we're not going to get into this pedantic nonsense about, oh, well, there's topography, so obviously it's not flat. No, we are challenging and, scrutinizing the claim of a radius claim of the Earth being 3,959 miles, right? Curvature overall. That's the thing we're challenging. Now, we only observe, measure, and use the Earth as a plane. Any claims to the contrary would be silly, right?
Okay, so you're not a flat earther, you're an anti-baller.
No, I'm not either, right?
Okay, hold on. Let me speak, please. Let me speak. You just said you're not here to prove anything about the Earth being flat. That's pedantic, yada, yada, yada. What you want is proof of the radius. So all you care about is somebody prove the ball to me, and if you can't, then so you're an anti-baller. All you care about is hold on, I'm not done. I'm almost there.
No.
I'm right there.
You're already strawmanning me. I'm going to cut you off because you're strawmanning me, right? You're strawmanning me. Are you not?
You can't.
Right. Okay. See, now you don't even have your own material, right? So you got to use mine. You're only in here to really cause chaos and talk over people and never take a stance and be pedantic. So if you want to add something to the conversation that's constructive, please do so. Otherwise, don't strawman people. We're obviously in here talking about the fact that the Earth is obviously, right, flat, obviously stationary. Okay. Do you have any other experience that you want to share with us? Or do you think that the Earth is moving? I mean, apparently you're not a glober either, right? So do you have any claims? And if not, you can move on with your life. You don't have to be here. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I have a claim that the Earth is demonstrably not flat because of mountains.
That's topography, Einstein.
That's great.
Okay,
that's great.
So
congratulations.
We're
not going to argue with you.
So it's not flat. So you're not going to argue with me that it's not flat. Great.
Did anybody make the claim of overall just 2D shape? You're just flat, no undulations whatsoever. Did anybody here make that claim?
I keep hearing flat Earth, the Earth is flat.
So you're a concrete thinker?
That's what I hear.
Right. You want to be pedantic about this.
Well, I mean, if I was going to describe my car, I wouldn't say it's round. I would say it's shaped like a car. And I think one of the problems.
So what shape is the Earth then, right hand?
Earth.
What is the shape of the Earth?
Earth.
Earth shape. What is that shape?
You have to dumb it down to either a ball or a disc. A car.
What is the shape? We didn't say nobody here said anything about a disc, did they?
Yeah,
nobody here said anything about a disc. Right. No one said anything about a disc, so now it's another straw man. Do you have any other tactics you'd like to employ?
You said it was flat. I demonstrated it's not.
Did I say disc? Did I say disc?
You said flat.
Yeah, did I say disc?
Okay, so it's not flat.
Right. So you're just going to kind of like loop on this whole thing, like, oh, it's not flat. It has topography. That's where you're going to hang out. Okay. So the surface of the Earth. Okay. So the size of the Earth, right, that we can measure, that we know the bounds of, even the height of Mount Everest overall would be like if you laid it out like a table, a standard size table, it would be less of the width of a human hair. So is your table flat or is it not flat?
And if you made it a ball, it'd probably be as smooth as a cue ball. What's your point?
Of course, that's what I'm saying. So is your table flat or is it not flat?
Big the Earth is. You're assuming
is your table flat of the surface that we know about? Of the surface that we know about.
Okay, so if I ignore all the flat parts and then zoom out, does it become flat? No, it doesn't. It will stay the same topography.
So your table's not flat either.
We're not talking about my table. We're talking about the topography.
I'm saying if you were to condense the known area of the Earth down to about the average size table, the height of Mount Everest is less the width than a human hair. Man, so is your table flat? You have undulations on your table that are bigger than that. Is your table flat?
Okay, so your proof the Earth is flat is for me to imagine that it is condensed down to the size of my table. That's your proof?
So you're here just to cause chaos. You don't want to have a real conversation. You just want to be like a contrarian. You're being a contrarian, dude. This is not difficult. No, listen. What was it? What does it prove? I guess my table's not flat. Then, according to you,
wrong. Maybe it proves you're wrong.
Maybe the pool cue.
Maybe that's
wrong about what?
Maybe it proves your ego is too big. Maybe
Obviously, I know that there's topography. Obviously, I know that there's topography, right? No one's making a claim that there's not topography. But if you just want to be pedantic about this whole thing and be like, it's not a 2D shape, you guys are saying that it's just flat and it's only 2D. It's like, bro, there's no talking to you. You just want to be a contrarian. This is a waste of time. So unless you have anything else to add to the conversation, if you want me to be really serious about it, no, it's not a 2D shape. It's not perfectly flat. There you go. Are you happy now? Is that what you want to hear?
Well, just don't say it's flat like 10 minutes from now, and I'll be
happy. So what would you like us to say? Since you want to be the arbiter of this whole conversation.
It's Earth-shaped.
Earth-shaped. Fine.
Just like a car is car-shaped. Just like a leaf is shaped like a leaf. Just like a crescent branch is shaped like a crescent branch.
So then we're not going to use the word globe either then, right? It's just, no one's going to use the word globe. What are you going to use? You're going to say the Earth is Earth-shaped? You tell everybody, I'm an Earther. We don't make claims about it either. We don't make claims about it either. No, we don't. That's not a shape. You don't even know what shapes are, do you? What shape is flat?
You were claiming it's flat, dude. You were saying
what shape is flat, dumbass? What shape is flat, dumbass?
Look how angry. Look how angry you get.
What shape is flat, dumbass?
Take it out on me. It's okay. Just don't take it out on me.
Okay, so you don't even know the shapes. We'll have to go back to like kindergarten, right? Do you know your shapes? Little RTH, do you know what shapes are? We'll have to start drawing, shapes on pieces of paper. What is this?
Now he's got to try and get some of that.
What is this, RTH?
Go ahead, man. Do what you gotta need to do.
So you don't know that flat is not a shape. You don't know that. Okay. So does anybody here want to have like a constructive conversation? Because he's just going to stay on mute.
Yeah, someone not addicted to Freud.
Enjoy. It took like almost 3 weeks to get him out of his echo chamber, and that's what he had to present.
Why is he
doesn't.
doubling down on
Wow.
such a stupid point?
I don't know. That's a W for him. Because there's elevation changes, the Earth's not flat. That's his W. That's the best he's got.
Yeah, he wants to label us as anti-globe earthers, but he's just an anti-flat earther. He's one of these people that takes real issue with the word flat.
Yeah.
He's triggered by it because he thinks flat's a shape. You tell him, well, shapes are nouns. Flat is an adjective, and he just flips out. Then, just even try. Like, how much effort would it take to get him to understand the difference between nouns and verbs, and adjectives and adverbs? Like, how much effort and love and compassion would it take to get him just there?
I couldn't tell you with people like that, man.
Yeah, it looks like he ran away.
Yeah. Well, he'd be great over at Bev's. They like that kind of conversation.
Oh, he got ran off of Bev's too. Bev ran him out of that server too.
That's impressive. He must be exceptionally annoying.
Yeah, because he did the whole thing like, you're going to try to solve this argument with 3 straight lines? And Bev's like, yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Right the hand.
Oh, RTH?
Yeah.
So what is that guy?
He's a contrarian. He just has to oppose everyone.
He's just a snowflake Karen. That's all he is. Just the epic level snowflake. Like, the internet broke him. Like, this is what the internet is not good for some people, and definitely not good for him. Because they gave you a device, and here's an idea. You can reach out and find more people who share different ideas and understand other people. And he does quite the opposite. The more questions he asks, the less understanding he gets. Like, he could just ask question after question after question. He'll never get anywhere close to any level of understanding.
He's probably one of those guys that thinks he can't know anything for 100% certainty.
Oh, he's the type of guy where if his kid is in the crib, I got screen caps of this. He said that his kid is in the crib. It's just him and the kid in the house. All the doors, all the windows are locked. And suddenly he smells shit. He goes to the crib, looks at the diaper. He doesn't know for sure if the kid did that. Poop.
What?
Yeah, I'm serious. You want to see the screen caps? Like,
no, you're trolling. Bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not trolling.
That's messed
possible
up.
It's possible someone put the shit.
It's possible a fairy could have flew in there and popped it out, right?
Yeah, he says possible that someone broke into the house, put a shit in the diaper, and then snuck back out.
That's pretty nasty. Okay.
Tita, there you go. That's right the hand if he had a kid. Like a crack addict, a crack den, where all the, it's like, just, holy crap, dude. Like, really, holy crap. Like, holy crap. It was interesting how the poems triggered him. That's even quite, like, here's someone's using creative writing to express their emotions and their feelings about a topic. And inside his worldview, that's hypocritical to do so. I thought it would have quite the opposite. He's like, you know what? Your poem touched me somewhere, like in my lower, whatever regions of my mind, where you put these words to express a feeling, and I understand your feeling. But he walked away with no understanding, and his understanding is hypocritical. It's a hypocrite. It's hypocritical to write poetry. Wow. That's probably why he ended up with his table being the ball. See, it's about control. When he couldn't control the space, he just left. Someone puts his mic on mute, says, "Hey, listen up. Since you can't control yourself," it's like says he was, like you said, like, "Hey, take a break, take a breath." Everyone in text chat, tell him take a breath. He can't do so, so someone helps him, and he leaves. It's all about power and control. How much flex can he do? And when people just kind of laugh at him, he gets mad. Well, you're being hypocritical now. Well, why do you care what I do? You left. You just left. You left the channel. So you don't care. But you care. But you don't care. But you do care. But you don't care. Here's another one. He said anytime I talk, he turns the volume down. And he comes in here to talk to me. That's hypocritical, dude. You want and don't want to talk at the same time.
The problem with empiricism is you can't know if yesterday happened because you can't sense it. Anything you can't sense, you can't know.
I don't know if the gentleman that was talking about empiricism in yesterday, but I don't know if anybody in here is making any claims about that. Obviously, you can't test yesterday, right? And I don't think anybody would say that history is empirical. So,
Well, no, that's what right the hands approach is empiricism.
oh yeah.
He's broken. Everything else in the world, everything can be concretely defined except for himself. He's some sort of abstract deity-like figure without any ego or attachment who calls all the balls and strikes and has a perfect worldview, but he can't explain a single bit of it. Bricked. Completely bricked. Like, if you're going to brick your own worldview, maybe lay off the drugs.
Yeah, the internet's not a healthy place for such an individual. A lot of ideas flying around, you know. You're going to have to put out a lot of fires.
He tells you, I'm very triggered by hypocritical shit, but not your own hypocritical shit. That's okay.
Well, objectively, flat's not a shape. So already he's got problems.
Then you try to find a citation for that, right? Like some way to articulate it to him. You're just Googling shit now. He's crying in the group chat now. I was muted within 10 minutes. You guys are scared of the truth. present your truth then. How about that? Like, don't worry about any questions or answers. Just what you got. Oh, I can't do that either. So you're a hypocrite. You've got no truth, but you said you got truth. Okay. Just lying to yourself then. And this whole time, too, he was told that if he doesn't want to talk in here, he can make his own room down below where he's got the mod perms. But he can't do that because he was muted within 10 minutes. That should be your reason to do it, okay? If you think you're going to get muted, make your own room then. Oh, but you don't. Why? Because you're getting muted. Okay, then make your own room. You can't. Why can't you? Because you got muted. Okay, since you're muted, make your own room. See, look, just broken worldview. And he calls that concrete. And then saying, I'm muted, as he's just like typing shit in text chat. That's more, we're offering him more of a voice here than he offers anyone on his server. But yet somehow it's hypocritical. See, he thinks he's being muted when he actually shuts down all conversation, blocks, deletes comments, times people out.
And of course, the fun to muting, while you're actually trying to talk with him.
Yeah, just talking right over you. See, he wanted to claim victory. That's what he wanted. He wanted to go in there. If he gets muted, he wins. Okay,
Totally.
What did you win here? Did you convince anyone of your worldview? Did you explain anything? What exactly you won a booby prize? Okay, you won a mute. Congratulations. Here you go. And now right to hand asks more questions.
He's back to the mountain.
Yeah. This is the thing. He's like Brenda. The more questions he asks, the less understanding he gets. He could ask questions till he's out of breath, and he would have even less understanding than when he started. And he calls that concrete.
I certainly don't have a problem with people, saying that the Earth is Earth-shaped. If they're willing to have an honest discourse about the topic, where they're not going to skip over the crux of the conversation, which, is it the lore of the ball, or is it the reality that we experience, which is obviously flat and stationary? If they don't want to quibble about undulations, fine. Yeah, it's Earth-shaped. I don't pretend to know. Nobody pretends to know what the whole doggone thing looks like, but he still doesn't know that flat isn't a shape. So we're going to descend the conversation into chaos and stupidity because he's special. I'm not a baller. I'm not a flat earther. I'm an earther, and you're all wrong. And so I win the internet today, and I'll talk over you. And I also win because you muted me because I'm intolerable. Good for you, bro.
when they ask me that, what shape is the Earth? I'll say it's not in very good shape. It's very out of shape. They're talking about migration species are going extinct. Greenland is actually turning green because all the ice is melting. So yeah, very bad shape. Is in very tough shape. All the world's coral reefs are bleaching and dying at record rate. It took thousands of years for them to become what they are, and they're being destroyed faster than New York minute or New York second. So yeah, it's not in very good shape. It's out of shape. It's not very healthy. The same shape, right? The hand's mind is in.
That seems like something he would definitely accept.
But enjoy this because he will run away soon enough. But remember, just it took a lot of effort to get him here. Like that was, I'm saying, there's like 3.5 weeks to get him here. So have fun with him.
Were you coaxing him? Were you trying to get him over here?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't disappoint, so thank you.
Yeah, it's something I had in the back burner, a little pet project I had going on.
Crit, you're becoming like my favorite personality in this topic, hands down. I kind of have myself like a Crit man crush.
Oh, thank you. Tooth just joined. Like, if you just dribble and drool, it'd be more intelligent than the last guy. So just so you know, it's not a very tough act to follow.
Oh, this guy's still spiraling.
Is he still going, or has he rested? Damn, he's still going. Hey Jedi, see if you can get him back to voice.
Did I hear my name then? Sorry, mate, I was miles away.
Oh, I would say, see if you can get him back into voice.
Okay, cokes. What happens if there's a plateau at the top of the mountain? Is the plateau flat?
Like Devil's Tower?
Yeah. Like that, exactly correct.
There's a whole biosystem up there. Like people climb up there and they gotta really be careful with how they interact with it. Like there's like snakes and like rabbits and whatever field mice that live their whole life up there. And that's the only thing they know. The only earth they know.
Trying to think of other plateaus as well. I don't know. I still think it's a moot point. I really do. Mountains. Therefore, it's not flat. Okay. No shit. Apparently, in his worldview, I'm like his ex. There you go, Grit. That was for you. So to get over talked and banned again? ? You sound like my ex. So in his worldview,
I know. You're in a domestic relationship now.
Fuck.
That's like what this all started because old dude blocked him from the YouTube text channel for like an hour or something. And he got worked up and thought I was old dude because I'm an old dude. So he got mad at me and then banned me from his channel out of retaliation. And this is how it all came here. So now because you sound like his ex, therefore you are his ex. But yet he's a concrete thinker.
That's just weird. I think someone's hurt RTH.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can take credit for this. I think I'm the one. Maybe like I did the final little push, or old dude. Like old dude did the final push. I was just the person, like that was downrange. But he tried to fire back. Like old dude sniped him from like 400 yards, and he looked to see where the shot came from. Saw me standing there, and then like it's on, motherfucker. Like.
Yeah, this is weird behaviour. Gonna pay it no attention now. Close the text room. You can talk to yourself, whoever the fuck you are.
Yeah. Write the hand.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, you see it? RTH?
Yeah. It's like the earth being flat. It's right in front of your eyes, right? Sorry. Did I say flat? I forgot to talk about trees and mountains and a slight divot in the floor.
Yeah, like an anthill, a little anthill, and it destroys his whole worldview.
My fucking footprint. There you go. It's muddy. What do you want from us?
Look at that. He cares what you do. He can't unplug because you. Your fault. God, so bricked. It's amazingly bricked.
Hello, hello. What's happening with the Flat Earth crew? Hello, testing, testing. Anybody out there?